What is good, my tired potatoes, mashed or unpeeled? I hope you are feeling better now that it is unwind time. If you've ever complained about cooking one meal, imagine doing it for an entire hall of people before sunrise, with no timers, no recipes, and a fire that may or may not cooperate. I'm glad you're here to step into that kind of life for just a little. Now, as always here now, this is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, built from historical records and practices, designed to be both accurate and easy to unwind with. That's right, we're easing into the daily life of a medieval chef. The heat, repetition, constant preparation, and the quiet pressure of feeding dozens, sometimes hundreds, without much room for error. If this calm, slightly boring history helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I always love seeing everyone competing to be the first comment or just to be here to show love. Now settle in, adjust that pillow a little, maybe let a fan or some soft background noise run, and let's slowly drift into the story. Tonight you step into the life of a head cook in a prosperous English manor house during the late 1300s. The Black Death has passed, trade routes have reopened, and kitchens across the realm are once again filling with the scents of roasting meat and baking bread. You oversee a domain of fire and flavour, where every meal reflects the status of your lord and the rhythm of the seasons. So settle in, time traveller, and let the warmth of these medieval hearth fires carry you toward rest. The rooster has not yet cracked the silence when your eyes open in the darkness. Your small chamber sits just off the main kitchen, a privilege that comes with your position as a head cook. The stone walls hold the lingering warmth from yesterday's fires, and you can already smell the faint ghost of wood smoke that never quite leaves this place. You swing your legs off the narrow bed and feel for your wool hose in the pre-dawn chill. The floor is cold flagstone beneath your feet. Outside your door, the kitchen waits in its nighttime stillness, all banked coals and sleeping shadows. Your hands find the leather jerkin hanging from its peg, then the linen shirt you aired by the window last evening. The manor grounds are absolutely quiet at this hour. No voices drift from the great hall. No footsteps echo in the courtyard. This silence belongs to you alone, these few precious moments before the day's chaos begins. You light a rushlight from the embers you keep burning in a small clay pot, and the flame casts your shadow huge against the whitewashed walls. Your first task takes you to the hearth. The main cooking fire never dies completely. Through the night, someone from the household keeps it banked and breathing, ready to spring back to life when you need it. You kneel before the massive fireplace, feeling the heat still radiating from the stones. The opening is wide enough to roast an entire ox, though today's needs will be more modest. You take the iron poker and carefully separate the ash from the living coals beneath. Red eyes blink up at you from the grey powder. You add kindling first, thin strips of birch bark that catch immediately. The light grows, pushing back the darkness. Then come larger sticks, arranged in a careful pyramid that lets air flow through. The fire responds, crackling to life with a sound that feels like greeting an old friend. The wood you select matters more than most people realise. Oak burns hot and long. They are perfect for the steady heat you will need throughout the day. You stack 3 thick logs onto the growing flames, positioning them so they will collapse inward as they burn rather than rolling out onto the floor. Chronicles from the royal kitchens at Westminster mention fires maintained for 3 full days during major feasts, never allowed to die. Your own fire is more temperate, but no less carefully tended. Smoke curls upward into the massive chimney. The flue was built wide enough that a grown man could stand inside it. On winter mornings, scullery boys sometimes warm themselves up there, perched on the smoke shelf where the stone angles back. You have found them drowsing in that sooty cradle more than once, lulled by the rising heat. While the fire builds its strength, you move through the kitchen, taking stock. Your domain is larger than many village homes. 2 great hearths face each other across the width of the room. Between them stand the work tables, thick planks of oak worn smooth by decades of chopping and kneading. Bundles of dried herbs hang from the ceiling beams, their shapes barely visible in the growing firelight. The larder door stands to your left, secured with an iron lock. You wear the key on a cord around your neck, and it never leaves your person. Inside that cool room wait everything you will need for today's meals. Salted pork hangs from hooks. Wheels of cheese age on wooden shelves. Sacks of grain lean against the walls like sleeping sentries. You unlock the door and step inside. The temperature drops immediately. This room was built against the north wall of the manor, where sunlight never reaches directly. In summer, it stays blessedly cool. In winter, it borders on frigid. The air smells of aging meat and dried fruit, of the mustiness that comes with long storage. Your hands know this space in the dark. You find the basket of eggs first, checking each one for cracks. A dozen good ones remain. The butter crock sits where you left it yesterday, sealed with a cloth tied firmly around the rim. You lift the lid and sniff, still sweet. You will use some of this morning for the first batch of bread. The bread. That thought pulls you back to the main kitchen. The dough you mixed last night has been rising slowly in its covered bowl, set near the dying warmth of the hearth. You carry it to the main work table and fold back the linen cloth. The smell of active yeast greets you immediately. The dough has doubled, maybe more. Bubbles break on its surface as you press your fingers into the pale mass. Flour dusts the table in a wide cloud as you turn out the dough. Your hands begin their familiar work, pressing and folding, pressing and folding. The rhythm is meditation. Push away, pull back, quarter turn, repeat. The dough grows smoother under your palms, transforming from a sticky mass into something that feels almost alive. You divide it into loaves, shaping each with practiced efficiency. The first loaf is for the high table, where your lord will break his fast with his family. It gets extra attention, a tighter crumb, a more perfect shape. The remaining loaves will feed the household staff, the servants who keep this manor running. Their bread is just as good, just as carefully made, though perhaps not quite as finely formed. The loaves go into their rising baskets, each one lined with linen to keep the dough from sticking. You cover them again and set them near the hearth, where the growing heat will encourage their final rise. In an hour they will be ready for the oven. For now, they rest. Light is beginning to seep through the high windows. The kitchen emerges from shadow, revealing the full scope of your workspace. Copper pots hang in graduated sizes along one wall. Iron cauldrons squat near the hearths, their bellies blackened by countless fires. A spit mechanism stands ready, its system of weights and chains designed to turn meat slowly over the flames. You hear the first sounds of the manor waking. Footsteps overhead, muffled voices, the distant clang of the chapel bell calling the household to morning prayers. Soon, the kitchen will fill with people. The 2 scullery boys will arrive, rubbing sleep from their eyes. The girl who tends the sauce pots will come next, her apron already tied around her waist. The alewife will appear from the brewery, ready to distribute the morning rations of small beer. But for now, in these last quiet moments, the kitchen is still yours alone. You stand before the fire and warm your hands, watching the flames dance over the oak logs. The heat soaks into your bones. The day ahead will be long and demanding, but it will also be deeply familiar. You have cooked in this kitchen for more years than you can easily count. You know its moods, its hot spots, its tricks and secrets. The medieval kitchen, described by writers like the monks at Durham Cathedral, was a place of constant motion, heat and noise. Nay, your own space will soon match that description. But in this moment before the storm, you simply breathe in the smell of wood smoke and rising bread, and prepare yourself for the organised chaos ahead. The household gathers for breakfast in waves. The earliest risers are the grooms and stable hands, their work already begun before dawn. They eat standing near the kitchen entrance, grateful for the warmth and the quick meal you provide. Thick slices of yesterday's bread, toasted over the fire until the edges char. A scraping of butter, a piece of hard cheese. They gulp their portions and disappear back into the morning, their breath visible in the cold air. Your real attention focuses on the high table. The lord and his family will break their fast in the small dining chamber adjacent to the great hall. Their meal must be ready within the hour, and it must reflect the standards expected of a household of this standing. You have consulted with the steward about today's menu, a simple meal by dinner standards, but carefully executed. The first task falls to the eggs. You crack 8 of them into a wide bowl, their yolks bright orange from the hens that range freely through the manor grounds. A whisk made of bundled twigs beats them into a pale froth. You add a splash of cream from the pitcher the dairymaid brought at first light, a pinch of salt from the precious box you keep locked away. Salt costs more than you care to think about, brought from the coast in heavy sacks and rationed carefully throughout the year. The pan that will hold these eggs is black iron, seasoned by years of use until nothing sticks to its surface. You set it over the coals, adding a generous knob of butter that immediately begins to sizzle. The sound fills the kitchen. When the butter foams, you pour in the eggs and watch them transform. Your wooden paddle moves constantly, scraping the curds from the bottom as they form. The eggs must stay soft and creamy, never allowed to toughen into rubbery chunks. Heat control makes the difference between success and failure. Too hot, and the eggs seize. Too cool, and they become watery. You have learned to read the fire's mood, knowing exactly which coals burn hottest and which merely glow. While the eggs cook, your assistant tends to the bread. She has become skilled at judging the oven's temperature by holding her hand inside and counting slowly. The brick oven was fired hours ago, its interior now radiating steady heat. She slides the loaves onto a long wooden peel and transfers them smoothly into the oven's mouth. The door closes with a heavy thud. The kitchen is filled with people now. Your 2 scullery boys are elbow deep in a tub of dishes from last night's supper. Water sloshes onto the floor as they scrub. The sauce cook stirs a pot of pottage, the thick porridge of grains and vegetables that will feed most of the household. The smell of onions and barley rises from her station. You plate the eggs onto a pewter dish, their surface still gleaming with butter. A grinding of black pepper from the precious mill adds specks of heat. Pepper comes all the way from the east, carried on ships that traverse seas you will never see. Each grind of the mill represents a small fortune, but your lord expects his food properly seasoned. The meat course requires your direct attention. You have selected 3 good sausages from the ones the sausage maker delivered yesterday. They hang in the larder, fat and heavy with ground pork and spices. You pierce each one several times with a knife point, then lay them in a shallow pan. They go directly onto the edge of the fire where they begin to spit and hiss immediately. The sausages need turning every few minutes to brown evenly. As they cook, the casings tighten and the fat renders out, pooling in the pan. The smell is magnificent. Pork and sage with undertones of nutmeg and mace. The spice blend is your own recipe, one you developed over years of experimentation. You guard it jealously, teaching it to no one. Historians examining manor records from this period found detailed accounts of food expenditures. The quantities are staggering. A large household might consume hundreds of loaves weekly, dozens of chickens, whole pigs. Your own manor operates on a smaller scale, but the principles remain the same. Everything must be tracked, measured, accounted for. Waste is theft. The sausages reach perfect doneness, their skins crisp and splitting slightly to reveal the cooked meat inside. You transfer them to a wooden board and slice them on the bias, arranging the pieces to show their texture. Each cut releases a fresh wave of aroma. Your mouth waters despite having eaten nothing yet yourself. The bread emerges from the oven with a crackling crust. Your assistant taps the bottom of each loaf, listening for the hollow sound that indicates proper baking. Satisfied, she sets them on racks to cool slightly before slicing. The crust is deep golden brown, almost mahogany in places where it pressed against the hottest part of the oven. When she cuts into the first loaf, steam escapes in a fragrant cloud. You build the breakfast tray with care. The eggs go on first, still steaming gently. The sliced sausages arrange themselves in a fan beside them. 3 slices of the fresh bread, their cut surfaces revealing the tender crumb inside. A pot of honey from the manor's own hives, a small dish of butter, everything balanced on a large wooden tray that the serving boy will carry to the dining chamber. Before the tray leaves your sight, you inspect it one final time. The eggs are perfect, soft and golden. The sausage slices glisten with fat. The bread's crust speaks of proper oven temperature and patient baking. Nothing is amiss. You nod to the serving boy, who lifts the tray carefully and disappears through the passage that connects the kitchen to the rest of the manor. The remaining sausages get sliced for the household staff. The pottage is ready, thick enough that a spoon stands upright in its centre. Your workers line up with their bowls, and you ladle generous portions to each one. The scullery boys get extra bread, their young bodies burning through food at an astonishing rate. The sauce cook receives a larger portion of sausage in recognition of her early arrival and steady work. You finally allow yourself a moment to eat. A bowl of pottage, warming and substantial. A piece of the fresh bread with butter. You stand near the fire, spooning the thick porridge while watching the kitchen's organised chaos. Everyone has their task and goes about it without needing direction. This is the result of years of training, of establishing routines so deeply that they become second nature. The manor accounts kept by the steward show that a well-run kitchen is the heart of household economy. Properly managed, it feeds everyone adequately while minimising waste. Poorly run, it becomes a drain that can threaten the financial stability of even a prosperous estate. You take pride in your careful management, in the fact that your larder never runs empty and yet nothing spoils from neglect. As you finish your porridge, you're already thinking ahead to dinner. The main meal of the day will require hours of preparation. Meat must be butchered and dressed. Vegetables need washing and chopping. Pastries demand careful assembly. The clock in your head is always running, always calculating how long each task will take and when it must begin. But first, the kitchen must be cleaned from breakfast work. The scullery boys renew their assault on the dishes. The tables get wiped down with damp cloths. The floor receives a sweep to clear the scattered crumbs and vegetable peelings. You bank the fire slightly, reducing it to a manageable level for the work ahead. The kitchen settles into its mid-morning rhythm, the frenzy of breakfast giving way to the steady preparation for dinner. The side of pork arrived yesterday, delivered by the manor's own swineherds after the autumn slaughtering. It hangs now in the cold larder, suspended from a heavy hook. The meat is firm and fresh, not yet aged, but properly bled and cleaned. You run your hand along the skin, feeling where it will yield best to the knife. Butchery is an art you learned over decades. Your first master was a cook at a bishop's palace, a man who could break down an entire deer in less time than it took to say the Lord's Prayer. He taught you to read meat, to understand how the muscles connect and where the bones want to separate. Every cut has its purpose. Nothing goes to waste. You lay the pork on the large butcher's block, a massive round of oak worn concave in the centre from years of chopping. Your knives wait in their rack, each one honed to an edge you could shave with. You select the long blade first, the one with enough weight to saw through joints, but enough precision to follow the natural seams. The shoulder separates first. Your knife finds the socket where the leg bone meets the body, and with a few deft cuts and some firm pressure, the joint pops apart. The shoulder will become several different preparations. The upper portion has enough meat for roasting whole. The lower part, with its tougher muscles and connective tissue, will go into pies and stews where long cooking transforms it into tender richness. Your hands work with practiced efficiency. The blade moves through meat and fat with barely a sound. You have made these cuts so many times that your muscles remember the path without conscious thought. The knife knows where to go. Your other hand steadies the meat, guides it, helps the blade find its way. The belly comes next, that glorious slab of alternating meat and fat. This will cure into bacon, but not today. First it must be trimmed and prepared. the excess fat rendered down for cooking. You slice away the thick outer layer of fat, setting it aside in a bowl. This will melt slowly in a pot over low heat, transforming into pristine white lard that you will use for pastries and frying throughout the winter. Medieval cookbooks, like the Form of Curie compiled for King Richard II's cooks, contain detailed instructions for working with meat. They describe techniques you use daily without thinking. The proper way to layer a roast by threading thin strips of pork fat through lean meat. How to truss a bird so it cooks evenly. Where to make the cuts that allow marinades to penetrate deeply. The loin runs along the spine, 2 long cylinders of tender meat separated by bone. This is the prize of the pig, the cut that will grace the high table. You work your knife carefully along the backbone, following its curve. The meat releases cleanly, falling away in one perfect piece. You repeat the process on the other side, leaving the spine bare. These loins will become tonight's roast. You trim them carefully, removing the silver skin that would toughen during cooking. A light coating of ground mustard seed mixed with honey will go on just before they enter the oven. The heat will caramelize the honey while the mustard adds a subtle bite that cuts the richness of the pork. The legs require more substantial work. Each one is a complex structure of bone and muscle, requiring multiple cuts to separate the various portions. The hams will be dry cured with salt and hung in the smokehouse. The shanks will braise slowly with root vegetables. The trotters will simmer into gelatin-rich stock that sets into aspic when cooled. Your assistant appears at your elbow with a heavy cleaver. Some cuts require blunt force rather than precise knife work. The spine must be chopped into sections for stock. The ribs need separating from the backbone. You take the cleaver and bring it down with controlled strikes, feeling the blade bite through bone. Each impact echoes in the kitchen, a rhythmic counterpoint to the gentler sounds of stirring and chopping happening around you. The scullery boys have dragged out the large stock pot, the one that holds enough liquid to bathe in. You direct them to fill it with cold water from the well, then settle it over the fire. Into this go all the bones you have separated from the meat, the spine sections, the rib bones with their clinging scraps of meat. The trotters and the skull split to expose the brain cavity. To this foundation of bones you add aromatics, a handful of peppercorns. Their rough texture crunching under your palm. 2 onions, their papery skins left on to add colour to the stock. A bunch of thyme from the herb garden, its leaves already turning grey as winter approaches. 3 bay leaves, dried and brittle. The water comes slowly to a simmer, and you skim away the grey foam that rises to the surface. This stock will cook for hours, extracting every bit of flavour from the bones. By evening, it will have reduced by half, becoming a rich liquid that sets to jelly when cold. You will use it as the base for sauces and soups, adding depth that water alone could never provide. The collagen from the bones will give body to everything it touches. The trim pieces and scraps have piled up during your butchering. Nothing here is waste. The larger pieces will be ground for sausage. The smaller bits will go into the pottage pot, adding flavour and substance to tomorrow's staff meal. Even the fat you have trimmed away has value, destined for the rendering pot. You gather the fat trimmings into a clean pot and set it over gentle heat. The transformation from solid to liquid happens slowly. The fat melts, separating from any remaining bits of meat or membrane. You stir occasionally, watching the clear oil pool at the bottom, while the solid pieces float and eventually crisp into cracklings. These cracklings are a kitchen treasure, salty, rich, tensely porky. You fish them out with a slotted spoon and drain them on a cloth. Still warm, they crack between your teeth with satisfying crunch. You offer a handful to the scullery boys, who accept them like precious coins. The pure lard remains in the pot, cooling gradually into the snowy white fat that makes the flakiest pastry crusts. The butchered pork now exists as a collection of purposeful pieces, 2 pristine loins for roasting. The shoulders divided into portions for different preparations, the belly ready for curing, the legs separated into hams and shanks, every scrap accounted for and designated for some use. Your cutting board is a Jackson Pollock of blood and fat, But your work is methodical and complete. You clean your knives carefully, wiping each blade with a damp cloth before returning it to the rack. A dull knife is dangerous, more likely to slip than a sharp one. Every few days you spend an hour at the whetstone maintaining the edges that make your work possible. The rhythmic scrape of steel on stone is another meditation, another way of staying connected to your tools and your craft. The smell of simmering stock has begun to fill the kitchen, rich and meaty, with the herbal notes of thyme cutting through the heaviness. This smell will linger all day, building as the stock reduces and concentrates. By tonight, when you finally strain out the bones and aromatics, the liquid will be dark and glossy, a distillation of everything the pig has to offer. The grain store occupies a separate building behind the kitchen, its thick walls designed to keep out moisture and vermin. You cross the courtyard with a large woven basket, headed to gather what you need for today's baking. The door opens with a creak of iron hinges, and you step into the dimness. Sacks of grain line the walls, each one labelled with chalk marks indicating its contents. Wheat from the manor's own fields, barley traded from a neighbouring estate, rye that grows in the harder soil near the forest edge, oats for the porridge pot. Each grain has its character and purpose, and you know them as intimately as you know the people in your kitchen. The wheat is your particular concern today. You need enough for several batches of fine white bread for the high table, and for the more common maslin loaves that feed the household. The best wheat goes through multiple siftings to remove the bran, creating flour so fine it feels like silk. The coarser grades keep more of their nutrition, making sturdier bread that fills the belly and lasts longer. You fill your basket with scoops from different sacks, mostly wheat with some rye added for flavour and texture. A smaller amount of barley flour for the flatbreads you will cook on the griddle. The grains whisper and shift as you work, pouring from scoop to basket in pale streams. Each variety has its own shade. The wheat is nearly white. The rye tends toward grey. The barley holds a hint of cream. Back in the kitchen, your assistant has already set up the kneading station. A wide wooden bowl holds yesterday's sourdough starter, the living culture of wild yeasts that gives your bread its distinctive flavour. This starter has been maintained for years, possibly decades. The cook before you passed it on when she retired, and she received it from her predecessor. It is a link in a chain that stretches back further than anyone can remember. You mix flour with water in careful proportions, judging by feel rather than measurement. The dough comes together under your hands, transforming from shaggy mass to cohesive whole. Into this you fold the starter, incorporating it thoroughly. The yeasts will multiply and feed, creating the bubbles that make bread rise and giving it that complex, tangy flavour impossible to achieve with ale balm alone. The physical work of kneading is substantial. Your shoulders and arms do the heavy labour, pressing and folding, pressing and folding. The dough resists at first, fighting your efforts, but gradually it yields, becoming smooth and elastic. You can feel the change in its texture, the way it springs back when pressed. This is the gluten developing, creating the structure that will trap the gases from the yeast and make the bread rise. Records from monastery kitchens describe bread baking as both craft and spiritual practice. The monks saw parallels between the transformation of grain into bread and the transformation of believers into the body of Christ. Your own relationship with bread is perhaps less theological, but no less reverential. Bread is life. Bread is the foundation of every meal. Without it, the rest of the feast becomes merely ornamental. You set the dough to rise in a warm spot, covering it with a damp cloth. Now comes the work with other grains. The barley flour gets mixed with water and a pinch of salt, creating a batter thin enough to pour. This will become the flatbreads you cook on the iron griddle, perfect for wrapping around bits of meat or cheese. The griddle heats over the fire, its surface beginning to shimmer. You ladle a scoop of batter onto the hot iron and watch it spread into a rough circle. Bubbles form almost immediately, popping and leaving tiny craters. The edges firm up and begin to curl, You slip a thin wooden spatula underneath and flip the bread in one smooth motion. The second side cooks faster than the first. The flat bread develops golden spots where it touched the hottest parts of the griddle. When you lift it free, it steams gently, releasing the smell of toasted grain. You stack the finished breads on a plate, covering them with a cloth to keep them soft. They will be perfect for tonight's meal, torn into pieces for scooping up sauces. Your main dough has risen well, nearly doubling in size. You punch it down, enjoying the whoosh of air escaping. The dough deflates obligingly, ready for shaping. You divide it into portions, weighing each on the balance scale to ensure consistency. The high table loaves must be exactly the same size. The household loaves can vary slightly, but you still keep them reasonably uniform. Shaping bread is an art of tension. You pull the dough's surface tight, tucking the ends underneath to create a smooth top. The tension helps the loaf hold its shape during baking and encourages an even rise. Your hands work quickly, muscle memory guiding each fold and tuck. Within minutes, you have a dozen shaped loaves waiting for their final rise. The oven has been carefully managed all morning, maintaining the steady heat needed for good baking. Your assistant checks it again, holding her hand inside and counting. She nods. The temperature is right. You slide the first batch of loaves onto the peel and transfer them into the oven's depths. The baking smell that fills the kitchen is one of life's great pleasures. The yeast and grain transforming under heat, developing flavours that speak directly to some ancient part of the human brain. This is the smell of civilization, of settled life, of fields planted and harvested and ground into flour. You breathe it in deeply, letting it fill your lungs. While the bread bakes, you prepare another batch of dough. The work is constant, one task flowing into the next. You rarely have idle moments during the day. There is always something rising or baking or cooling. The rhythm of bread production structures your hours, giving shape to the day. The finished loaves emerge from the oven with crackling crusts and internal temperatures hot enough to burn the unwary hand. They go onto cooling racks, dozens of them, filling the available space. The kitchen looks like a temple to bread, every surface covered with golden loaves in various states of cooling. You allow yourself a small piece of the heel from one loaf, still hot enough to melt the butter you spread on it. The crust crunches between your teeth. The interior is soft and slightly sour, with complex flavours from the long fermentation. This is honest bread, made with skill and time and good grain. It will sustain everyone in the manor for another day, providing the foundation on which all the other foods rest. The far corner of the kitchen belongs to the sauce cook, a woman who has worked alongside you for nearly a decade. Her station is a world unto itself, crowded with pots and jars and mysterious bundles of spices. The air around her workspace smells different from the rest of the kitchen. Sharper, more complex, exotic. She works over a small brazier separate from the main fires, controlling her heat with precision impossible to achieve on the big hearth. A sauce can break in seconds if the temperature climbs too high. It can refuse to thicken if the heat drops too low. Her brazier allows for the delicate adjustments required. Today she's making a sauce for the roast pork you butchered earlier. The base is wine from the manor's cellars, a red that turns slightly sour over the summer. This wine is no longer fit for drinking, but it brings perfect acidity to cooking. She pours a generous measure into her smallest copper pot, setting it over the coals to warm. To the wine she adds honey, stirring until it dissolves completely. The sweetness will balance the wine sharpness. Then come the spices, each one measured carefully from the locked spice chest. A few grains of paradise, those strange seeds that taste of pepper and ginger combined. A scraping of cinnamon bark, precious and rare. A pinch of ground cloves, their intensity controlled by the lightest touch. The sauce cook works by instinct and experience. She has no written recipes, no measurements beyond her own judgment. She tastes constantly, adjusting and correcting. A bit more honey here, another grain of paradise there. The sauce must achieve perfect balance, each flavour present but none overwhelming the others. Medieval recipe collections like the Viandier de Taillevent describe elaborate sauce preparations, but they assume knowledge that cannot be written down. They say to add spices until the flavour is correct, to cook until the consistency is right. These instructions mean nothing without years of practice, and without the accumulated knowledge of what correct tastes like. While her sauce reduces, she begins work on a mustard. The dried seeds go into a mortar, where she grinds them to powder with a pestle. The rhythmic scraping fills the corner with its distinctive sound. She adds vinegar gradually, creating a paste that burns the nostrils with its intensity. A touch of honey mellows the heat slightly without taming it completely. This mustard will accompany the roast pork as a separate condiment. Those who enjoy sharp flavours can apply it liberally. Those with gentler palates can avoid it entirely. You plan to use some yourself, enjoying the way mustard cuts through the richness of fatty meat. The wine sauce is reduced by half, concentrating its flavours. The sauce cook strains it through a fine cloth, removing any bits of spice or sediment. What remains is a glossy liquid, deep red and beautifully clear. She tastes it one final time, nods in satisfaction, and sets it aside to be reheated just before service. Next comes a green sauce, made from handfuls of fresh herbs despite the lateness of the season. The Manor's kitchen garden still produces parsley and sage, though the first hard frost will end their growth. She chops the herbs fine, reducing them to a fragrant mound of green. To this she adds breadcrumbs soaked in vinegar, garlic pounded to paste, and a thread of the precious olive oil you bought from a travelling merchant last summer. The green sauce comes together under her hands, transforming from separate ingredients into a unified whole. The herbs give it life and colour. The garlic provides bite. The vinegar adds brightness. The breadcrumbs create body. The olive oil smooths everything together, making the sauce glisten. This sauce will serve with the white fish you are planning for tomorrow's feast day. The church forbids meat on certain days, but fish is allowed, and a good sauce elevates even simple preparations. The green colour will look striking against the pale flesh of the poached fish. Her final preparation for the day is a thick almond milk, made by grinding blanched almonds with a stone mortar until they release their oils. She adds water gradually, creating a white liquid that resembles dairy milk but contains no animal products. This almond milk will thicken sauces on fast days when butter and cream are forbidden. The work of the sauce cook often goes unnoticed by those eating the food. They taste the complex flavours but rarely think about their creation. Each sauce requires time, attention, and expensive ingredients. A single grain of paradise costs more than a labourer earns in a day. The cinnamon in that wine reduction represents wealth most people will never possess. Yet here in this kitchen, these luxuries are transformed into flavours that will last only moments on the tongue. The paradox never ceases to strike you. So much wealth, so much effort, all for sensations that vanish in seconds. But those seconds matter. They represent civilization, refinement, the distance humanity has travelled from simply filling empty bellies. You watch the sauce cook at work and feel grateful for her skill. Your own talents lie in butchery and roasting, in the management of fires and the timing of complex meals. But sauces require a different intelligence, a palate educated to distinguish subtle gradations of flavour. She possesses this gift, and it elevates everything that leaves your kitchen. The kitchen reaches its peak temperature as the sun climbs toward noon. Both great hearths burn at full strength, radiating heat that turns the space into something approaching an oven. Sweat runs freely down your face and soaks into your linen shirt. The scullery boys have stripped to their undershirts, their young faces flushed and shining. This heat is the reality of kitchen work. Romance may surround the idea of cooking for noble households, but the actual experience involves long hours in furnace-like conditions. Your feet ache from standing on stone floors. Your back protests from bending over fires and work tables. The burns on your forearms are too numerous to count. These are marks from years of reaching over flames and brushing against hot metal. Yet you would choose no other work. This kitchen is your kingdom, these fires your subjects. You understand them completely, know their moods and temperaments, the way heat rises in invisible waves, how different woods burn with different intensities, where the hottest spots exist on the hearth, and how to use them for searing. The pork loins require your full attention now. They have been marinating in a mixture of honey and ground mustard seed, the coating beginning to caramelize as the meat comes to room temperature. You position them on the spit, securing them with iron prongs so they cannot slip during turning. The mechanism of weights and chains will rotate them slowly, ensuring even cooking. Spit roasting is perhaps the oldest cooking method known to humanity. Turn meat over fire until done. Simple in concept, endlessly complex in execution. The distance from the flames determines cooking speed. Too close, and the outside burns before the inside cooks. Too far, and the meat dries out without developing proper crust. You position the spit at what experience tells you is the right height. The pork loins begin their slow rotation, fat beginning to render and drip into the pan below. These drippings are too valuable to waste. Mixed with a little wine and the reduced stock, they will become a pan sauce that captures the essence of the roast. Medieval feasting manuals describe elaborate presentations, whole animals brought to table on massive platters. Your meal today is more modest, but the principles remain the same. The meat must be cooked perfectly. The exterior should be deeply browned, almost caramelized. The interior needs to be just past pink, still juicy but safe to eat. While the pork roasts, you turn your attention to the vegetables. Root vegetables store well through winter, and you have a good selection. Turnips and parsnips, carrots and onions, all from the manor's gardens. They need washing first, scrubbing to remove the clinging soil. The scullery boys take over this task, working at the deep stone sink. Water splashes everywhere as they scrub, but slowly the vegetables emerge clean. You inspect their work, sending back any that still show dirt. Clean vegetables are essential. Nothing ruins a dish faster than the grit of unwashed produce. The vegetables get rough chopping, cut into pieces large enough to withstand long cooking without dissolving. You toss them with rendered pork fat, salt and dried herbs. Then into a large pan they go, destined for the oven that still holds residual heat from the morning's baking. Roasted vegetables develop flavours impossible to achieve through boiling. The dry heat concentrates their natural sugars, creating caramelised edges and tender interiors. The pork fat adds richness and helps them brown. In an hour they will emerge sweet and savoury, the perfect accompaniment to the roasted meat. The household eats their main meal in the middle of the day, a tradition that aligns with the hours of available daylight. Dinner service will begin soon, and you mentally run through the checklist of what must be ready. The pork on the spit, the vegetables roasting. The bread already baked and cooled, the sauces prepared, the table settings arranged by the serving staff. Your assistant has prepared a large salad of winter greens, the last of the season before hard frost kills everything in the garden. She dressed it simply with vinegar and oil, letting the slight bitterness of the leaves stand on their own. This will provide a fresh counterpoint to the richness of the meat. The pork has been turning for nearly an hour. You check its progress by pressing the meat with your finger. The exterior is deeply browned, the honey mustard coating transformed into a dark glaze. The meat resists your touch with just the right amount of firmness. Nearly done. Perhaps 15 more minutes. You pull the vegetables from the oven, satisfied with their caramelisation. The turnips have sweet brown edges. The parsnips have collapsed slightly, their sugars concentrated. You taste a piece of carrot, burning your tongue in your impatience. Perfect. Sweet and tender, with just a hint of the pork fat they roasted in. The serving dishes are warming near the hearth. Medieval servers knew that cold plates would cool hot food too quickly. The pewter and pottery pieces arranged on the warming shelf will be pleasantly hot to the touch when loaded with food, helping everything stay at proper temperature during the walk to the dining chamber. The pork comes off the spit, resting on a carving board while you prepare the pan sauce. The drippings go into a small pot with a splash of wine and some of the reduced stock. You stir over high heat, watching the liquid reduce and thicken. A final taste confirms the seasoning. Salt, richness, the sweet echo of the honey glaze. Excellent. The serving ritual requires choreography as precise as any dance. The dishes must arrive at table in correct sequence, at proper temperature, arranged for visual appeal. You have trained your serving staff in these protocols, drilling them until the movements become automatic. The bread goes out first, arranged in napkin-lined baskets. The fine white loaves for the high table, their crust perfect and their crumb tender. The muslin loaves for the rest of the household, equally well made but less refined in appearance. The flat breads stacked in a separate basket, their flexibility making them useful for wrapping other foods. Next comes the salad, mounded in a wide wooden bowl. The wintergreens glisten with their vinegar dressing, dark leaves interspersed with paler varieties. This will cleanse the palate and provide contrast to the heavier dishes that follow. The roasted vegetables fill a large platter, their caramelised edges visible and appealing. You arrange them with care, ensuring a good mix of colours and shapes in each section of the dish. Presentation matters. Food should please the eye before it ever reaches the mouth. The pork loins you carve yourself, this task too important to delegate. Your sharpest knife slices through the meat with minimal resistance. Each piece falls away clean, showing the pale pink interior and the dark exterior glaze. You arrange the slices in overlapping rows, creating a pattern that shows off the meat's texture. The pan sauce goes into a small pitcher, its surface still steaming slightly. The wine-based sauce from your sauce cook occupies another pitcher. The mustard sits in a small pot with a tiny spoon. All the accompaniments arrange for easy access. Kitchen accounts from noble households show that meals for the high table could include a dozen or more separate dishes. Your dinner today is relatively simple, but it follows the same principles. Meat, vegetables, bread, and sauces. Each element prepared with care and presented properly. The serving boys lift their trays and begin the procession to the dining chamber. You watch them go, mentally following the food's journey. Through the passage into the hall presented to the steward for inspection before being placed on the table. Your work judged in that moment when the first knife cuts through the pork. The household staff begins to gather for their own meal. You have reserved portions of everything for them. The pork may be less perfectly sliced, the vegetables perhaps not quite as carefully arranged, but the quality remains high. Good food for people who work hard. It is a point of pride that everyone in the manor eats well. You serve yourself last as always. A thick slice of the pork, some vegetables, a piece of bread. You find a spot at the end of one of the work tables momentarily off your feet. The first bite of pork confirms what you already knew. Perfectly cooked. The meat is tender and juicy, the exterior glaze adding sweet complexity. The rendered fat has kept it moist throughout the cooking. The sauce cook joins you, her own plate loaded with food. She tries the wine sauce with the pork and nods approvingly. The flavours marry well, the sauce adding acidity that cuts the richness. The mustard provides an optional kick for those who want more intensity. For a few moments the kitchen is almost quiet. Everyone eating, refuelling after the morning's intense work. The fires burn lower, no longer needed at full strength. The light through the high windows has changed. The sun passed its zenith and beginning its afternoon descent. But the respite is brief. Dishes will return from the dining chamber, needing washing. The kitchen must be cleaned and reorganised. And already you're thinking about supper, the lighter meal that will be served as evening approaches. The work is never truly done, just temporarily paused. You finish your meal and return to the rhythm of the kitchen. The scullery boys are already at the washtub, steam rising as they scrub. Your assistant has begun breaking down the morning's workstations, now wiping surfaces and returning tools to their proper places. The sauce cook tends to her brazier, banking the coals for later use. This is your life. Fire and food, heat and flavour, the endless cycle of preparation and service. Some might find it monotonous, but you see the subtle variations. No 2 days are exactly alike. Ingredients change with the seasons. Unexpected challenges arise. Guests arrive unannounced. The work demands constant adaptation, constant problem solving. And there is deep satisfaction in doing this work well, in feeding people, in taking raw ingredients and transforming them into something greater, in maintaining standards in a world where standards often slip. Your kitchen is an island of reliability in an uncertain age. The afternoon settles into a different pace after the intensity of dinner service. The great hearths burn low, their fires reduced to glowing coals that provide warmth without overwhelming heat. The kitchen has been cleaned, every surface wiped down, every pot scrubbed and returned to its proper place. This is the time for slower work, for preparations that can happen without urgency. You turn your attention to the next day's needs. Tomorrow is a fish day, and the fishmonger will arrive before dawn with his cart. But the preparations can begin now. The court bouillon that will poach the fish needs making, a fragrant broth of wine, water, herbs, and aromatics. You fill a large pot with water from the well, adding white wine in equal measure. This goes over the gentle fire, warming slowly. As the liquid heats, you add sliced onions, carrots cut into chunks, whole peppercorns, and bay leaves. The smell begins immediately, delicate and promising. Medieval fish preparations often relied on cooking the fish whole, head and tail intact. The bones and skin added flavour to the broth and helped keep the delicate flesh from falling apart. You will follow this tradition tomorrow, but today's work focuses on creating the perfect cooking medium. The bouillon simmers gently, the surface barely moving. Too vigorous a boil would cloud the liquid, and you want it clear and bright. Time does the work here, not heat. The vegetables slowly release their flavours. The wine adds acidity and complexity. The herbs perfume everything with their essential oils. While the bouillon cooks, you make tart shells for tomorrow's dessert. Pastry work requires cool hands and a light touch. The lard you rendered yesterday is solidified into snowy white fat, perfect for making the flakiest crusts. You cut it into flour with 2 knives, working quickly so the heat from your hands does not melt the fat prematurely. The pastry comes together with the addition of cold water, just enough to bind the flour and fat into a cohesive dough. You form it into a ball and set it aside to rest. The gluten in the flour needs time to relax, or the pastry will shrink when baked. Patience yields better results than rushing. The sauce cook is making candied fruits, simmering dried apples in honey until they plump and glisten. These will garnish tomorrow's dishes, adding sweetness and visual appeal. The honey bubbles gently in her pot, filling the air with its floral scent. She stirs constantly, ensuring nothing sticks or burns. Your assistant has taken over the task of preparing vegetables for tomorrow's pottage. A mountain of leeks needs cleaning, their layers harbouring hidden grit. She splits each one lengthwise and rinses thoroughly, then slices them into half moons. They pile up in a bowl, pale green and white, ready for the pot. This quiet time is essential. The morning's rush requires preparation done in advance. Stocks need making, pastry needs resting, vegetables need cleaning. If you try to do everything in the moment, chaos results. Planning ahead makes the difference between smooth service and disaster. The bouillon has been simmering for over an hour. You strain it through cloth, catching all the vegetables and aromatics. What remains is a clear liquid with subtle flavour, perfect for poaching delicate fish. It will cool overnight and can be reheated gently tomorrow morning. The tart shells demand your attention next. You roll the rested pastry thin, feeling it resist and then yield under the pressure of the rolling pin. The dough must be even thickness throughout, or it will bake unevenly. You have been rolling pastry for so long that your hands automatically compensate, pressing harder where the dough is thick, easing up where it is thin. The tart tins get lined with pastry, the edges crimped decoratively. A fork pricks the bottom of each shell, preventing bubbles from forming during baking. These will go into the oven shortly, baked empty, until golden and crisp. Tomorrow, you will fill them with a custard flavoured with rosewater and scatter them with the candied fruit. The kitchen in afternoon light looks different than in morning darkness. Softer, less frantic. The stone walls have absorbed heat all day, and now they radiate it back, creating a warmth that has nothing to do with the fires. Motes of flour dust drift in the slanting sunlight from the high windows. You allow yourself a moment to simply stand and observe your domain. The scullery boys are reorganising the pot storage, stacking vessels by size. Your assistant is bundling herbs for drying, tying them with twine before hanging them from the ceiling beams. The sauce cook tends her candied fruit with the concentration of an alchemist. This is a well-run kitchen, a space where everyone knows their role and executes it competently. You have built this over years of training, of gentle correction, of leading by example. The result is a team that functions almost like a single organism, each part supporting the others. The tart shells emerge from the oven perfectly golden, their surfaces crisp and flaky. They cool on racks, releasing a buttery aroma that makes your mouth water despite having eaten well at dinner. Tomorrow, filled with sweet custard and fruit, they will be the perfect ending to the fish meal. As afternoon fades toward evening, you begin preparations for supper. This meal is lighter than dinner, often consisting of leftovers and simpler preparations. Tonight the household will eat bread and cheese, cold sliced pork from dinner, and a simple soup made from yesterday's stock. The soup requires little attention. You add the stock to a pot with some of the vegetables left from dinner, chunks of bread to thicken it, and fresh herbs for brightness. It simmers while you attend to other tasks, developing flavour without demanding constant supervision. The bread from this morning has cooled completely, perfect for slicing. You cut thick pieces, arranging them on wooden boards. The cheese comes from the larder, wheels of it made from the manor's dairy. You cut wedges and slices, creating variety. A hard-aged cheese, sharp and crumbly. A softer cheese, mild and creamy. Supper is ready with minimal effort, a testament to good planning and quality leftovers. The soup is fragrant and filling. The bread is still fresh enough to be enjoyable. The cheese provides protein and richness. The cold pork reminds everyone of dinner's excellence. As the household gathers for this simple meal, you feel the satisfaction that comes from a day well managed. Yet every task completed, every meal served on time and at proper quality, the kitchen cleaned and organised, tomorrow's preparations begun. This is success in your world, measured not in grand gestures but in consistent competence. Twilight brings a change in the kitchen's character. The frenetic energy of the day gives way to something quieter, more contemplative. The fires burn low, their light dancing across stone walls and copper pots. The scullery boys have been dismissed to their beds, their young bodies exhausted by the day's labour. Only you and a few others remain. You sit near the main hearth, the heat soaking into muscles tired from hours of standing and lifting. The sauce cook occupies her customary spot in the corner, mending her apron by the light of a candle. Your assistant is making notes on a wax tablet, recording the day's inventory usage for the steward's accounts. This evening time is yours, or as close to yours as any time can be in a kitchen that never fully sleeps. The fires must be banked properly for the night, ready to spring back to life at tomorrow's dawn. The larder must be checked one final time, ensuring everything perishable is properly stored. The doors must be locked, the valuable spices secured, but first you simply sit. The day has been long, but not exceptionally difficult. No disaster struck, no meals failed. The rhythm you have established held firm. This is what you work toward, this sense of controlled competence. Days that unfold without drama, each task completed in its proper time. The fire pops and settles, a log collapsing into coals. The sound is companionable in the quiet. You have spent so much of your life near fires that their moods and sounds feel like old friends. The crackle of fresh kindling, the roar of oak fully ablaze, the gentle whisper of well-banked coals. Each sound carries meaning, tells you something about the fire's state. Chronicles of medieval life often focus on the grand events, battles and coronations, plagues and famines. But most of life happens in spaces like this kitchen, in the daily repetition of necessary tasks. Bread must be baked, meat must be roasted, people must be fed. These needs continue regardless of what kings and bishops might be doing. You think about tomorrow's fish, about the meal you will create around it. The court bouillon is ready. The tart shells wait for their filling. The green sauce has been prepared. You have the shape of the meal clear in your mind. Yes, poached fish with the herb sauce, roasted root vegetables from the garden, the tarts for dessert. Simple but refined. The manor records that you occasionally see show the cost of running a household like this one, the wages for all the staff, the price of grain and meat and spices, the repairs to buildings and equipment. It is substantial, the expense of maintaining a comfortable life for a noble family and their dependents. Yet your lord can afford it. His land's productive and his income steady. Your own wage is modest by noble standards but generous for a cook. You have a private chamber, rare for someone of your status. Your meals are the same quality as those served to the family. You have authority over your domain and respect from the household. In an age when most people struggle merely to survive, you have achieved something approaching security. The sauce cook finishes her mending and wishes you good night. She disappears through the door to her own small room, leaving you alone with your assistant. The young woman completes her notes and looks up questioningly. You nod. She can go. Her day has been as long as yours, and she has earned her rest. Finally alone, you make your rounds of the kitchen. Every pot is in its place. Every knife is clean and properly stored. The work surfaces gleam from their evening scrubbing. The floors are swept. Everything is as it should be. You add 2 logs to the fire and arrange them carefully. They will burn slowly through the night, maintaining enough heat to keep the kitchen from growing truly cold. By morning, they will be coals, ready to receive fresh kindling and spring back to life. The spice chest gets locked, the key returned to its place around your neck. The larder door receives the same treatment. These locks are important, not because you distrust your workers, but because valuable goods require protection. A single sack of peppercorns represents more wealth than most families see in a year. You check the grain store one final time, ensuring the door is properly barred against rats and mice. The bags of flour and grain are your responsibility. If they spoil or disappear, the fault is yours. Vigilance prevents problems before they occur. The stars are visible through the high windows, bright in the clear autumn sky. The night is cold, but not yet freezing. A few more weeks, and the first hard frost will arrive. Then the character of your work will change, relying more heavily on preserved foods and winter vegetables. The rhythm of the seasons governs everything in a medieval kitchen. You return to your chamber, the small room that serves as your private retreat. A narrow bed, a chest for your few possessions, a window that looks out over the kitchen garden. It is not much by noble standards, but it represents independence and relative comfort. Before sleeping, you mentally review tomorrow's plan. Wake before dawn. Build the fires. Begin the bread. Receive the fish from the monger. Prepare the poaching liquid. Make the custard for the tarts. Organise the midday meal service. The list is familiar, varied only in details from day to day. This is your life, built around fire and food, around the never-ending cycle of preparation and service. Some might find it limiting, but you see it differently. This kitchen is your canvas. The ingredients are your palette. Each meal is a chance to create something that brings satisfaction and sustenance to others. Sleep comes easily after the day's exertion. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and triumphs, but for now, you rest. The kitchen settles into its nighttime quiet, the banked fires glowing softly, ready to begin the cycle again when dawn returns. Morning arrives, as it always does, with the rooster's call and the gradual lightening of the sky. You rise without hesitation, your body long accustomed to these early hours. The kitchen awaits, cold and silent, ready to be brought back to life. But today, as you kneel before the hearth to coax the banked coals into flame, you think about the larger meaning of this work. This kitchen has existed for generations. Other cooks knelt at this same hearth, performing these same tasks. When you're gone, someone else will take your place, continuing the unbroken chain. The fire catches, growing from embers to flames. You add kindling, then logs, building the structure that will provide heat and cooking power for another day. The movements are automatic, practiced so many times that consciousness barely registers them. Yet each time the fire is unique. Each log burns differently. Each day presents its own small variations. The medieval world you inhabit is often harsh and unforgiving. Disease can strike without warning. Harvests can fail. Winters can stretch beyond endurance. Yet here in the kitchen, there is something approaching control. You can take raw ingredients and transform them into nourishment. You can create flavours that bring momentary pleasure to difficult lives. Food historians examining this period note that cooking techniques and recipes were passed down orally, from master to apprentice. Written recipes existed but were rare, often recording only the final ingredient list without explaining technique. The real knowledge lived in hands and muscle memory, in the accumulated experience of thousands of meals prepared. You are part of this living tradition, a link in a chain that stretches back to the first human who cooked meat over fire. The specifics have changed. Your ingredients would be unrecognisable to a cook from ancient Rome. But the fundamental act remains the same. Apply heat to food to make it safe, palatable and delicious. The bread dough from last night has risen perfectly. You shape it into loaves, your hands moving with the confidence born of endless repetition. Each fold and tuck builds structure, creates the tension that will help the bread rise in the oven. This knowledge came from the cook who trained you, and from the cook who trained her back through generations. The fishmonger arrives as the sun clears the horizon. His cart holds the day's catch. Brought from the coast through the pre-dawn hours, you select the best specimens, fish with clear eyes and firm flesh. They will poach beautifully in the court bouillon you prepared yesterday. As you work through the morning, preparing for another day of meals, you feel the weight and comfort of tradition. This kitchen has fed the manor's inhabitants for longer than anyone can remember. It will continue long after you are gone. You are the temporary custodian of something larger than yourself. The household begins to stir. Voices echo in the corridors. Footsteps cross the courtyard. The scullery boys arrive, rubbing sleep from their eyes. Your assistant appears, already tying her apron. The sauce cook tends to her brazier, beginning her preparations. The kitchen comes to life, filling with activity and purpose. This is what you have built over years of patient work, a team that functions smoothly, a space that produces consistently excellent food, a reputation for reliability and quality. As the first batch of bread goes into the oven, you pause to breathe in the familiar smells. Wood smoke and yeast, herbs and rendered fat. The particular scent of this kitchen, built from years of cooking and impossible to recreate anywhere else. This smell is home in a way that no other place could ever be. The day unfolds in its established patterns, breakfast prepared and served, the fish poached to delicate perfection, the tarts filled with rose-scented custard and topped with candied fruit, dinner assembled and presented, the household fed, the kitchen cleaned, preparations begun for tomorrow. Through it all you move with a quiet confidence of expertise. Problems arise and are solved. Adjustments are made. The rhythm never breaks. This is your craft, refined over decades into something approaching art. As evening approaches once more, you find yourself back at the hearth, banking the fires for another night. The coals glow red in the dimming light. Tomorrow they will kindle again. The cycle continues, eternal and reassuring. You think about the young apprentice who arrived last week, wide-eyed and eager. He watches everything you do, trying to absorb knowledge that can only be learned through time and practice. Someday, perhaps, he will stand where you stand now. He will bank these fires and plan tomorrow's meals. The tradition will continue. Medieval life offers little in the way of security or permanence. But here in the kitchen, in the endless cycle of fire and food, there is something that endures. The need to eat, the pleasure of good cooking, the satisfaction of work done well. These things persist regardless of plague or war or changing seasons. You close your eyes and feel the heat of the fire on your face. This moment, repeated thousands of times over the years, never loses its essential quality. The warmth, the smell of smoke, the quiet satisfaction of another day completed competently. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and rewards, more bread to bake, more meals to prepare, more fires to tend. The work continues without end, but that is not a burden. It is purpose. It is meaning. It is the shape your life has taken, and you would choose no other. The medieval kitchen was a world unto itself, a place where ancient techniques met daily necessity. Through the eyes of a head cook, we have glimpsed the rhythm of those long ago days, the careful management of fire and food, the transformation of raw ingredients into sustenance and pleasure. Each meal a small triumph, each day a continuation of traditions older than memory. As you drift towards sleep tonight, fellow history wanderer, perhaps you carry with you the warmth of those hearth fires, the smell of baking bread, this satisfaction of work done with skill and care. These cooks fed their households, and in doing so sustained the fabric of medieval life itself. If you enjoyed this journey into the medieval kitchen, consider subscribing to drift into more sleep-friendly historical stories. Share this with someone who might appreciate a calming escape into the past, and leave a comment about what aspect of medieval daily life you would like to explore next. Until tomorrow night, sleep well and dream deeply. In the middle years of the 1800s, when steam engines were beginning to reshape the world and gaslight was still a wonder in most homes, there existed a profession that demanded extraordinary dedication and unusual courage. The lighthouse keeper stood between the merchant ships of empire and the hungry rocks that lurked beneath the waves. Tonight, you step into that world of light and solitude. The morning arrives differently when you live inside a tower of stone and iron that rises from the sea itself. You wake in your narrow bunk to the sound of waves against granite. The air tastes of salt even here in your sleeping quarters. Every breath carries the ocean inside your lungs. Your room measures perhaps 8 feet across. The curved wall follows the lighthouse's circular design. A small porthole window shows you the grey dawn breaking over the channel. You swing your legs over the side of the bunk. The floor beneath your feet is cold iron. Your boots wait exactly where you left them the night before. The keeper's quarters occupy the middle section of the tower. Below you, the storage rooms hold lamp oil and provisions. Above you, the light chamber waits for its evening duties. You dress in wool trousers and a thick shirt. The clothing never quite dries in this environment. Everything you own carries a permanent dampness that becomes normal after the first month. Your routine begins the same way every morning. You climb the spiral stairs to check the lamp first. This takes precedence over breakfast or washing or any other human need. The stairs wind upward in a tight coil. Your hand runs along the iron railing worn smooth by decades of keepers before you. The steps number 147 from your quarters to the lamp room. You count them without thinking. The rhythm has entered your bones. The lamp room greets you with its familiar smell of oil and metal and glass cleaner. The great lens dominates the space. It stands taller than a man and weighs more than a carriage. This particular lens was crafted by the French inventor Augustin Jean Fresnel. The design uses a series of concentric prisms that bend and focus light with remarkable efficiency. A single oil flame becomes a beam visible for 20 miles across the water. You approach the lamp with the reverence it deserves. The mechanism must be inspected before the morning fully arrives. The clockwork weight system hangs down through the centre of the tower. During the night, this weight descended slowly, turning the lens in its endless rotation. The rotation creates the characteristic flash pattern that identifies your lighthouse to passing ships. You record the night's performance in your logbook. The lamp burned without incident. The clockwork maintained its rhythm. The lens completed its rotations according to schedule. The logbook sits on a small desk bolted to the wall. Every keeper maintains these records with meticulous care. Trinity House inspectors review them during their quarterly visits. You write in clear script. The date is the 14th of November 1863. The weather was fair through the night with moderate seas from the southwest. Your handwriting fills page after page of these books. Years from now, maritime historians will study them to understand shipping patterns and weather conditions. You do not think about this legacy. You simply record what happened. The morning inspection continues. You check the mercury float that allows the lens to rotate with minimal friction. The liquid metal gleams in its brass trough. You verify that the level remains constant. The mercury fascinated you when you first began this work. It moves like water, but weighs like lead. It pools and separates and reforms with an alien quality that never quite feels natural. The brass trough that contains it was machined to exacting tolerances. The entire lens apparatus floats on this mercury bed. The weight of the glass and metal assembly is enormous. Yet it rotates with the lightest touch because friction has been nearly eliminated. This engineering represents decades of refinement. Early lighthouses used mechanical bearings that required constant maintenance. The friction generated heat. The mechanisms wore quickly. Augustin Jean Fresnel's invention of the catadioptric lens revolutionized lighthouse technology. But it was the addition of the mercury float system that made the design truly practical. You learned these technical details during your initial training. Trinity House maintains a school for new keepers. The instruction covers both the practical skills and the theoretical knowledge. Understanding how the equipment works makes you a better keeper. You can diagnose problems more quickly. You can perform repairs with greater confidence. The lamp itself must be cleaned while the glass is still warm from burning through the night. You climb the small ladder that provides access to the burner assembly. The flame burned whale oil until recently. Now you use colza oil pressed from rapeseed. The newer fuel burns cleaner and produces less smoke to dirty the lens. You extinguish the flame with a careful turn of the valve. The sudden absence of light feels wrong even in the growing dawn. Your lighthouse exists to combat darkness. The glass chimney requires immediate cleaning. You use a soft cloth and a solution of vinegar and water. The soot comes away in dark streaks that stain the cloth. This task demands patience. A single smudge on the glass reduces the light's intensity. Ships depend on that intensity to judge their distance from the rocks. The lens itself receives its own cleaning regimen. You move around its circumference, polishing each prism panel. The morning sun begins to strike through the glass. Rainbow patterns dance across the walls. These rainbows never lose their ability to please you. The science of light refraction becomes a daily art show. With the lamp tended, you descend to prepare breakfast. The small kitchen occupies one corner of your living level. It contains a coal stove, a water pump connected to the rainwater cistern, and a cabinet for dry goods. The kitchen represents careful adaptation to limited space. Every item has been selected for efficiency and durability. Nothing decorative or unnecessary occupies the precious room. The coal stove is a compact model designed specifically for lighthouses, and it burns fuel efficiently and produces adequate heat for cooking. The chimney runs up through the tower interior, providing some warmth to the upper levels. Managing the stove requires skill. Too little air and the fire smoulders inefficiently. Too much air and coal consumption increases beyond sustainable levels. You have learned to maintain the perfect balance. The fire burns hot enough for cooking, but not so hot that it wastes fuel. The water pump connects to the rainwater collection system. The tower's conical roof funnels precipitation into a cistern built into the structure. This water provides your entire supply for drinking, cooking, and washing. Water management requires constant vigilance. During dry spells, the cistern level drops alarmingly. You must ration usage to prevent running completely dry. A rain is generally adequate in this climate, but summer drought can occur. You have emergency procedures for such situations. The supply boat can deliver fresh water if absolutely necessary. The taste of rainwater changes with the seasons. Spring rain tastes clean and soft. Summer rain sometimes carries dust. Autumn rain has a mineral quality. Winter rain tastes sharp and cold. These subtle variations become familiar over time. You develop preferences and opinions about water that would seem absurd to people with access to wells or town supplies. You light the stove with practiced efficiency. Coal must be used sparingly. Your monthly allocation arrives by supply boat along with your food and mail. The kettle goes on first. Tea is not negotiable in the morning routine. While the water heats, you assemble the rest of breakfast. Porridge made from oats, a slice of yesterday's bread with butter from the crock, 2 eggs from the chickens that live in a small coop attached to the tower's base. Yes, you keep chickens on a lighthouse. They provide eggs and a touch of life beyond your own company. Their clucking echoes up through the tower on quiet mornings. The decision to keep poultry seemed eccentric when you first proposed it. Trinity House had no official policy regarding livestock at offshore lighthouses, but they approved your request after consideration. The chickens arrived as chicks via the supply boat. You raised them in a makeshift brooder heated by a small oil lamp. They grew into hardy birds adapted to the lighthouse environment. The breed is a type of Sussex chicken known for reliability and calm temperament. Excitable birds would not survive the constant sound of the waves and wind. Your flock consists of 6 hens. They live in a specially constructed coop attached to the tower base. The structure is built to withstand severe weather while providing adequate ventilation. The birds have adapted to their unusual home with remarkable success. They lay eggs consistently. They tolerate the isolation. They even seem to enjoy watching the sea from their protected enclosure. Caring for them adds pleasant variety to your routine. The morning feed and egg collection provide a connection to agricultural life. The simple act of tending livestock grounds you in normalcy. The chickens also provide company. They recognise your footsteps. They gather when you approach. Their personalities emerge over time. One hen is bold and curious. Another is shy and cautious. A third has a tendency to peck at shiny objects. These individual characteristics make them more than just egg producers. You have named them privately, though you would feel foolish admitting this to anyone. The names are simple. Ginger, Speckles, Whitey, Brownie, Stripe, and Dot. Each corresponds to a physical characteristic. The eggs they produce are precious. Fresh protein in an environment where most food arrives preserved in tins or barrels. The rich orange yolks speak of health and proper nutrition. You collect the eggs by descending to the surface level. The chickens have a protected enclosure that shields them from the worst weather. They seem unbothered by the waves that crash just feet away. The birds recognise your step on the ladder. They gather expectantly, just as you scatter their feed and collect 2 brown eggs still warm from the nest. Back in your kitchen, you crack the eggs into a pan. The butter sizzles. The smell of cooking fills the small space with something approaching domestic comfort. You eat standing at the small counter. The porthole window shows you the sea stretching away toward France. On clear days, you can sometimes see the French coast as a grey line on the horizon. Today the visibility is good. The autumn air has a clarity that summer lacks. You can make out individual wave patterns miles from the tower. A ship moves across your field of vision. It is a 3-masted bark heading up the channel toward London. The vessel maintains a safe distance from the rocks that surround your lighthouse. Those rocks claimed 17 ships in the decade before your light was built. Now they claim none. Your work saves lives by preventing disasters that never happen. After breakfast comes the morning maintenance cycle. A lighthouse is a machine that requires constant attention. You begin with the mercury. The float must be perfectly level, or the lens rotation will develop irregularities. You use a specialised tool to check the alignment. The mercury itself is poisonous. You know this from the training manual. Keepers must avoid prolonged contact with the substance. You wear gloves when working near the trough. The brass fittings throughout the tower require weekly polishing. Salt air corrodes metal with relentless efficiency. You fight this corrosion with oil and elbow grease and stubborn determination. The windows need attention every few days. Salt spray builds up on the external glass. You access the outside gallery through a small door in the lamp room. The gallery is a narrow walkway that encircles the tower just below the lamp. An iron railing prevents keepers from tumbling to the rocks below. The wind at this height can reach surprising strength. You step outside with your bucket and cloths. The morning air hits your face with its salt-fresh intensity. The wind pulls at your clothes. The height still affects you even after 2 years of service. The tower stands 130 feet above the high tide mark. The rocks below look very small and very hard. You begin washing the windows. The glass extends in panels around the lamp room. Each panel must be cleaned on both sides for maximum transparency. The work is methodical. You move around the gallery, cleaning each section. The physical rhythm is soothing. Your mind can wander while your hands perform their practice tasks. You think about your family on the mainland. Your wife and 3 children live in the keeper's cottage near the harbour. You see them during your monthly shore leave. The separation is the hardest part of this profession. You miss the daily details of their lives. Your youngest daughter is learning to read. She writes you letters in careful script. These letters arrive with the supply boat. You read them multiple times, searching for all the small news they contain. Your eldest son wants to become a keeper like his father. This fills you with mixed feelings. The work is honourable, but lonely. You wonder if you should encourage a different path. The morning continues with its established patterns. After the window cleaning, you descend to inspect the provisions. The storage level contains barrels of lamp oil, sacks of coal, preserved foods in tins and jars, and the essential supplies that keep you alive and working. You maintain an inventory ledger. Every item consumed must be recorded. Trinity House needs to know that supplies are being used appropriately and not wasted. You check the oil barrels first. The colza oil arrives in sealed containers. You verify that none have developed leaks. A spill would be both wasteful and dangerous. The food stores require careful monitoring. Weevils can infiltrate even sealed containers. You inspect the flour and rice for signs of infestation. Everything appears satisfactory. You make notes in your ledger. The next supply delivery is scheduled for the 21st. You have adequate provisions until then. The morning inspection rounds continue. You check the rainwater cistern that provides your drinking water. The level is good after recent rains. The water tastes slightly of the metal tank but remains drinkable. You boil it for tea and cooking. Raw rainwater sometimes carries an unpleasant flatness. You inspect the tower's structure itself. Cracks in the masonry can admit water. Water leads to corrosion and eventual structural failure. The walls show no new damage. The granite blocks remain sound. The lighthouse was built to outlast the keeper and his children and his children's children. By midday, your morning duties are complete. You prepare a simple lunch of bread and cheese and pickled vegetables. The afternoon stretches ahead with its own requirements. There are always tasks waiting. A keeper's work is never fully finished. Today you plan to service the foghorn mechanism. The device sits in its own chamber below the lamp room. It consists of a compressed air system that produces the deep blast that warns ships during low visibility. The foghorn requires monthly maintenance. The air compressor must be oiled. The horn trumpet must be cleaned. The timing mechanism must be verified. You gather your tools and climb to the foghorn chamber. The machinery fills most of the small room. The compressor is a beautiful piece of Victorian engineering, all brass and iron precision. You begin the service procedure. Oil goes into specific points on the compressor. The moving parts must remain lubricated to prevent seizure. The work is absorbing. You lose track of time while focusing on the mechanical details. The afternoon light shifts across the chamber floor. When you finish, you test the system. The foghorn produces its characteristic bellow. The sound is loud enough to make your ears ring even though you stand behind the trumpet. That sound carries for miles across the water. In fog so thick you cannot see the gallery railing, ships hear your warning and steer away from danger. The afternoon continues. You return to your quarters for a cup of tea and a brief rest. Your living space has become familiar to the point of invisibility. The curved wall, the small bookshelf, the writing desk, the bunk with its wool blankets. You keep the space tidy through habit. Disorder in a lighthouse leads to accidents. Everything has its place. Your books provide evening entertainment. You own perhaps 20 volumes. They include technical manuals, a Bible, several novels, and a book of poetry that your wife gave you. You read slowly, making each book last. The supply boat brings occasional new reading material, but you cannot count on it. The Lighthouse service provides some educational materials. You receive monthly journals about maritime safety and lighthouse technology. These keep you informed about developments in your profession. You learned, for example, that electric lights are being tested in some lighthouses. The technology is still experimental. Most towers continue to rely on oil lamps and Fresnel lenses. The afternoon fades into evening. The sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. You prepare for the most important part of your daily routine. The transition from day to night carries special significance at a lighthouse. Your role shifts from maintenance worker to guardian of the light. The responsibility intensifies as darkness approaches. You check the time on your pocket watch. The device is a reliable chronometer provided by Trinity House. Accurate timekeeping is essential for proper light management. Sunset occurs at specific times that shift gradually through the seasons. You maintain a chart that lists the exact sunset moment for each day of the year. The lamp must be lit 30 minutes before this time. This buffer ensures that your light is burning at full strength when true darkness arrives. Ships beginning their night passages will see your beacon from the moment they need it. The weather affects visibility, and thus influences when the light becomes necessary. On clear days you might safely delay lighting slightly. But regulations require the 30-minute buffer regardless of conditions. Consistency is more important than minor efficiency gains. Ships' captains plan their navigation based on reliable patterns. Your light must be predictable, lighting the lamp. The evening ritual begins exactly 30 minutes before sunset. You climb to the lamp room with a specific kind of focus. This task allows no distraction or error. Ships are already beginning their night passages. They will need your light. The lamp itself is cold now. It has rested through the day while the sun provided natural illumination. Now it must wake and do its work. You begin by checking the oil reservoir. The level must be sufficient to burn through the night without attention. You calculate that approximately 2 quarts will be consumed before dawn. The reservoir requires filling. You carefully pour colza oil from a storage can. The golden liquid flows smoothly. You stop when the level reaches the proper mark. The wick needs trimming. Throughout the night, the flame creates carbon deposits on the wick's edge. These deposits reduce light output and create smoke. You use special scissors designed for this purpose. The blades cut the blackened portion away cleanly. The fresh wick underneath shows pale and ready. The chimney glass must be perfectly clean. You polish it again, even though you cleaned it this morning. Evening light reveals imperfections that morning light conceals. Next comes the lens inspection. You walk around the great Fresnel apparatus, checking each prism for dust or salt residue. Your cloth moves gently across the glass surfaces. The clockwork mechanism requires winding. The weight that drives the rotation hangs on a steel cable. During the night, gravity will pull this weight downward, and its descent will turn the gears that rotate the lens. You attach the winding crank to its socket. The mechanism requires considerable effort to wind fully. You count the revolutions. 32 turns bring the weight to its highest position. Your arms feel the work. This is heavy lifting disguised as mechanical operation. You breathe steadily and maintain the rhythm. With the mechanism wound, you verify the rotation speed. The lens must complete 1 revolution every 2 minutes. This creates the flash pattern that identifies your particular lighthouse. Every lighthouse has its own signature pattern. Ships' captains study charts that list these patterns. They identify their position by noting which light they see. Your lighthouse produces 3 flashes followed by a dark period. Flash, 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 then darkness. This pattern repeats throughout the night. The timing must be precise. You use a pocket watch to verify the rotation speed. The lens turns smoothly, completing its circuit in exactly 2 minutes. Everything is ready. The sun approaches the horizon. The sky begins to show colours. You strike a match. The small flame dances in your hand. You apply it to the wick. The lamp catches immediately. The flame grows as it consumes the oil. It settles into a steady burn. Light begins to emerge from the lens. The prisms gather the flame and transform it into focused brilliance. The beam shoots out across the darkening water. You watch this transformation every evening. It never becomes routine. The moment when your small flame becomes a beacon that can guide ships 20 miles away carries a quiet power. The lamp burns with a soft roar. The sound is almost like breathing. The lighthouse has come alive for the night. You make your log entry. Lamp lit at 1700 hours. Wind from the southwest at moderate strength. Visibility excellent. Your evening duties have begun. The night watch requires different skills than the day. You prepare a supper of tinned beef, boiled potatoes and carrots from the root cellar. The food is plain but adequate. Keepers learn to appreciate simple meals. You eat while reading one of your books. Tonight you choose the poetry volume. The verses provide good company during the isolated hours. After supper, you wash your dishes in the small sink. Water is too precious to waste. You use minimal amounts for cleaning. The evening settles around the tower. The darkness grows complete. Your lamp beam sweeps across the water in its endless pattern. You return to the lamp room for your first night inspection. The flame burns steadily. The clockwork maintains its rhythm. The rotation continues without faltering. Through the windows, you can see your light painting across the waves. The beam creates a path of brightness that moves like a spoke on a great wheel. Ships begin to appear as moving lights on the horizon. You watch them pass safely beyond the rocks. Each vessel represents lives and cargo protected by your vigilance. The night watch involves hourly inspections. You must verify that the lamp continues burning and the mechanism continues functioning. Equipment can fail. Weather can change. A keeper must remain alert. You settle into the watch routine. You spend 30 minutes in the lamp room observing. Then you descend to your quarters for rest. Then you return for another inspection. This pattern will continue until dawn. The tower at night has its own character. The darkness transforms familiar spaces. Shadows gather in unexpected places. The sound of waves becomes more pronounced when you cannot see them. You carry a small oil lantern for moving between levels. The spiral stairs require careful attention in the dark. A misstep could mean serious injury. The isolation of night watch is profound. You are alone in a tower surrounded by water and darkness. The nearest human being is miles away across the channel. Some keepers find this solitude unbearable. They request transfers to shore stations after brief assignments. Others embrace the quiet. You have made peace with the loneliness. The work provides purpose. The lighthouse depends on your care. Ships depend on your light. Around midnight you brew another pot of tea. The hot liquid helps maintain alertness. You add sugar for energy. The midnight inspection shows everything functioning normally. The oil level has decreased as expected. The flame burns with steady intensity. You stand on the gallery for a few minutes. The night air is cold and sharp. Stars fill the sky above. The Milky Way spreads like spilled milk across the darkness. The ancient sailors navigated by these stars. They had no lighthouses or charts. They trusted the heavens and their own experience. Your work connects to that tradition. You provide a fixed point of reference in the moving chaos of the sea. The evolution from celestial navigation to lighthouse systems represents a fundamental shift in maritime safety. For thousands of years, sailors relied entirely on their knowledge of stars and coastlines. A cloudy night could mean disaster. The first lighthouses were simple beacon fires tended by monks or villagers. Wood burned in iron braziers. The light was weak and unreliable, but even that small flame saved lives. The Romans built sophisticated lighthouses at major ports. The pharaohs of Alexandria stood among the wonders of the ancient world. That tower rose over 400 feet and used mirrors to amplify its fire. Most of those early lighthouses are gone now, lost to earthquakes or war or simple neglect. But their legacy continues in towers like yours. See, the modern lighthouse system emerged in the 1700s. Trinity House in England and similar organisations in other nations began standardising designs and operations. The addition of the Fresnel lens in the 1820s transformed the technology. Suddenly a lighthouse could project useful light for many miles rather than just a few. Your particular lighthouse represents the cutting edge of that technology. The lens installed here is one of the finest examples of its type. Ship's captains study the characteristics of each lighthouse. They memorise the flash patterns. This knowledge allows them to determine their exact position even on the darkest night. Your 3-flash pattern identifies this specific location. No other lighthouse in the channel uses exactly the same sequence. This system of unique signatures creates a network of navigation points. A captain can track his progress along the coast by noting which lights appear and when. The reliability of this system depends entirely on keepers like you. If your light fails, the entire navigation chain breaks down. This responsibility weighs on you constantly. Lives depend on your attention to duty. A storm front is building to the west. You can see the distant lightning flickering along the horizon. The wind is beginning to shift. Weather changes rapidly at sea. What begins as a clear night can become a tempest within hours. You return inside and note the approaching weather in your log. Storm conditions developing from the west. Visibility remains good currently. The hours between midnight and dawn are the longest. Time moves differently during the deep night. Each hour stretches into what feels like 2. You combat drowsiness through movement. You perform additional inspections even when they are not strictly necessary. You climb and descend the stairs to maintain blood flow. The lamp continues its patient work. The light sweeps across the water. The clockwork mechanism ticks steadily. At 3 in the morning, the storm arrives. The wind increases dramatically. Rain begins to lash against the windows. The tower trembles slightly in the gusts. You watch from the lamp room as the weather intensifies. The waves grow larger. White foam appears on their crests. The sea becomes a chaos of moving water. Your light cuts through the rain. The beam remains visible despite the conditions. The Fresnel lens was designed for exactly this situation. The storm tests the lighthouse's construction. Wind pressure against the tower creates a deep humming sound. The structure flexes slightly but remains solid. You monitor the lamp closely during storms. High winds can affect the flame. Drafts can cause flickering or even extinguishment. The flame burns steadily. The oil feed remains constant. The lens rotation continues without interruption. This is why lighthouses exist. Fair weather requires no warning lights. Storms demand them absolutely. You watch a ship struggling through the heavy seas. The vessel pitches and rolls in the waves. It maintains a safe distance from the rocks, guided by your light. The ship is a steam freighter carrying cargo up the channel toward London. You can see its navigation lights bobbing in the darkness, green on the starboard side, red on the port side, white at the masthead. These lights communicate information to other vessels. They indicate the ship's heading and status. Maritime traffic follows specific rules to prevent collisions. Your lighthouse provides a different kind of information. You mark a fixed position. You warn of danger. You offer a reference point for navigation calculations. The freighter maintains its course. The captain has plotted a safe route that accounts for your position. He knows the rocks are here. He steers accordingly. You will never meet that captain. You will never know his name or hear his voice, but your work has helped him survive this night. This anonymous service defines lighthouse keeping. You protect people you will never encounter. You prevent disasters that will never make headlines because they never occur. The mathematics of prevention are invisible. Success leaves no evidence. Ships pass safely and continue to their destinations. The normal course of commerce proceeds uninterrupted. Only failure creates visible proof of need. When a lighthouse fails and a ship wrecks, everyone understands the importance of the keeper's work. But such failures are rare precisely because keepers perform their duties reliably. The captain of that ship can see your beam. He knows where the danger lies. He can steer his course accordingly. Your small flame in the darkness saves that ship and its crew. This is the mathematics of lighthouse keeping. One keeper, one lamp, dozens of lives preserved. The storm continues through the pre-dawn hours. The rain falls in sheets. The wind howls around the tower like something hungry. You remain at your post. Sleep is impossible during severe weather. Equipment failures are most likely when conditions are worst. The oil level continues to drop. You add more fuel at 4 a.m, the lamp must not fail before sunrise. Dawn arrives slowly through the storm clouds. The darkness softens into grey. The rain continues, but the wind begins to moderate. You can extinguish the lamp at first light. The beam is no longer needed. The approaching dawn provides natural illumination. You turn the valve that stops the oil flow. The flame diminishes and dies. The sudden darkness in the lamp room feels strange after the long night. The storm has left debris on the gallery. Seaweed and small pieces of driftwood litter the walkway. A dead fish lies against the railing. You will clean this mess later. First comes breakfast and the morning inspection routine. Another night watch completed. Another day beginning. The cycle continues without pause. The morning after a storm carries its own particular quality. The air tastes scrubbed clean. The wind has dropped to a gentle breeze. The sea still runs high, but the dangerous chaos has passed. You prepare your usual breakfast with hands that feel the fatigue of the long night. The porridge seems to take longer to cook. The tea requires more time to steep properly. Sleep deprivation is part of the profession. During severe weather, a keeper may remain awake for 24 hours or more. Your body has learned to function despite exhaustion. You eat slowly, allowing your system to absorb the food's energy. The hot tea helps restore alertness. You will need to remain functional through the day. The morning inspection reveals minor damage from the storm. One of the exterior shutters has come loose. The chicken coop shows signs of flooding. These repairs take priority. You gather your tools and begin the work. The shutter requires new fasteners. The old ones have corroded and failed under the storm's pressure. You drill new holes and install fresh bolts. Working on the exterior of the tower during post-storm conditions demands care. The surfaces are wet and slippery. One wrong step could send you falling to the rocks below. You move deliberately. Safety trumps speed in lighthouse work. A dead keeper is useless to the ships that depend on your light. The chicken coop needs bailing. Several inches of water have accumulated inside the enclosure. The birds huddle on their elevated roosts, looking bedraggled and unhappy. You use a bucket to remove the water. The chickens watch you with their usual sceptical expressions. They seem to blame you for the weather. Fresh straw goes down once the floor is dry enough. The birds descend from their roosts and begin investigating the new bedding with cautious interest. You scatter extra feed as compensation for their rough night. The chickens appreciate this gesture with enthusiastic pecking. By midday, the repairs are complete. The tower has weathered another storm without serious damage. The granite construction has proven its worth once again. You allow yourself a brief rest. Your bunk feels like luxury after the sleepless night. You close your eyes intending to rest for an hour. You wake 4 hours later to the sound of a boat horn. The supply vessel has arrived earlier than scheduled. You scramble from your bunk and descend to the landing platform. The supply boat is already tying up at the dock. The boat's captain is a man named William Harris. He has been making lighthouse deliveries for 15 years. You know him well. Mr. Harris shouts a greeting over the sound of the engine. You wave acknowledgement and help secure the lines. The supply delivery is a significant event. It brings food, mail, lamp oil, coal, and occasional luxuries. The process takes about 2 hours from start to finish. Mr. Harris and his assistant begin unloading crates and barrels. You help carry them up the steep path to the tower's storage level. The work is hard labour. Each barrel of oil weighs approximately 200 pounds. The path is narrow and slippery from the recent rain. You make multiple trips, hauling supplies from the boat to the tower. Your muscles protest, but you maintain the rhythm. Conversation with Mr. Harris provides a welcome change from solitude. He shares news from the mainland. A new railway line is being constructed. The Queen has visited a nearby town. These details connect you to the world beyond your tower. They remind you that life continues in places where people gather and interact. Mr. Harris also brings your mail. 3 letters this time. 2 from your wife, 1 from your eldest son. You tuck them carefully into your pocket. You will read them later when you have privacy and time to absorb their contents properly. The supply delivery concludes with an inspection. Mr. Harris walks through the tower. You are checking equipment and noting any needs of the next delivery. He examines the lamp mechanism with professional interest. Mr. Harris was once a keeper himself. He understands the work intimately. Everything meets with his approval. You maintain your station well. The Trinity House inspectors will find no fault during their next visit. Mr. Harris departs with a final wave. The boat pulls away from the dock and turns toward the mainland. The engine sound fades into the distance. You're alone again. The silence returns like a familiar coat. You carry the letters up to your quarters and settle at your small desk. The afternoon light through the porthole provides adequate illumination. Your wife's first letter contains domestic news. Your youngest daughter lost a tooth. Your middle son won a prize at school for his arithmetic. These small details fill you with longing. You miss the daily texture of family life. The bedtime stories, the morning porridge shared around the kitchen table. Your wife writes that she misses you terribly, but understands the importance of your work. She is proud to be married to a keeper. This pride helps sustain you during the lonely stretches. Your work matters. Your family supports your dedication. The second letter from your wife includes a small sketch drawn by your daughter. It shows the lighthouse with exaggerated height and a huge light at the top. Stick figures represent the family waving from the shore. You smile at the innocent artistry. The drawing will go on your wall next to the others she has sent. Your son's letter asks technical questions about the lighthouse. He wants to know how the lens works. He asks about the clockwork mechanism. You will write detailed responses this evening. Teaching your son about the profession pleases you. Perhaps he will indeed follow in your footsteps. The letters read and reread. You fold them carefully and place them in the small box where you keep all correspondence. The afternoon has advanced while you read. Evening approaches. Soon you must prepare to light the lamp. The routine never stops. The light must burn every night regardless of weather, fatigue or personal circumstances. You prepare for the evening ritual. The familiar steps provide comfort through their very predictability. Winter arrives gradually at a lighthouse. The days grow shorter. The temperature drops. The seas become more violent. The work becomes harder. You have been at this station for 3 years now. The seasons have cycled through their patterns. You recognise the signs of approaching winter. The bird migrations provide the most obvious marker. Flocks of seabirds pass the lighthouse on their journey south. They rest briefly on the gallery railing before continuing. You watch them with interest. These creatures navigate by instinct across vast distances. They need no charts or lighthouses. The first serious winter storm arrives in early December. The weather builds for 2 days before breaking with full force. You secure everything that can be secured. The chickens are moved to an interior storage room. External equipment is tied down or brought inside. The storm lasts 3 days. Wind and rain assault the tower without pause. Waves crash against the base with enough force to shake the structure. You maintain your watch through it all. The lamp burns continuously. The clockwork keeps its rhythm. Your light guides ships through the chaos. Sleep comes in brief snatches between inspections. You learn to rest while remaining partially alert. A keeper develops this skill or fails in the profession. On the 3rd day, the storm finally breaks. The wind shifts. The rain stops. The clouds begin to separate. You step onto the gallery to assess the damage. The winter air cuts through your coat. Your breath makes clouds in the cold. The gallery shows evidence of the storm's violence. Salt deposits coat every surface. Small pebbles have been thrown up from the rocks below. A section of railing has bent under some tremendous impact. The mainland is barely visible through the lingering haze. Your family seems very far away. You complete your inspection and begin repairs. The bent railing can be straightened with tools and effort. The salt must be washed away before it causes corrosion. The winter work is harder than summer maintenance. Cold makes metal brittle. Your hands lose feeling while working outside. Simple tasks take twice as long, but the work must be done. A lighthouse cannot take winter vacation. The weeks pass in their established rhythm. Short days and long nights. Frequent storms. Bitter cold. Your monthly shore leave becomes crucial to maintaining morale. The brief time with your family recharges your spirit for another month of isolation. The journey to the mainland takes about 2 hours when weather permits. You pack a small bag with clothes and gifts for the children. Small items carved from driftwood. Shells collected from around the tower base. The boat ride provides transition time between your two worlds. The lighthouse keeper transforms gradually back into husband and father. The mental shift requires this buffer period. You watch your tower recede into the distance. The structure looks different from this perspective, smaller and more vulnerable than it feels from inside. Other keepers have described similar feelings. The lighthouse looms large in your daily consciousness. But viewed from the mainland, it becomes just another navigational marker on the horizon. You arrive at the cottage and your children rush to greet you. They have grown noticeably since your last visit. Time moves faster when you're not present to observe it. Your wife prepares your favourite meal, roasted chicken with potatoes and gravy, fresh bread, that apple pie with cream. The taste of home fill your mouth with remembered pleasures. Lighthouse food is adequate but lacks the flavours of a proper kitchen. You spend your shore leave making small repairs around the cottage. The door latch needs fixing. The roof has developed a leak. You approach these tasks with the same methodical care you bring to lighthouse maintenance. Your eldest son follows you everywhere, asking endless questions. You explain how things work and why they matter. Teaching him brings satisfaction that transcends words. The nights at home feel strange. The bed is too soft. The silence is too quiet. You have become accustomed to the constant sound of waves. Your wife understands this adjustment. She gives you space to readapt to domestic life. Too soon, the week ends. You must return to the lighthouse. The replacement keeper has completed his rotation. The farewells are difficult every time. Your youngest daughter cries. Your wife maintains composure until you're out of sight. You return to the tower carrying fresh supplies and renewed determination. The isolation is bearable when you remember why you endure it. Winter deepens. January brings ice. The spray from waves freezes on contact with the tower. The structure becomes encased in a shell of ice. You must chip away the ice build-up to maintain access to the exterior. The gallery becomes treacherous with frozen coating. The lamp room requires constant monitoring. Cold affects the oil's viscosity. The flame can burn irregularly if the fuel becomes too thick. You keep the lamp room as warm as possible. A small stove provides supplemental heat. The balance is delicate. Here, too much heat can damage the lens mechanism. Too little allows the oil to thicken. February brings the worst weather. Storms arrive one after another with barely a day's respite between them. You live in a state of constant vigilance. Every night demands full attention. Every day brings new repairs. The isolation becomes oppressive during these stretches. You have not seen another human being in 5 weeks. The supply boat cannot reach the lighthouse in severe weather. Human beings evolve for social connection. Isolation conflicts with fundamental psychological needs. Extended solitude can produce strange effects on the mind. You have developed strategies to combat the worst symptoms. Maintaining routines provides structure. Physical work prevents rumination. Reading occupies the thinking mind. Talking aloud helps maintain verbal fluency. You describe your actions as you perform them. You read passages from books in full voice. You recite poems from memory. The sound of your own voice prevents the strange feeling of disconnection that can develop in total silence. Some keepers report losing the ability to speak normally after extended quiet. You write letters even knowing they cannot be sent until the supply boat arrives. The act of composing thoughts for another person maintains social connection psychologically, if not physically. Your dreams become vivid during periods of isolation. The mind seems to compensate for lack of external stimulation by creating elaborate internal experiences. You dream of family gatherings, of conversations with friends, of walking through crowded markets. These dreams feel intensely real while they last. Waking from such dreams brings a moment of disorientation. The tower seems especially empty after the vivid social world of sleep. Some keepers struggle seriously with this isolation. Trinity House has procedures for identifying psychological distress. Inspectors watch for warning signs during their visits. Keepers who cannot cope with solitude are reassigned to shore stations or other duties. There is no shame in this. The work demands unusual psychological resilience. You have managed the isolation successfully so far, but you understand how it could break a person. The mind needs human contact the way the body needs food. Your food stocks run low. You ration carefully. The chickens have stopped laying in the cold. You have no fresh eggs. The loneliness presses against your mind like physical weight. You talk to yourself just to hear a human voice, but the lamp continues to burn. Ships continue to pass safely. Your work continues to matter. March arrives with marginally better conditions. The days lengthen slightly. The temperature rises a few degrees. The supply boat makes it through on a relatively calm day. Mr. Harris brings provisions and news. He also brings a letter from Trinity House. You open it with curiosity and mild concern. Official correspondence usually means changes or inspections. The letter informs you that you have been selected for commendation. Your exemplary service during the difficult winter has been noted. Trinity House recognises your dedication. This recognition means little in practical terms, no increase in pay, or no change in conditions. But it acknowledges that someone noticed your work. You feel a quiet pride. The acknowledgement matters more than you expected. Spring arrives slowly. The weather gradually moderates. The seas become less violent. The temperature rises enough that ice no longer forms. You emerge from winter like a sailor reaching port after a long voyage. The worst is past. Summer approaches. The annual inspection occurs in April. 3 officials from Trinity House arrive on a special boat. They spend 2 days examining every aspect of your station. They inspect the lamp mechanism. They review your logbooks. They test the foghorn. They examine the structure for damage. You accompany them through the inspection with nervous tension. Your work is being evaluated. Your competence is being measured. The chief inspector is a stern man named Mr. Thompson. He's been evaluating lighthouses for 20 years. Nothing escapes his notice. He finds a minor issue with your record keeping. You forgot to note the exact time of a lamp relighting after maintenance. This is recorded as a small deficiency. Otherwise, your station passes inspection with high marks. Mr. Thompson offers brief praise for your maintenance standards. The officials depart. You return to your routine. The brief human contact leaves you feeling more isolated than before. Summer at a lighthouse brings its own unique challenges and pleasures. The weather moderates into long stretches of calm. The seas flatten into gentle swells. The air warms enough that you can work outside without heavy clothing. The increased daylight means shorter nights for the lamp. You light it later and extinguish it earlier. The routine shifts with the season. Summer also brings increased shipping traffic. The channel fills with vessels taking advantage of favourable weather. You see dozens of ships each day passing within view of your light. The variety of vessels provides endless interest. Sleek clipper ships racing to deliver tea from China. Sturdy merchant steamers carrying manufactured goods to distant ports. Naval vessels maintaining the Royal Navy's presence. Each ship type has its own characteristics. The clippers move with grace under full sail. Their hulls cut through the water with minimal disturbance. They represent the pinnacle of sailing ship design. The steamships announce their presence with smoke trails. The new technology is transforming maritime commerce. Steam provides reliable power regardless of wind conditions. You have watched this transformation over your years of service. Each season brings more steamships and fewer sailing vessels. The age of sail is ending before your eyes. Some of the older keepers mourn this change. They appreciate the beauty of ships under canvas. The sight of a full-rigged ship in fair weather stirs something in the maritime soul. But you recognise the practical advantages of steam power. More reliable schedules, less dependence on favourable winds, safer operations in difficult conditions. The steamship captains still use your lighthouse for navigation. The technology of propulsion changes, but the need for coastal navigation remains constant. Some of them sail close enough that you can make out details, the names painted on their hulls, the flags indicating their home ports, the sailors working on deck. You wave occasionally to passing ships. Sometimes the sailors wave back. These brief acknowledgements create a momentary connection across the water. The maintenance workload eases during summer. Storms are less frequent and less severe. Equipment runs more reliably in moderate temperatures. You use the extra time to perform deep maintenance. Projects that are impossible during winter can be tackled now. You repaint the gallery railing. The old paint has weathered away in many places. Fresh paint protects the metal from rust. The work is pleasant in the summer air. You can see for miles across the blue water. The horizon stretches endlessly. You also tend to the small garden plot near the base of the tower. The rocky soil is poor, but you have built it up with imported earth and composted waste. Creating arable soil from nothing requires patience and continuous effort. You save every bit of organic material, vegetable peelings, egg shells, the droppings from the chicken coop. These materials go into a composting bin sheltered from the worst weather. Over months they decompose into rich, dark soil. This precious substance gets mixed with sand and imported earth to create planting medium. The growing space is limited to perhaps 12 square feet, but this small area can produce surprising amounts of food with proper management. The location presents unique challenges. Salt spray affects some plants negatively. Wind can shred delicate leaves. The growing season is shortened by the marine climate. But certain crops thrive in these conditions. Root vegetables tolerate salt better than leafy greens. Hardy herbs withstand the wind. Cool weather crops appreciate the moderated temperatures. You have learned through trial and error which varieties perform best. Some seeds simply refuse to germinate. Others grow but produce poorly. A few adapt and flourish. Potatoes grow well in this environment. You also plant carrots, onions, and a few herbs. The fresh vegetables supplement your preserved provisions. The chickens enjoy the warm weather. They produce eggs reliably throughout summer. You have more eggs than you can eat. Some go to Mr. Harris as thanks for his deliveries. The summer solstice arrives on the longest day of the year. The sun sets very late and rises very early. Your lamp burns for only a few hours, and you stand on the gallery watching the sunset. The sky fills with colours. Orange and pink and purple blend across the western horizon. The sea reflects the sky's colours. The water becomes a mirror of the heavens. The beauty is almost painful in its intensity. These moments remind you why you chose this profession. The isolation and hardship fade. The pure experience of light and water and sky fills your awareness. The summer nights are brief, but magical. Stars appear in their full glory. The Milky Way arches overhead like a river of light. You sometimes bring your telescope to the gallery. The device reveals craters on the moon and the moons of Jupiter. The universe expands under magnification. These observations connect you to the long tradition of navigators who use stars to find their way. The lighthouse keeper and the ancient sailor share the same sky. The constellations wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. Orion the hunter rises in winter. The Great Bear circles the North Star. The summer triangle dominates warm nights. You have learned to read these patterns like a book. The position of stars tells you the time without consulting your watch. The season reveals itself in which constellations dominate. Ancient peoples built their calendars and myths around these same stars. The heavens connected human beings across vast spans of time and culture. Your modern lighthouse technology serves the same fundamental purpose as those ancient star watchers. You provide guidance through darkness. You help people find their way home. The stars endure while empires rise and fall. The sea continues its patient work regardless of human activity. Your lighthouse marks one small point where human effort intersects with eternal forces. This perspective helps during difficult moments. The isolation and hardship matter less when viewed against the vast sweep of maritime history. You are one keeper among thousands. Your work spans a few decades at most, but the tradition continues beyond your individual contribution. Future keepers will climb these same stairs. They will tend this same lamp. They will watch these same stars wheeling overhead. The work transcends the individual. The light matters more than the keeper. August brings different weather. The air becomes heavy and still. Thunderstorms develop with sudden violence. You watch these storms approach from miles away. The clouds build into towering structures, and the lightning flickers inside them like thoughts in a brain. When the storms arrive, they deliver spectacular displays. Lightning strikes the water. Thunder echoes off the tower. Rain falls in torrents. Your light continues burning through the electrical storms. The lamp provides guidance when visibility drops to nearly nothing. You take precautions during lightning. The tower has a lightning rod that diverts strikes safely to ground. But electricity is unpredictable and dangerous. One August evening, lightning strikes very close to the tower. The bolt hits the water perhaps 50 yards away. The flash is blinding. The thunder is instantaneous and deafening. Your ears ring for hours afterward. The smell of ozone fills the lamp room, but the equipment continues functioning without damage. Summer begins to fade in September. The days shorten noticeably. The temperature starts to drop. The shipping traffic begins to decrease. You prepare for the approaching autumn and winter. Supplies are stockpiled. Equipment is serviced. The chickens are checked for health. Your quarterly shore leave arrives in late September. You return to the cottage and your family. Your children have changed again. Your youngest daughter reads fluently now. Your middle son has grown taller. Your eldest is beginning to show signs of approaching manhood. Your wife has aged slightly. The stress of managing the household alone shows in small ways. Grey appears in her hair. Lines deepen around her eyes. You feel guilt for the burden your profession places on her. But she insists she's proud of your work. The lighthouse keeper's wife accepts the sacrifice. The week passes too quickly. You help with harvest tasks in the small cottage garden. You repair items around the property. You spend time with each child individually. Your eldest son asks again about becoming a keeper. He's now 15 and serious about the question. You explain the realities honestly. The isolation, the danger, the demanding routine. He remains interested. You promise to make inquiries about apprenticeship opportunities. The return to the lighthouse comes with mixed feelings. You miss your family immediately upon leaving, but you also feel the pull of your duties. The tower has become a second home. The routine provides structure and purpose. The work matters in concrete and measurable ways. Autumn settles over the channel. The leaves would be changing colour on the mainland. But at the lighthouse, the seasons are marked by sea and sky rather than trees. The storms return with increasing frequency. The character of autumn weather differs from winter, but brings its own challenges. You settle into the seasonal rhythm. The work continues. The light burns every night. Ships pass safely. The visitors arrive on an unusually calm October day. October in the Channel brings variable conditions. Some days are mirror calm. Others deliver the first serious autumn storms. This particular morning offers gentle swells and clear visibility. You spot the boat from the gallery during your morning rounds. It is not the supply vessel. This boat is smaller and moves with different purpose. The hull design suggests official business. Government boats have a characteristic shape. You recognise the type even at a distance, where curiosity mixes with mild concern. Unexpected visitors usually mean inspections or problems. The boat reaches the landing platform. Two men disembark. You descend to meet them. The older man introduces himself as Mr. Edward Cunningham from the Board of Trade. The younger is his assistant. They are conducting a study of lighthouse operations. Mr. Cunningham explains that the government is considering improvements to the lighthouse system. They are visiting various stations to observe actual working conditions. You welcome them cautiously. Official visitors can mean additional paperwork and scrutiny. They spend the morning touring the tower. Mr. Cunningham asks detailed questions about every aspect of the operation. How much oil do you consume monthly? How often does equipment fail? What are the most dangerous aspects of the work? You answer honestly. The reality of lighthouse keeping needs no embellishment. Mr. Cunningham takes extensive notes. His assistant sketches the lamp mechanism and the living quarters. At midday, you prepare lunch for all three of you. Your provisions stretch to accommodate guests. Simple fare but adequate. Over the meal, Mr. Cunningham shares his observations. He's impressed by your organisation and discipline. He notes that conditions are more Spartan than he anticipated. You explain that most keepers adapt to the circumstances. The isolation is the hardest part. The physical challenges can be managed. Mr. Cunningham asks about your family. You describe the monthly shore leave system. You mention the strain it places on domestic life. He nods with understanding. The government is aware that lighthouse keeping demands significant personal sacrifice. His study aims to identify ways to improve keeper welfare while maintaining the high standards of light reliability. You discuss potential improvements. Better heating systems would help during winter. More frequent supply deliveries would ease the psychological burden of isolation. Mr. Cunningham records all suggestions. He makes no promises, but seems genuinely interested in the keeper's perspective. The afternoon continues with more observations. Mr. Cunningham wants to see you light the lamp at the proper time. The evening ritual proceeds normally despite the audience. You follow your established routine. Check the oil level, trim the wick, win the clockwork, light the flame. Mr. Cunningham watches with professional attention. He sees how the simple flame transforms into the powerful beam. The visitors depart as darkness falls. Their boat navigates away from the rocks using your light as reference. You stand on the gallery watching them go. The visit was interesting but also exhausting. Explaining your routine to outsiders makes you more aware of its peculiarities. The tower feels more isolated after they leave. The silence seems deeper. Your own company seems less adequate. November arrives with deteriorating weather. The transition toward winter begins its familiar pattern. You complete maintenance tasks in preparation. The gallery shutters are reinforced. The foghorn is serviced. Extra lamp oil is stockpiled. A severe storm strikes in mid-November. The weather builds rapidly from calm to violent within hours. You secure the tower and prepare for a difficult night. The wind reaches frightening intensity. The waves grow to tremendous size. Your lamp burns defiantly against the chaos. The beam cuts through rain and spray. Ships somewhere beyond your vision rely on that light. The tower shudders under wave impacts. The structure groans but holds. The Victorian engineers built well. You remain at your post through the long night. Sleep is impossible. The storm is too violent to allow any inattention. Dawn arrives, grey and angry. The storm continues unabated. This will be a multi-day event. You maintain your vigil. Food is eaten standing. Rest comes in brief moments between inspections. On the second night, fatigue becomes dangerous. You must fight to maintain alertness. Your body demands sleep, but duty requires consciousness. You walk circuits around the lamp room to stay awake. You recite poetry aloud. You perform mental calculations. Anything to keep your mind engaged. The storm finally breaks on the third morning. The wind shifts and decreases. The rain stops. The sea begins to moderate. You nearly collapse with relief. The trial is over. You survived another test. The damage assessment reveals several problems. A window has cracked from wave impact. Part of the gallery flooring has buckled. The chicken coop has been completely destroyed. The chickens are gone, either swept away by waves or killed by the violence. You feel unexpected grief at their loss. Those birds provided companionship beyond their practical value. Their daily routine paralleled your own. The repairs will take days. You begin the work with depleted energy reserves. The cracked window requires immediate attention. Cold air and water intrusion will worsen the damage. You carefully remove the broken pane and install a replacement from your emergency supplies. The gallery flooring demands more extensive work. The buckled section must be removed and replaced. This job requires tools and materials and considerable effort. You work steadily through the following days. Progress is slow but consistent. The tower gradually returns to proper condition. The supply boat arrives on schedule. Mr. Harris brings materials for the repairs along with standard provisions. He also brings news. A lighthouse along the coast suffered complete destruction during the same storm. The keeper and his assistant were both killed. This information affects you deeply. Those men were colleagues you never met. They died doing the same work you do. Their deaths remind you that lighthouse keeping carries real danger. The sea can kill, equipment can fail, storms can overwhelm even the best preparations. You think about their families, wives suddenly widowed, children left fatherless. The lighthouse service provides modest pensions, but nothing replaces the lost men. That night, you stand extra watch in their honour. The work they did matters. Their sacrifice serves the greater good. December arrives with winter's full weight. Cold settles over the channel. Ice returns to coat the tower. The routine continues. The lamp burns every night. Your vigilance never wavers. Christmas approaches but holds little meaning at the lighthouse. You're scheduled for shore leave after the holiday. On Christmas Day, you prepare the best meal your supplies allow. Tinned ham, preserved vegetables, a small pudding you saved for the occasion. You eat alone in your quarters. The meal tastes fine but lacks joy. Solitary celebration is contradiction. Your family is together at the cottage. Your children are opening presents. Your wife is preparing a proper Christmas dinner. You imagine their activities with precise detail. The mental pictures provide both comfort and pain. After the meal, you write letters. You describe your Christmas to your wife. You send individual messages to each child. The letters will go out on the next supply boat. Your family will read them days after Christmas has passed. You spend the evening reading by lamplight. The hours pass slowly. Outside, the winter night is cold and clear. The stars shine with exceptional brightness. The frost creates patterns on the windows. The sea sounds calm in the distance. You perform your midnight inspection. The lamp burns steadily. The mechanism functions perfectly. Everything is as it should be. Another Christmas at the lighthouse. Another year approaching its end. The work continues regardless of holidays or seasons. Your shore leave begins on the 30th of December. You arrive at the cottage in time to celebrate the new year with your family. Your children are delighted by your presents. They show you their Christmas presents. They describe the holiday festivities in enthusiastic detail. Your wife has prepared the house for your arrival. Fresh bread, clean linens, a warm fire in the hearth. These domestic comforts feel like luxury. The lighthouse has simplified your needs but not eliminated your appreciation for home. New Year's Eve arrives. You attend the community celebration in the village. Neighbours greet you with respect. Everyone knows you are the lighthouse keeper. At midnight, the bells ring. The new year begins. 1864 arrives with promise and uncertainty. You kiss your wife. You embrace your children. The moment holds perfect happiness, but you know it cannot last. In a few days, you must return to the tower. The cycle continues. The farewell comes too soon. Your family stands at the cottage door waving. You walk toward the harbour and the waiting boat. The lighthouse appears on the horizon as you approach. The tower stands solid and familiar. Your second home awaits. You climb the spiral stairs to your quarters. The space welcomes you with its curved walls and narrow bunk. Everything is exactly as you left it. The books on the shelf, the logbook on the desk, the lamp waiting in its chamber above. You resume your duties without transition. The light must be prepared for the coming night. The routine enfolds you once again. The isolation returns, the work continues, but you carry your family's love like a lamp inside your chest. That light burns regardless of external darkness. The new year stretches ahead. More nights, more storms, more ships guided safely past the rocks. You are a lighthouse keeper. This work defines you. This sacrifice means something. The beam sweeps across the water. The clockwork ticks its patient rhythm. The waves sound their endless percussion against stone. You stand watch. You maintain the light. You serve those who sail the dark waters. This is your life. This is your purpose. This is your contribution to the world. The lighthouse stands, the light burns, the ships pass safely. And somewhere beyond the horizon, your family sleeps peacefully, knowing you are doing work that matters. The night watch continues. The tower stands firm. The keeper remains vigilant. The story of the Victorian lighthouse keeper is written in logbook entries, and maintained equipment and lives saved that will never know they were in danger. It is a quiet story, an isolated story, but it is a story of profound importance. The light burns on. Tonight, we're going to explore one of the most fascinating journeys in human history. It's a story that unfolds across every continent and every culture, revealing how people discovered, created, and understood the colours that paint our world. Close your eyes and imagine a time before synthetic dyes, before science could explain rainbows, when the only colours available were those you could dig from the earth or coax from plants and insects. Outside, the world is locked in ice. Mammoths trudge through snow that never fully melts. But here, in the flickering warmth of your fire, you've made a discovery that will echo through millennia. In your hand, you hold a piece of red ochre. It's a rock, really, iron oxide mixed with clay and sand. But when you rub it against the cave wall, it leaves a mark, a streak of rusty red that catches the firelight and seems almost alive. You've seen this colour before, of course, in blood, in the sunset, in the clay by the river after rain. But this is different. This colour belongs to you now. You can put it wherever you choose. The red ochre isn't just any rock you found lying around. You had to search for it. Some deposits are better than others. The really good stuff comes from places where iron-rich water has seeped through stone for thousands of years. You've learned to recognise the spots where the earth bleeds this particular shade of rust. Sometimes you have to dig. Sometimes you trade for it with people from other regions who know different sources. You grind the ochre into powder, mix it with animal fat or water. The consistency matters. Too thick and it clumps. Too thin and it runs down the wall before you can shape it into anything meaningful. You're developing chemistry without knowing the word exists. You're understanding binding agents and pigment suspension through pure experimentation and careful observation of what works and what doesn't. The black comes from charcoal. That one's easier to make. Burn bones or wood until they're reduced to carbon. Grind them fine. Now you have two colours to work with, red and black. Later, you'll discover that certain types of clay produce yellow and white. Manganese dioxide gives you another kind of black, deeper than charcoal. But for now, red and black are your palette. You paint animals on the walls, horses, bison, the creatures you hunt and the creatures that hunt you. The red makes them look alive. The black gives them form and shadow. You're not entirely sure why you're doing this. Maybe it's magic. Maybe it's memory. Maybe you just like the way it looks when firelight dances across the painted surface. What you don't realise is that you're beginning a relationship with colour that will define human culture for the next 30,000 years. You're learning that colour can be captured, controlled and transformed. You're discovering that the world's hues aren't fixed. They can be moved, mixed and made permanent. This knowledge will spread. Slowly at first, but it will spread. Other caves will fill with painted animals. Other hands will grind ochre and mix it with fat. The techniques will improve. People will learn to blow pigment through hollow bones to create fine sprays of colour. They'll develop stenciling methods. They'll master the art of shading and depth. But it all starts here, with you, rubbing red rock against stone and watching colour bloom in the darkness. The funny thing about these early pigments is how limited they are and how much people do with them anyway. You can't make blue yet. Green is barely possible and highly unstable. Purple is completely beyond reach. But you don't miss what you've never seen created by human hands. The palette of earth tones feels complete because it's all you know. Red, black, yellow, white, and brown. These are the colours of the ground beneath your feet and the fire that keeps you warm. Time passes in this cave. Generations of people add their marks to the walls. Some paintings overlay others. It becomes a living canvas, constantly refreshed and renewed. The oldest images fade into the rock. New ones shine bright with fresh pigment. No one thinks about preservation or permanence. You paint because humans paint. It's becoming part of what your people do. You're in Egypt now. The year is approximately 3000 BCE. The pyramids don't exist yet, but something remarkable is happening with colour. You're working in a workshop that specialises in creating pigments for tomb paintings and decorative arts. The air smells of minerals and mysterious chemical reactions that you understand only through experience. Red is still easy. Egypt has plenty of iron oxide deposits. The desert provides endless variations of red ochre. But you've discovered something new. Something that would have amazed those cave painters from 27,000 years earlier. You've learned to make blue. True, vibrant, stable blue. The first synthetic pigment in human history. The recipe is complex. You take limestone and sand, add a copper compound, maybe some natron, the natural salt that's everywhere in Egypt. Heat the mixture to about 800 degrees Celsius. You have to maintain that temperature for hours. Get it wrong, and you end up with green, or nothing useful at all. Get it right, and you produce small crystals of a substance later ages will call Egyptian blue, or cuprorivite. The blue is stunning. Deeper than sky, richer than water. It's the colour of lapis lazuli, that impossibly expensive stone that comes from Afghanistan, but you've made it from common materials. Well, relatively common. The process still requires significant resources and expertise. Not everyone can make Egyptian blue. It's a specialised skill, and you're proud of your mastery. You grind the blue crystals into fine powder, mix them with egg white or plant gum to create paint. The consistency has to be perfect for applying to plastered walls. Too thick and it cracks as it dries. Too thin and the colour looks washed out and pale. You've done this thousands of times. Your hands know the right texture without thinking. The workshop has other pigments too. Yellow comes from orpiment, a sulfide of arsenic that's quite poisonous, but produces a colour like concentrated sunlight. You're careful not to breathe the dust when grinding it. Green is made from powdered malachite, a copper carbonate mineral that's softer and easier to work with than most stones. White is gypsum or chalk. Black is still good old carbon, though Egyptian black is finer and purer than anything earlier cultures achieved. What's interesting is how Egyptians think about these colours. Each one has meaning beyond mere decoration. Blue is the colour of the heavens and the Nile during flood season. It represents fertility, birth, and rebirth. Green symbolises growth and regeneration. Red can mean life and victory, but also chaos and destruction. Yellow is eternal and unchanging like the sun. White represents purity and sacredness. Black is the colour of fertile Nile mud, the source of life in the desert. You're painting a tomb wall today. The scene shows the deceased in the afterlife, surrounded by symbols of abundance and protection. The blue has to be perfect because it represents the sky under which this person will spend eternity. You apply it in thin, even layers. Each stroke matters. This painting will last thousands of years if you do your job properly. The hierarchy of Egyptian colour is partly practical and partly symbolic. Some pigments are expensive. Lapis lazuli costs a fortune because it has to be imported from so far away. Egyptian blue is cheaper but still requires skill and resources to produce. Red ochre is cheap and plentiful, so important people get painted with more expensive colours. But it's not just about cost. It's about what the colours mean and what they represent. The preparation of each pigment requires its own specific knowledge. Yellow or pigment must be ground in a well-ventilated area, because the arsenic fumes can sicken workers. You've learned to hold your breath at certain moments, to position yourself upwind of the grinding stone. The yellow powder is so fine it floats in the air like dust motes in sunlight, beautiful and deadly at once. Malachite for green comes in chunks of varying quality. The best pieces are deep, vibrant green with few impurities. Lesser grades contain more stone and less pure colour. You learn to judge quality by sight and touch. The stone should feel dense and heavy. The colour should be consistent throughout. Grinding malachite is easier than grinding most minerals because it's relatively soft. The powder has a slight texture that makes it bind well to plaster. The white gypsum comes from quarries in the desert. It arrives in large blocks that must be broken down before grinding. Pure white is surprisingly difficult to achieve. Most gypsum has slight colour variations, a hint of grey here, a touch of yellow there. You select the whitest pieces for important work. The lesser whites get used for underpainting or less visible areas. Black carbon is prepared fresh each day if possible. Old carbon can absorb moisture from the air and become clumpy. You burn bones from the kitchen waste. Cattle bones work best. They produce a deep, cool black. Charred wood makes a warmer black with brownish undertones. For the finest work you want the bone black. The grinding takes time. Carbon is softer than minerals but has a tendency to smear rather than powder cleanly. Egyptian artists develop something that seems simple but is actually quite sophisticated. They create a standardized colour palette. Every workshop uses more or less the same shades. Red is always that particular red. Blue is always that particular blue. This consistency allows Egyptian art to develop a recognisable style that persists for thousands of years. You can look at a painting from any period of Egyptian history and immediately recognise it as Egyptian. The binding medium matters as much as the pigment itself. Most commonly you use a mixture of water and plant gum extracted from acacia trees. The gum has to be prepared carefully. Too much, and the paint becomes sticky and difficult to apply. Too little, and the pigment doesn't adhere properly to the wall. You've learned the right proportions through years of practice. Your hands can judge the consistency without measuring. Sometimes egg is added to the binding medium for certain applications. Egg white makes colours more luminous and slightly transparent. Egg yolk creates a richer, more opaque effect. The choice depends on what surface you're painting and what effect you want to achieve. Experimentation teaches you things that no master can fully explain in words. The process of creating pigments connects you to the earth in ways that feel almost mystical. You're taking rocks and minerals, transforming them through heat and grinding, turning them into something that captures light and meaning. It's practical work, but it's also magic in its way. You're giving permanence to colour, fixing it in place where it can survive the centuries. Working in the heat of an Egyptian workshop, sweat dripping as you grind minerals into powder, you sometimes think about how these colours will outlast you. The painting you're working on today might be visible thousands of years from now. The blue you're applying to this particular piece of plaster might be seen by people you can't even imagine. Your hands are creating something that transcends your own brief existence. That thought makes the repetitive work feel meaningful. You're in ancient Greece now, around 800 BCE. Something strange is happening with how people talk about colour. You're listening to someone recite verses from the Iliad, that great epic poem about the war at Troy. The descriptions are beautiful and vivid, but something seems odd if you're used to how modern people describe the world. The sea, Homer says, is wine dark. Wine dark. Not blue, not green, not even blue-green or teal or any of the words you might expect. The sea is compared to the colour of wine, which is generally understood to be dark red or deep purple. This seems bizarre until you start noticing other things. The sky is rarely described as blue in early Greek texts. Bronze is sometimes described with the same word used for the sea. Honey is described as green. Sheep are violet. The more you pay attention, the more you realise that ancient Greek colour vocabulary doesn't map neatly onto modern colour categories. They had words for colours, certainly. But those words carved up the spectrum differently than you might expect. Greek had clear terms for white and black. It had a word that covered the range from red through purple through violet. It had a word that covered yellow and green and sometimes blue. But specific colour distinctions that seem obvious to modern eyes apparently weren't as important to ancient Greeks. They seemed to care more about whether something was light or dark, bright or dull, than about its specific hue. This isn't because Greeks were colourblind or couldn't perceive blue. They could see blue just fine. The Mediterranean sky was just as blue then as it is now. But the way they thought about and categorised colours emphasised different qualities. The brightness and saturation mattered more than the specific wavelength. Other ancient languages show similar patterns. The Hebrew Bible rarely mentions blue, though it does describe the sky. Early Hindu texts have elaborate colour vocabulary for red, yellow and white. But blue appears late in the linguistic record. Chinese colour terms evolved over time, with some colours gaining specific names centuries after others. Researchers eventually notice a pattern. Across many different cultures and languages, colour terms seem to emerge in a fairly consistent order. If a language has only 2 colour terms, they'll be black and white or dark and light. If it has 3, the third will be red. If 4, then either green or yellow appears. Blue comes relatively late in this sequence. Purple and brown come even later. Orange, pink and grey are often among the last to get dedicated terms. This doesn't mean people couldn't see these colours before they had words for them, but it suggests that having a dedicated word for a colour affects how easily people can think about and communicate about that colour. Language shapes perception in subtle ways. When your language doesn't have a word that distinguishes blue from green, you might genuinely be slower to notice the difference or care about it, even though your eyes register the distinction just fine. You're sitting with a Greek painter now. He's mixing pigments to paint a vase. He has access to red ochre, yellow ochre, white clay and black. With these 4 colours, he can create an astonishing range of images. Figures in action, scenes from mythology, geometric patterns of incredible complexity. He never complains about not having blue or green. Those colours aren't part of his artistic vocabulary. The vases he paints will be traded across the Mediterranean. They'll influence artistic styles in dozens of cultures, and the colour palette will remain consistent. Red figures on black backgrounds, black figures on red backgrounds, sometimes white added for detail. This limited palette becomes a defining characteristic of Greek ceramic art. Not because other colours are impossible to create, but because these colours form a complete system for what Greek artists want to express. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, different colour vocabularies are developing. Some languages will end up with dozens of specific colour terms. Others will maintain broader, less specific categories for much longer. The diversity is fascinating. It suggests that colour perception isn't just about biology. It's also about culture, language, and what a particular society decides is worth paying attention to. You're in the ancient city of Tyre on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean. The year is roughly 1500 BCE. You work in one of the most valuable and prestigious industries in the ancient world. You're a purple dye maker. The smell is absolutely horrific. The purple doesn't come from minerals or plants. It comes from sea snails, specifically species of murex snails that live in shallow Mediterranean waters. Each snail produces only a tiny amount of dye from a gland in its body. To get enough purple dye to colour a single toga, you need thousands upon thousands of snails. The math is brutal, and the process is worse. First, you have to collect the snails. Divers bring them up in baskets. Then you have to extract the dye gland. This is delicate work. Break it wrong, and you contaminate the dye. Get it right, and you have a tiny bit of yellowish secretion that doesn't look purple at all, not yet. The secretions go into vats. They ferment for days. The smell of rotting shellfish fills the entire district. Other industries won't locate anywhere near the purple dye works because the stench is so overwhelming. People can smell it from miles away. But the smell means money. It means you're creating something so valuable that only the wealthiest people in the known world can afford it. As the mixture ferments and is exposed to sunlight and air, something remarkable happens. The yellowish goo transforms. It shifts through green, then blue, then finally settles into deep, glorious purple. Not lavender, not mauve, a rich, saturated purple that doesn't fade. It's colour-fast in ways that most ancient dyes can only dream of being. Wash the fabric 100 times, and the purple remains vivid. The exact shade varies depending on the snail species and the processing method. Some batches turn out more reddish, others are more bluish. The most prized shade is a deep reddish purple that becomes known as Tyrian purple. It's the colour of royalty, literally. Laws will be passed restricting who can wear it. Emperors will claim it as their exclusive right. The colour purple becomes synonymous with power and wealth. You're calculating the economics in your head as you work. Each snail provides maybe 1 drop of dye. A pound of dyed wool requires about 12,000 snails. The labour involved is immense. The final product costs more than its weight in gold, sometimes significantly more. A single purple-dyed garment can represent years of work and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of sea creatures, but the demand never stops. Every ruler wants purple. Every wealthy merchant wants to display their status with at least a purple stripe on their toga. Phoenician traders sell Tyrian purple across the known world. It becomes one of the most valuable trade goods in ancient commerce. Cities grow wealthy from the purple trade. Wars are fought partly over access to the best snail beds. The funny part is that the colour itself isn't even all that different from what you could achieve by mixing red and blue dyes. But those mixed purples fade. They wash out. They're not real purple, not Tyrian purple, not the colour made from tens of thousands of snails through processes that take months, and fill entire neighbourhoods with smell so bad that even you, who work here every day, sometimes have to step outside for fresh air. The purple workshops develop their own culture and traditions. Knowledge passes from master to apprentice. There are secrets about fermentation times, about how much salt to add, about which snails from which locations produce the best colour. Some of these secrets will be lost when the industry eventually collapses. Modern chemists will have to work hard to recreate the exact ancient process. In some ways, the purple trade is absurd. It's an incredibly inefficient way to colour fabric. But efficiency isn't the point. Rarity is the point. Difficulty is the point. The fact that it takes thousands of snails and months of labour to create something beautiful and permanent is exactly what makes it valuable. The purple isn't just a colour. It's proof of wealth, power, and the ability to command vast resources for something as ephemeral as appearance. The purple industry creates entire economies. Coastal cities build their prosperity on murex shells and dye vats. The divers who collect snails develop their own specialised knowledge. They know which reefs produce the best specimens. They understand the seasonal patterns. In spring, the snails are most active and easier to find. In winter, they burrow deeper and require more effort to harvest. Some divers work in relatively shallow water, wading in and plucking snails from rocks. Others dive deep, holding their breath for minutes at a time while gathering shells in weighted baskets. The work is dangerous. Drowning is a constant risk. Sharp rocks and strong currents claim lives regularly. But the pay is better than most other work available to common labourers. The snail processors have their own hierarchy. At the bottom are the workers who crack open shells and extract the tiny glands. This is tedious, repetitive work that stains hands and clothes permanently purple. The smell clings to workers even when they go home. Families of purple workers can often be identified by the faint aroma of rotting shellfish that never quite washes away. Higher in the hierarchy are the fermentation specialists who manage the vats. They understand the complex chemistry happening in those stinking pools. They know when to add salt or adjust temperature. They can judge by smell and appearance when the fermentation is proceeding correctly. If a batch goes wrong, months of work and thousands of snails are wasted. The pressure to get it right is intense. At the top are the master dyers who control the final stages. They determine the exact moment to remove fabric from the dye bath. Too soon and the colour is weak. Too long and it becomes too dark or develops unwanted undertones. They understand how different fabrics take the dye differently. Wool absorbs colour more readily than linen. Silk requires special treatment. The master dyers guard their knowledge jealously and pass it only to trusted apprentices. The economic impact of the purple trade extends beyond the immediate industry. The wealth generated by purple dye supports other businesses. Potters make the vats and containers. Weavers produce the fabric to be dyed. Merchants transport the finished product. Bankers finance the operations. The colour purple creates jobs and trade networks across the Mediterranean world. Wars are fought partly over control of the best snail beds. Treaties include clauses about fishing rights in waters known for murex populations. Piracy targets ships carrying purple-dyed goods because the cargo is so valuable. The geopolitics of colour become surprisingly complex and consequential. Meanwhile, the snails themselves are being harvested faster than they can reproduce. In some areas, populations crash from overharvesting. This drives prices even higher and pushes the industry to seek new sources. Remote coastlines that were previously ignored become valuable for their murex beds. The expansion of the purple trade follows the expansion of accessible snail populations. You sometimes wonder what happens to all those empty shells. Millions upon millions of them, piled up near the dye works. They create literal mountains of discarded murex shells. These shell middens become landmarks. Future archaeologists will use them to map the extent and intensity of the ancient purple industry. The waste products of colour production become historical evidence. The social meaning of purple deepens over time. It's not just expensive, it becomes associated with specific types of power and authority. Roman senators wear togas with purple stripes. The width of the stripe indicates rank. Emperors eventually claim exclusive rights to certain shades of purple. Wearing imperial purple if you're not the emperor can be punishable by death. The colour becomes literally illegal for common people. This legal restriction of colour seems absurd from a modern perspective. How can you make a colour illegal? But in the ancient world it makes perfect sense. Purple represents power. Controlling who can wear purple is controlling who can display the symbols of authority. It's about maintaining social hierarchies through visible markers that everyone can understand at a glance. You're travelling now, moving east along trade routes that connect the Mediterranean to China. The year is somewhere around 200 BCE. In your pack, you carry samples of dyes and pigments from a dozen different cultures. You're a trader, and colour is your business. You've just left India, where you acquired something precious. Cakes of indigo, a blue dye made from the leaves of the indigofera plant. The process of making indigo is almost as complicated as making Tyrian purple, but the results are completely different. This blue is clear and bright, like a piece of sky compressed into solid form. The indigo makers showed you their process. They harvest the plants at exactly the right time, when the leaves contain the maximum concentration of the chemical that will become blue. They steep the leaves in water for hours until the liquid turns greenish. Then comes the strange part. They agitate the water vigorously, beating it with sticks, splashing it around. The water needs to absorb oxygen from the air. As oxygen mixes with the green liquid, blue precipitates out. Actual blue particles form and sink to the bottom of the vat. It looks like magic, this transformation from green to blue, triggered by nothing more than air and vigorous stirring. The blue sediment is collected, formed into cakes, and dried. These cakes can be transported anywhere. Mix them with water when you're ready to dye fabric, and you have blue. Indigo blue is different from Egyptian blue. Egyptian blue is a pigment for painting. Indigo is a dye that penetrates fabric The blue soaks into wool, cotton or silk and stays there. It's not perfectly colour fast. It will fade eventually with washing and sunlight, but it's good enough for practical use, and it produces a blue more vibrant than most alternatives. You've also picked up cochineal from the Americas, though this is much later in history now. The timeline is flexible in this journey through colour. Cochineal is another insect-based dye, like Tyrian purple, but it produces brilliant red instead. The dye comes from tiny scale insects that live on cactus plants. You harvest the insects, dry them, and grind them into powder. The resulting red is so intense it almost hurts to look at. Different regions specialise in different colours based on what resources are available locally. Madder root produces red in Europe and Asia. Weld creates yellow. Woad makes blue, though not as nice a blue as indigo. The knowledge of which plants produce which colours spreads slowly along trade routes. Recipes are hoarded as valuable secrets. Fortunes are made and lost over access to the best dye sources. The madder plant requires specific growing conditions. It thrives in certain soils and climates but fails in others. Regions with successful madder cultivation become economically important. The roots must grow for at least 3 years before harvesting. Younger roots produce weak, pale dye. Older roots, sometimes left in the ground for 5 or 7 years, yield the deepest, most permanent reds. Farmers must be patient and plan years ahead. Harvesting madder is labour-intensive. The roots grow deep and must be carefully excavated without damage. After harvest, they're dried and then ground into powder. The powder has an earthy smell, not unpleasant but distinctive. Mixed with the right mordant, usually alum, madder produces colours ranging from pale pink to deep burgundy, depending on the proportions and techniques used. Weld is a different kind of plant entirely. It grows as a tall stalk covered in small yellow flowers. The entire plant above ground is harvested and dried. Unlike madder, which takes years, weld grows in a single season. This makes it more accessible but also less prestigious. The yellow it produces is bright and cheerful, though not as permanent as some dyers would like. Weld yellow fades somewhat with washing and sun exposure. Still, it's widely used because it's affordable and the colour is lovely while it lasts. Woad presents its own challenges. The leaves contain the same chemical compound as indigo, but in lower concentrations. Growing woad and processing it into usable dye requires knowledge and careful timing. The leaves must be harvested at the right stage of growth. Too young and they lack sufficient dye content. Too old and the quality deteriorates. The woad leaves are crushed and formed into balls that ferment and dry. These balls can be stored and transported. When needed, they're broken up and subjected to a fermentation process similar to indigo. The smell is terrible, somewhat like indigo, but worse if that's possible. Woad dye works better than people expect, but never quite matches the quality of true indigo. Still, in regions where indigo isn't available or is prohibitively expensive, woad serves admirably. You're in a market now, somewhere in Central Asia. Around you, merchants display fabrics dyed in every colour imaginable. The reds range from brick to blood to rose. The yellows span from pale cream to deep gold. Blues go from soft sky to intense navy. Some fabrics are dyed multiple times to achieve complex colours. Purple comes from over-dyeing blue on red, orange from red on yellow, green from yellow on blue. The traders here speak multiple languages: Persian, Arabic, Chinese, and various dialects you can't identify. They're haggling over bolts of cloth and bags of dye powder. A merchant from Damascus is trying to sell Syrian purple to a Chinese buyer. A Persian trader offers saffron, which produces a yellow so expensive it's used sparingly and only for the most luxurious textiles. An Indian merchant displays his indigo cakes like precious gems. The cultural exchange happening in this market goes beyond commerce. Techniques are shared, sometimes deliberately and sometimes accidentally. A dyer observes how a foreign merchant tests fabric quality and adopts the method. A trader learns about a mordant he's never heard of and brings the information home. Knowledge spreads through observation, conversation, and the natural human tendency to improve processes through experimentation. You notice regional preferences emerging. The Chinese favour certain shades of red and yellow that look slightly different from Persian preferences. European merchants seek blues and greens in particular combinations. African traders want specific patterns of colour arrangement. These preferences aren't random. They reflect cultural aesthetics developed over centuries. They represent what each culture considers beautiful or appropriate or meaningful. The dyeing processes themselves are often unpleasant. Many dyes require mordants, chemicals that help the dye bind to the fabric. Common mordants include alum, iron, and tin compounds. Some are toxic. The dye workshops smell of metal and chemicals and wet wool. Workers' hands are permanently stained from years of handling dyed materials. The vats where fabric is dyed are impressive in their size and number. Large dye operations have dozens of vats, each containing a different colour or shade. The vats are made of wood or ceramic, or sometimes metal. They're heated over fires, and the temperature must be carefully controlled. Too hot and the fabric can be damaged. Too cool and the dye doesn't penetrate properly. Watching fabric being dyed is oddly mesmerising. The undyed cloth goes into the vat looking dull and lifeless. It emerges dripping with colour, transformed. The colour isn't always apparent immediately. Some dyes require exposure to air to develop their final hue. Indigo-dyed fabric comes out of the vat greenish, and only turns blue as oxygen reacts with the dye. This transformation seems magical even when you understand the chemistry. The economic calculations behind the dye trade are complex. Transport costs must be factored in. Tariffs and taxes at various borders eat into profits. The risk of theft or loss adds another layer of expense. Yet the trade continues because the demand never stops. People want coloured fabric. They want variety and beauty in their clothing and home textiles. This desire drives an industry that spans continents, but the results are worth it. A beautifully dyed fabric is a thing of joy. The colours catch light and seem to glow. People save for years to afford a single garment dyed in the finest colours. Weddings and festivals are opportunities to display these precious coloured textiles. The brightest colours signal celebration and abundance. You notice that different cultures have different colour preferences. Some favour bold, saturated hues. Others prefer subtle, muted tones. The symbolism varies too. White might mean purity in one culture and death in another. Red can represent luck or danger. Blue might be sacred or profane depending on context. As colours travel along trade routes, so do these cultural associations, sometimes clashing and creating new meanings. The economics of the dye trade are complex. A good dye source can make a region wealthy. The collapse of a dye industry can devastate communities. Wars are fought over madder fields and indigo plantations. Trade agreements include clauses about dye exports. Colour has become a major factor in international relations. You're in Venice now. The year is 1450. The Renaissance is in full bloom, and something extraordinary is happening with colour in art. You're in the workshop of a master painter, and the range of pigments available is stunning compared to what earlier artists had to work with. The painter shows you his collection. There's still red ochre, of course. Some things never go out of style. But now there's also vermilion, a brilliant red made from mercury sulfide. It's toxic to produce, dangerous to handle, but the colour is unmatched. Bright and pure and permanent, it costs a fortune, so it's used sparingly, reserved for the most important elements of a painting. Blue has exploded into options. There's still Egyptian blue, though the recipe has been lost and rediscovered. There's azurite, a natural blue copper mineral that's less expensive than the alternative. And then there's ultramarine, the most expensive pigment in the world. More expensive than gold by weight. Ultramarine is made from lapis lazuli, that stone from Afghanistan that's been prized for millennia. But you can't just grind lapis and use it as paint. The stone contains other minerals that dilute the blue. The process of extracting pure blue from lapis is complicated and wasteful. you end up with a tiny amount of brilliant blue pigment from a large amount of expensive stone. The painter uses ultramarine only for the most sacred subjects. The Virgin Mary's robes are painted in ultramarine. It's a statement of devotion and wealth. Commissioning a painting with lots of ultramarine is a way of showing both piety and prosperity. Contracts for painting sometimes specify exactly how much ultramarine must be used. Green has improved too. Verdigris, made from copper exposed to acetic acid, produces a bright green that unfortunately isn't very stable. It can darken over time or react with other pigments, but when fresh, it's lovely. There's also green earth, a natural mineral pigment that's much more reliable but less vibrant. The funny thing about Renaissance painters is how much they care about subtle variations in colour. They're not satisfied with just red or just blue. They want warm reds and cool reds, sky blue and deep blue. They start mixing pigments in complex ways to achieve specific effects. The technique of layering transparent glazes of colour over opaque underpainting allows for effects impossible to achieve with flat colour. You watch as the painter prepares a flesh tone. It's not a single pigment. It's a careful mixture of white lead, red ochre, a touch of yellow, maybe a bit of black to mute it slightly. The exact proportions create skin that looks alive rather than painted. Add a glaze of red over the cheeks and the figure seems to blush. Renaissance painters are masters of making colour behave like light on actual surfaces. Oil paint has recently become popular. Earlier artists used egg tempera, where pigments were mixed with egg yolk. Oil paint, where pigments are suspended in linseed oil or walnut oil, allows for different effects. Colours can be blended more smoothly. Glazes become easier. The paint stays workable longer, allowing for adjustments and refinements. The downside is that oil paintings take much longer to dry. The workshop smells of oil and turpentine and pigment dust. It's not as bad as a purple dye works, but it's definitely a working space with its own distinctive aroma. Apprentices grind pigments on marble slabs. Each pigment has its own ideal consistency. Some are ground fine as flour, others work better slightly coarser. Too much grinding can actually damage certain pigments, changing their colour properties. There's a growing trade in artist materials. Merchants specialise in importing pigments from around the world. Shops sell prepared paints, though serious artists still prefer to prepare their own to ensure quality. Books are being written about painting techniques, though they often guard their secrets in coded language, or leave out crucial details to prevent competitors from learning too much. The colour theory is developing too. Artists are beginning to understand complementary colours, though they don't use that term yet. They notice that red next to green makes both colours look more vibrant. Blue and orange enhance each other. These discoveries are made through experimentation and observation, not scientific understanding. But they work. You're in England now. The year is 1666. A young man named Isaac Newton has just locked himself in a dark room. He's made a small hole in the window shutter, allowing a single beam of sunlight to enter. In the path of that beam, he's placed a glass prism. What happens next will change how humans understand colour forever. The white sunlight hits the prism and spreads into a spectrum. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The colours of the rainbow, separated and laid out in order. This isn't entirely new. People have known that prisms create rainbows for a while, but Newton is about to do something different. He takes a second prism and uses it to recombine the separated colours. The spectrum merges back into white light. Then he isolates a single colour from the first spectrum, say red, and passes only that red through another prism. The red doesn't spread into other colours, it stays red. Each colour in the spectrum is pure and can't be further divided. This is revolutionary. Before Newton, most people thought that prisms somehow coloured white light, adding something to it. Newton proved that white light is actually composed of all colours mixed together. The prism doesn't add colour. It separates colours that were already present. This seems simple now, but at the time it's a complete reversal of how people understood light and colour. Newton arranges the spectrum in a circle, creating the first colour wheel: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, arranged around a circle, with purple connecting violet back to red. This organisational system will influence how artists and scientists think about colour relationships for centuries. The number 7 is a bit arbitrary. Newton could have divided the spectrum into 6 colours or 8. He chose 7 partly because 7 was considered a mystical number, like the 7 notes in a musical scale or the 7 known planets. Indigo, that colour between blue and violet, is particularly questionable. Many people can't reliably distinguish indigo from either blue or violet, but 7 it is, and 7 it remains in popular understanding. Newton's work on colour is part of his broader investigations into optics and light. He's developing theories about how light travels, how it reflects and refracts, what it fundamentally is. The work on colour is almost a side project, but it ends up being one of his most influential contributions to human knowledge. You're watching him work. He's meticulous and systematic. He measures angles precisely. He records results carefully. When other scientists question his findings, he conducts more experiments to prove his points. The scientific method is coming into its own, and Newton is one of its greatest practitioners. The implications of Newton's discoveries spread slowly. Artists begin to understand colour mixing differently. If white light contains all colours, then white pigment should too, right? Well, no. Pigments work differently than light. Mixing all pigment colours together gives you brown or grey, not white. This confuses people for a while. The difference between additive and subtractive colour mixing takes time to understand. Light is additive. Mix all the colours of light together and you get white. Pigments are subtractive. They absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others. Mix all pigments together and they absorb most wavelengths, reflecting very little, resulting in dark, muddy colours. You're in an artist's studio now. The painter has heard about Newton's colour circle and is trying to apply it to paint mixing. He discovers that colours opposite each other on Newton's wheel, when mixed as pigments, create dull, neutral tones. Red and green make brownish grey. Blue and orange make greyish brown. This is useful information. If you want to mute a colour, mix it with its opposite. If you want bright, saturated colour, keep opposites separate. The relationship between scientific understanding and artistic practice is sometimes awkward. Scientists and artists are asking different questions about colour. Scientists want to understand the physics of light. Artists want to know how to make paintings look good. These goals overlap but aren't identical. Still, Newton's work provides a foundation that artists will build on. As colour theory develops over the next few centuries, you're in Germany in the early 1800s. The Industrial Revolution is changing everything, including colour. A chemist has just synthesised the first truly artificial dye. Not a synthetic version of a natural pigment, like Egyptian blue, an entirely new colour that has never existed in nature. The chemical age of colour has begun. The first synthetic dye is mauve, created accidentally by a young chemist named William Perkin in 1856. He was trying to synthesise quinine, a medicine for malaria, from coal tar. Instead, he got a purplish residue. Most people would have thrown it away as a failed experiment. Perkin noticed that the residue dyed fabric a beautiful purple. Mauve isn't as saturated as Tyrian purple, but it's much cheaper and easier to produce. The colour becomes wildly fashionable. Queen Victoria wears a mauve dress to a royal wedding, and suddenly everyone wants mauve. The colour of the 1860s is this synthetic purple born from industrial chemistry and happy accidents. Other synthetic dyes follow quickly. Chemists discover they can create almost any colour from coal tar derivatives and other industrial byproducts. The dyes are bright, colour-fast, and inexpensive compared to natural alternatives. The entire textile industry transforms within a generation. You're in a factory now. The scale is astonishing compared to traditional dye works. Huge vats of chemicals produce thousands of pounds of dye powder daily. The colours are impossibly bright. Red's redder than cochineal. Blue's bluer than indigo. Yellows that practically glow. These synthetic dyes don't fade like natural dyes. They can withstand washing and sunlight without significant colour loss. The indigo industry collapses almost overnight. Why grow indigo plants, harvest them, process them through that complicated fermentation method when you can synthesize indigo in a factory? The synthetic version is chemically identical to natural indigo but costs a fraction as much. Entire regions that depended on indigo cultivation fall into economic crisis. The collapse happens gradually at first, then all at once. Indigo farmers notice prices dropping. They think it's temporary, a market fluctuation that will correct itself. But the prices keep falling. Merchants stop buying because they can get cheaper synthetic indigo from Germany or England. The plantations that employed thousands of workers start laying people off. Within a generation, an industry that sustained entire economies is essentially gone. The same happens with other natural dyes. Madder root, once essential for red dye, becomes nearly obsolete. The cochineal industry survives only because some people prefer natural dyes for certain applications, and because cochineal produces a particular shade that's hard to match exactly with synthetics. The social disruption is enormous. Communities built around dye plants lose their economic foundation. Skills passed down through generations become obsolete. The knowledge of how to grow and process madder or indigo or weld stops being economically valuable. Some of this knowledge is lost entirely. Later generations trying to recreate historical dye processes have to rediscover techniques through experimentation because the living tradition died out. The environmental impact is mixed. On one hand, intensive cultivation of dye plants often degraded soil and required significant land use. The collapse of these industries allows land to recover or be used for other purposes. On the other hand, the synthetic dye factories create their own environmental problems. Chemical waste streams pollute rivers. Workers are exposed to toxic compounds. The old problems are replaced with new ones, not eliminated. The textile industry transforms completely. Suddenly, bright colours are affordable for everyone. Working class people can wear clothing dyed in shades that would have bankrupted them a generation earlier. The democratization of colour changes fashion and social signalling. When everyone can afford bright blue or deep red, those colours stop being markers of wealth and status. Fashion has to find new ways to indicate social position. Interestingly, this leads to increased interest in subtle, complex colours that are harder to achieve even with synthetic dyes. Rich people start favouring sophisticated greys and muted tones that require skill to produce. The aesthetics of wealth shift from bright, saturated colours to carefully calibrated, understated shades that signal taste rather than mere purchasing power. Paint pigments go through a similar evolution. New synthetic pigments offer colours that weren't possible before. Cadmium yellow is brighter than anything made from earth or plants. Chromium oxide green is stable and permanent. Cobalt blue is expensive but gorgeous. The artist's palette explodes with options. The chemistry behind these new pigments is sophisticated. Cadmium yellow comes from cadmium sulfide. The exact shade depends on the particle size and the precise manufacturing conditions. Smaller particles produce lighter yellows. Larger particles create deeper, more orange yellows. Manufacturers learn to control these variables, producing consistent colours that artists can rely on. Chromium oxide green is created by heating chromium salts. The resulting pigment is incredibly stable. It doesn't fade in sunlight. It doesn't react with other pigments. It's not toxic like some earlier green pigments. This stability makes it ideal for both artistic and industrial applications. Chromium oxide green ends up colouring everything from fine art to house paint to ceramics. The cobalt pigments include cobalt blue, cobalt violet, and cobalt green. Each requires specific chemical processes. Cobalt blue combines cobalt oxide with aluminum oxide at high temperatures. The resulting pigment is expensive because cobalt is a relatively rare metal, but the colour is stunning. Deep, saturated and permanent. Artists happily pay the premium for such reliable beauty. The funny part is that more choices don't always make things easier. Too many options can be paralysing. Some artists stick with traditional palettes out of habit or principle. Others embrace every new pigment that comes along. The debates about the merits of different colours become almost religious in their intensity. The Impressionists, for example, develop a distinctive palette built around the new bright synthetic colours. They use vivid blues and greens and yellows in ways that earlier artists couldn't have achieved even if they'd wanted to. The high chroma colours enable a new kind of painting that captures light and atmosphere with unprecedented immediacy. The availability of these colours doesn't just expand options, it enables entirely new aesthetic movements. Traditional artists sometimes complain that the new synthetic pigments are too bright, too crude, lacking the subtlety of earth pigments. They're not entirely wrong. Some synthetic colours have a harshness that can be difficult to modulate, but they also enable effects impossible with traditional materials. The debate between tradition and innovation plays out in paint mixing, just as it does in every other human endeavour. Photography arrives and complicates things further. Early photographs are black and white. Colour photography won't become practical for decades. But even black and white photography forces people to think about colour differently. How do you represent the world in shades of grey? Which colours photograph as similar tones? Artists and photographers develop new visual languages to work within these constraints. Understanding how colours translate to grayscale becomes essential for photographers. Red and green might look completely different to the eye, but photograph as similar shades of grey. Blue sky and white clouds need careful exposure to maintain distinction in black and white images. These technical constraints influence how photographers compose their work, and what subjects they choose to photograph. The science of colour vision advances too. Scientists discover that human eyes have 3 types of colour receptors, each sensitive to different wavelengths: red, green and blue. All the colours we see are combinations detected by these 3 receptor types. This explains why RGB colour mixing works for light, and why certain colour blindness conditions exist. This understanding leads to new colour reproduction technologies. If human colour vision is based on 3 receptor types, then accurate colour reproduction only needs to match those 3 responses. This insight drives the development of colour photography, colour printing, and eventually colour television and computer displays. The biology of human vision becomes the foundation for colour technology. You're looking at a chemistry textbook now. The formulas for synthetic dyes are complex, long chains of carbon atoms with various elements attached. The precision required to synthesize these compounds is remarkable. Get one step wrong, and you end up with a completely different colour or no colour at all. Chemistry has become an essential part of the colour industry. The synthesis of a simple dye might involve a dozen steps. Each step requires specific temperatures, pressures, and reaction times. The wrong catalyst ruins the whole batch. Contamination from trace impurities changes the final colour. Industrial chemistry requires control and precision that earlier dye makers would find almost incomprehensible. The transformation from artisanal craft to industrial science is complete. You're moving through time and space now. Different cultures, different eras, all understanding colour in their own ways. Colour meaning is never universal. It shifts and changes depending on context, history and cultural values. In China, red is lucky and festive. It's the colour of weddings and New Year celebrations. Brides wear red. Red envelopes contain money gifts. Red lanterns decorate homes during festivals. But in some Western cultures, red can signal danger or aggression. Stop signs and warning labels are red. The difference isn't about the colour itself, but about what societies have decided the colour represents. White means purity in many Western traditions. Brides wear white, churches are white. But in parts of Asia, white is the colour of mourning and funerals. The same colour carries opposite meanings depending on cultural context. Neither interpretation is wrong, they're just different. You're at a funeral in Victorian England. Everyone wears black. Black signifies mourning and respect for the dead. The deeper the black, the more profound the grief. Widows might wear black for years after their husbands die. But in ancient Egypt, black was the colour of fertile Nile mud, a symbol of life and regeneration. The Nile Delta was called the Black Land as a term of praise. Purple has been associated with royalty for so long that the connection feels natural. But that association comes from the expense of Tyrian purple. When synthetic purple became cheap, it lost some of that regal mystique. Now purple can be playful or eccentric. The meaning shifted because the rarity disappeared. Blue has changed meanings dramatically over time. In ancient times, blue was rare and exotic. Then it became associated with the Virgin Mary in Christian art, taking on sacred connotations. Later, blue became the colour of sadness in Western culture. Feeling blue, the blues as a musical genre. But blue is also stable and trustworthy. Corporate blue for business suits and bank logos. The same colour spans from sacred to sad to professional. Green is nature and growth in most contexts. It's environmental movements and springtime. But green can also be poison. Green with envy. Sickly green. The Emerald City in Oz versus the green of decay. Context determines which association dominates. You're in an advertising agency in the 1950s. Colour psychologists are studying how different colours affect consumer behaviour. Red makes people hungry, supposedly, so it's good for restaurant branding. Blue is calming and trustworthy, perfect for banks and insurance companies. Yellow is cheerful and attention-grabbing. Every colour gets assigned psychological properties, some based on research, and some on pure speculation. The science behind colour psychology is mixed. Some effects are real and measurable. People do respond to colour in predictable ways under certain circumstances, but culture and personal experience matter enormously. A colour that's calming to one person might be agitating to another based on their associations and memories. You notice that colour meanings can be very specific. Sports teams adopt colours that become part of their identity. Wearing the wrong colours in certain neighbourhoods can signal gang affiliation. Military uniforms use colour to indicate rank and unit. The symbolic language of colour operates on many levels simultaneously. You're in the present now, looking at a computer screen that can display millions of colours. The technology that makes this possible would seem like magic to anyone from earlier eras. RGB pixels glowing in combinations that create any hue imaginable. Digital colour is fundamentally different from pigment colour. Screens emit light. They use additive colour mixing. Red, green and blue lights combine to create all other colours. Turn on all three at maximum intensity and you get white. Turn them all off and you get black. This is the opposite of how paint works, and it takes some getting used to. The precision is astonishing. Colours can be specified exactly using numeric codes. Hashtag FF. 0000 is pure red. Hashtag 00FF00 is pure green. Hashtag 0000FF is pure blue. You can create and reproduce any colour exactly using these codes. The subjectivity of colour description finally has an objective measurement system, except it's not quite that simple. Different screens display the same colour codes differently. The red on your phone might not match the red on your computer. Colour calibration becomes a whole industry. Designers agonise over whether their carefully chosen colours will look the same to everyone viewing their work. You're designing a website. You choose colours that look perfect on your monitor. Then you check them on a phone. The blues are too dark, the yellows are washed out. You try to compensate, but there's no perfect solution. Digital colour is simultaneously more precise and less controllable than traditional pigments. Printing adds another layer of complexity. Printers use CMYK colour, cyan, magenta, yellow and black. Subtractive colour mixing like pigments. The colours you see on screen, created with RGB additive mixing, have to be converted to CMYK for printing. The conversion isn't perfect, Some screen colours can't be printed, some printed colours can't be displayed on screens. It's frustrating but manageable. Emoji and digital communication create new colour associations. The yellow smiley face is so ubiquitous, it becomes a default for happiness. The red heart is digital love. The purple devil has implications. These simplified colour symbols work across language barriers, creating a kind of universal colour vocabulary that earlier cultures would have found useful but couldn't achieve. You're looking at colour trends online now. Designers declare colours of the year. Pantone announces that this year's colour is living coral, or classic blue, or whatever carefully named shade they've chosen. These pronouncements influence fashion, design and marketing worldwide. Colour trends spread faster than ever before thanks to digital communication and global connectivity. The accessibility of colour is unprecedented. Anyone with a computer can access millions of colours instantly. This democratization would have amazed Renaissance painters hoarding their ultramarine, but it also makes colour choices harder. When you can have any colour, which colour should you choose? The paralysis of infinite options is real. Digital tools let you manipulate colour in ways impossible with physical media. You can adjust hue, saturation, and brightness independently. You can apply filters that change entire colour palettes with a single click. You can colour correct photos to make the sky bluer or the grass greener. Reality becomes optional. Colour becomes whatever you want it to be. But something is lost too. The physical experience of mixing paint or grinding pigment, the smell of oil and turpentine, the texture of brush on canvas. Digital colour is clean and precise and a bit sterile. Some artists deliberately work with physical media to reclaim that tactile connection to colour. You're looking forward now, imagining where colour might go next. The possibilities are both exciting and a bit unsettling. Technology continues to advance. Understanding of colour perception deepens. New applications emerge. Scientists are developing new pigments that do things impossible with traditional colours. Structural colour, like butterfly wings, where the colour comes from microscopic surface patterns rather than pigment molecules. These colours can be incredibly vibrant and don't fade because there's no chemical to degrade. The colour is built into the physical structure. You're watching a fabric that changes colour based on temperature or light exposure. Smart textiles that shift from blue to red when you're hot. Buildings that change appearance throughout the day. The line between static colour and dynamic colour is blurring. Colour becomes responsive and interactive rather than fixed. Virtual reality creates entirely new possibilities for colour. In VR, colours don't have to follow physical rules. You can make objects glow with impossible shades. You can create colour combinations that couldn't exist in the real world. The experience of colour becomes decoupled from physical reality entirely. But questions arise. If we can create any colour in virtual spaces, does colour lose meaning? When everything can be any colour, does colour stop being special? Or does it become more meaningful because we have complete control over our colour environments? The cultural meanings of colour continue to evolve. Global communication means colour associations spread and merge across cultures. Red might mean both luck and danger simultaneously. The complexity of colour symbolism increases rather than simplifies. You notice that some people are pushing back against digital colour saturation. They're seeking out natural dyes again, learning traditional techniques for making pigments from earth and plants. There's a movement toward colour with history and process behind it. Colour that connects to place and tradition rather than just hexadecimal codes. The science of colour perception advances. Researchers discover that some people have 4 types of colour receptors instead of 3. These tetrachromats can theoretically see colours the rest of us can't even imagine. The variation in human colour perception is greater than previously thought. What you see as blue might be genuinely different from what someone else sees as blue. You're in a museum looking at ancient cave paintings. The red ochre has lasted 30,000 years. It's faded but still visible. Still recognisable, still colour. You think about the continuity, from grinding rocks to digital pixels, from cave walls to glowing screens. The human relationship with colour spans all of it. The future of colour isn't really about technology or science. It's about what we choose to do with our ability to create, control and understand colour. Every new tool for working with colour opens new possibilities, but it also raises questions about meaning, authenticity and value. Will synthetic structural colours replace pigments entirely? Will everyone wear clothes that change colour based on mood or environment? Will virtual reality make physical colour seem dull and limited? Or will people value physical colour more precisely because it has constraints and history? You're back in the present, sitting quietly, thinking about everything you've learned on this journey through the history of colour, from cave walls to computer screens, from purple snails to digital RGB. The arc of colour history bends toward increasing control and understanding, but also toward complexity and questions. The earliest humans who ground red ochre and painted animals on cave walls were doing something fundamentally human. They were capturing the world and transforming it, making the ephemeral permanent, taking colour from nature and putting it where they chose. That impulse hasn't changed in 30,000 years. The tools are better, the palette is broader, but the drive to work with colour comes from the same place. Every culture that developed colour words was carving up the spectrum according to what mattered to them. Not randomly, not carelessly, but thoughtfully, based on their needs and values and environment. The Greeks with their wine-dark sea weren't wrong. They were just paying attention to different aspects of colour than we do now. The people who spent months extracting purple from thousands of snails weren't being inefficient. They were creating meaning through labour and rarity. The purple mattered because it was difficult, because it represented something beyond mere appearance. That's still true. We still assign meaning to colours based on more than just wavelength. The Renaissance painters mixing elaborate flesh tones and hoarding ultramarine were pursuing beauty and realism with the tools they had. The fact that we now have easier ways to achieve similar effect doesn't diminish their accomplishments. If anything, it makes us appreciate the skill required to create beauty with limited means. Newton separating white light into spectrum colours was revealing something that had always been there, but never understood. The colours were in sunlight all along. We just needed the right tools and questions to see them. How much else about colour are we still not seeing? What questions haven't we thought to ask yet? The synthetic dye revolution made colour accessible to everyone. That's both wonderful and a bit sad. Wonderful because beauty shouldn't be restricted to the wealthy. Sad because rarity and difficulty created value and meaning that mass production can't replicate. We gain something and lose something in every technological advance. You think about your own relationship with colour, the colours you're drawn to, the colours that make you feel certain ways, your favourite blue that's not quite sky, and not quite navy but somewhere perfectly between, the specific shade of green that reminds you of a forest you visited once, the red that looks like autumn leaves in late afternoon sun. And these personal connections to colour are part of the story too. The history of colour isn't just about pigments and dyes and scientific discoveries. It's about human beings responding to the beauty and variety of the visible spectrum, finding meaning in wavelengths of light, creating culture around something as simple and complex as colour. The future will bring new colours and new ways of working with them. New meanings will emerge. Old associations will fade or transform. The story of colour continues to unfold. But the core of it remains what it's always been. Humans finding ways to capture and control and understand the colours that surround us. Making sense of the rainbow. Finding beauty in the spectrum. You're getting drowsy now. The journey through colour history has been long and winding. You've travelled from prehistoric caves to digital futures. You've met dye makers and painters, chemists and scientists. You've learned about ochre and indigo, purple and blue, about how language shapes perception, and how culture creates meaning. The colours are still there when you close your eyes, red and yellow and blue, green and orange and purple, all the shades between, all the meanings layered on top of simple physics. light reflecting and refracting and being absorbed and re-emitted, photons striking your retina and triggering neural responses that your brain interprets as colour. But it's never just physics. It's also history and culture and personal memory. It's Egyptian blue and Tyrian purple, and mauve synthesized from coal tar. It's Newton's prism and digital RGB and structural colour that doesn't fade. It's every human who ever ground a pigment or mixed a dye or chose a colour because it meant something to them. The world is full of colour, always has been. But the human relationship with colour changes and grows and develops new dimensions. We're still learning to see the world, still discovering new ways to understand and work with colour, still finding meaning in the rainbow. The story isn't finished. It never will be. Colour is ongoing, always becoming, always new and always ancient at once. The cave painters who first ground red ochre would be amazed by synthetic pigments and digital displays, but they would recognise the impulse, the desire to capture colour and make it permanent, the need to transform the world through colour. That fundamental human drive connects us across millennia. We're all part of the same long story of learning to see and understand the colours that surround us. And with that thought, you drift into sleep. The colours of history swirling gently through your dreams, red ochre on cave walls, blue from Afghanistan, purple from the sea, yellow from the earth, green from copper. All the colours humanity has ever created or discovered or understood. All of them part of the same long, beautiful story of learning to see. You wake in darkness, though dawn isn't far off. The year is 1720, and you're in a modest house on the outskirts of London, where the city's smoke hasn't yet reached the countryside proper. Your bedroom is cold. Winter never truly leaves these stone walls, but you know that downstairs someone has already been awake for an hour, building the fire that will warm the kitchen and heat the first kettle of the day. The concept of morning tea is still relatively new to English households. Your grandmother never drank it. She woke to small beer or watered wine, the same breakfast beverages that had sustained English people for centuries. But you've developed a taste for this strange leaf that arrived from China, and now your mornings feel incomplete without it. You pull on your dressing gown and make your way downstairs, where the kitchen glows with firelight. The kettle sits on its iron hook, steam beginning to curl from its spout. You've learned that timing matters. Too soon, and the water hasn't reached the temperature needed to properly open the leaves. Too late, and it boils too vigorously, making the tea taste sharp and unpleasant. The tea itself lives in a locked wooden caddy on the shelf. This might seem excessive to future generations, but tea costs more than most people earn in a week. Some households keep it locked away as carefully as they guard their silver. You measure out a careful spoonful of black leaves, their twisted shapes reminding you of tiny scrolls of parchment. When you lift them close, they smell faintly of smoke and earth, and something else you can't quite name. Perhaps the scent of distance itself, of mountains you'll never see. The ritual of brewing is simple but requires attention. You warm the pot first, swirling hot water inside to heat the ceramic before discarding it. Then the leaves go in, and the water pours over them with a sound like gentle rain on stone. Some people insist on exactly 3 minutes of steeping. Others claim 5 is necessary. You've settled on 4, which seems to extract the flavour without the bitterness that makes your mouth pucker. While you wait, you prepare the accompaniments. Sugar comes in a hard cone that requires cutting with special nippers, and you chip off a small piece to dissolve in your cup. Milk is more controversial. Some insist it should go in first to prevent the hot tea from cracking delicate porcelain. Others claim this ruins the flavour, that milk should be added only after tasting the tea's strength. You've noticed that people defend their chosen method with surprising passion, as if the order of milk and tea reveals something essential about character. The first sip is always the best. The warmth spreads through your chest, pushing back the morning chill. The flavour is complex, slightly astringent, faintly sweet, with undertones that change depending on the particular batch. Sometimes you detect notes of honey or smoke. Other times it tastes of nothing so much as the colour brown, rich and deep and somehow comforting. Morning tea serves a practical purpose. It sharpens your mind for the day ahead and clears the fog of sleep. But it's also become a moment of peace before the household fully wakes, before the demands of the day begin in earnest. You sit by the kitchen fire, cradling the warm cup, watching the sky lighten beyond the window. Outside, a bird begins its morning song, and you think how strange it is that such small rituals, hot water, dried leaves, a few minutes of quiet, can make the difference between a day that feels manageable and one that feels overwhelming from the start. Your morning cup rarely lasts long. There's too much to do, too many responsibilities waiting. But in these few minutes, you exist in a pocket of calm, a small ceremony that marks the boundary between night and day, sleep and waking, and the private self and the public one you'll present to the world. To understand how tea became essential to English life, you need to travel back further, to a time when England had never heard of such a beverage. Picture yourself in 1650, in a London that would seem both familiar and alien to modern eyes. The city is smaller, dirtier, and far more dangerous than you imagine. The Great Fire hasn't happened yet, so the streets are still a maze of medieval timber buildings leaning over narrow lanes. Coffee has just arrived in England, brought by traders returning from Ottoman territories. The first coffee house opened 2 years ago, and already these establishments are changing the social fabric of the city. Men gather to discuss politics, business, and philosophy while sipping the bitter black drink. But tea hasn't appeared yet. Another 8 years will pass before anyone in England tastes it. When tea finally arrives, it comes through the same trade routes as porcelain, silk, and spices. The long maritime journey from China to Europe. The Dutch East India Company brings the first shipments, and for several years tea remains a Dutch specialty, available only in Amsterdam. English traders watch this new market with interest, recognising profit when they see it. The earliest English tea is green, not black. It comes compressed into bricks or twisted into small pellets, and the instructions for preparation are vague at best. Some people boil the leaves like vegetables, others steep them in spirits rather than water. A few enterprising souls even try eating the leaves directly, spreading them on bread with butter. These experiments taste terrible, and it takes time for the proper brewing method to become common knowledge. Initially, tea is marketed as medicine rather than refreshment. Advertisements claim it cures headaches, drowsiness, and something mysteriously called the vapours. One enthusiastic merchant insists it makes the body active and lusty. The medical establishment remains sceptical, but this doesn't prevent curious Londoners from trying it. Catherine of Braganza deserves credit for making tea fashionable. When she marries Charles II in 1662, she brings Portuguese tea-drinking habits to the English court. The new queen requests tea at public occasions, and suddenly, everyone who matters wants to drink what royalty drinks. Fashion has always been a powerful force, and tea rides the wave of royal approval from exotic curiosity to status symbol. The price remains astronomical. A pound of tea costs more than most working people earn in a month, which means only the wealthy can afford to drink it regularly. This exclusivity adds to its appeal. Tea becomes a way to display prosperity, and the implements surrounding it, the pots, cups and caddies, grow increasingly elaborate and expensive. As demand increases, the East India Company takes over the trade, establishing direct routes to China and eventually India. Ships designed specifically for the tea trade begin making the dangerous journey around the Cape of Good Hope, carrying tons of dried leaves in their holds. The voyage takes months, and many ships are lost to storms, pirates, or simply the vastness of the ocean. Each successful arrival drives the market, and gradually the price begins to drop. By 1700, tea drinking had spread beyond the aristocracy to the growing middle class. Merchants, lawyers, and successful tradespeople can afford the occasional pound, and tea gardens open in London where respectable citizens can pay an entrance fee to walk in pleasant surroundings while drinking tea served at outdoor tables. These gardens become popular meeting places, especially for women, who have few other public venues where they can gather without impropriety. The government quickly recognises a revenue opportunity. Tea taxes are introduced, then increased again. By the mid-17th century, the tax on tea is so high that smuggling becomes rampant. Ships land on quiet beaches at night, and contraband tea makes its way inland along secret routes, hidden in everything from coffins to milk churns. Nearly half the tea consumed in England arrives through illegal channels, and everyone knows it, though polite society pretends otherwise. Despite the cost and the taxes and the illegal trade, tea continues its steady conquest of English habits. It's not just a drink anymore, it's becoming woven into the fabric of daily life. marking moments both ordinary and significant. People are beginning to discover that tea adapts to any occasion: morning alertness, afternoon society, and evening comfort. The ritual is flexible enough to fit anywhere, yet structured enough to feel meaningful. You can see the change in the architecture of houses being built in this era. New homes include rooms specifically designed for tea drinking, with large windows to let in afternoon light, and built-in cupboards for storing the precious leaves and expensive porcelain. The beverage is literally reshaping the English home. By 1780, you've been drinking tea for most of your life, but you're still learning its subtleties. The art of proper brewing has developed into something approaching ritual, with rules and preferences passed down through families like precious recipes. Water quality matters more than most people realise. Hard water, heavy with minerals, makes tea taste flat and dull. Soft water brings out the leaves' complexity, revealing flavours that hard water simply masks. In your household, you've learned which local wells produce the best water for tea. Some neighbours actually transport water from specific springs, believing this makes all the difference. The temperature of the water is equally crucial, though measuring it precisely is impossible without modern thermometers. You've learned to judge by observation. When the first small bubbles appear at the bottom of the kettle, the water is too cool. When it's in a rolling boil with large bubbles breaking the surface, it's too hot. The perfect moment comes just as the water begins to shudder, just before the full boil begins. This timing requires attention and practice, but the results justify the effort. Different teas demand different treatments. Green tea, less common now than it was in your grandmother's time, needs cooler water and shorter steeping. Black tea, which has become the English preference, can withstand hotter water and longer brewing. Some of the new blended teas mixed by merchants to create consistent flavours come with specific instructions that seem to change with each shipment. The teapot itself influences the final result. Porcelain pots are beautiful but fragile and expensive. Earthenware pots are sturdy but can retain flavours from previous brewings, which some people consider advantageous and others find unacceptable. Silver pots are fashionable in wealthy households, though they conduct heat so efficiently that the tea grows cold quickly unless you keep it near the fire. You've developed personal techniques over the years. You never use the same pot for different types of tea, believing each pot should be seasoned with a single variety. You warm not just the pot but also the cups, because cold porcelain lowers the tea's temperature too quickly. You've learned that the first cup poured is weaker than the second, so you pour a small amount, return it to the pot, then pour all the cups at once to ensure equal strength. The question of additives sparks endless debate. Purists insist tea should be drunk plain, without milk or sugar, to appreciate its natural flavour. Pragmatists point out that much of the tea available in England is fairly harsh and benefits from softening. Regional preferences are emerging. People in the north seem to prefer their tea stronger and darker than southerners, though everyone claims their way is the only correct method. Milk quality varies dramatically depending on the season. Summer milk, rich from cows grazing on lush grass, creates a different flavour than winter milk from hay-fed animals. Some households keep a special dairy arrangement with local farms, requesting milk from specific cows believed to produce the best tea accompaniment. Sugar remains expensive enough that its use signals prosperity. The amount you add is carefully calibrated. Too little suggests poverty or stinginess, and too much seems vulgar and wasteful. 1 lump is genteel, 2 is generous, and 3 is extravagant. You've noticed that the quantity people use often correlates exactly with their income, as if they're advertising their financial status with each spoonful. Timing the drinking matters as much as timing the brewing. Tea should be consumed hot but not scalding, at a temperature that allows you to taste the full range of flavours without burning your tongue. This creates a narrow window. The tea must be brewed, poured, prepared with milk and sugar if desired, and then drunk within a few minutes before it cools too much. This urgency is part of the ritual's appeal. Tea demands attention. It can't be ignored or left waiting while you attend to other tasks. The leaves themselves tell stories if you know how to read them. Quality leaves are whole or broken into large pieces, never powdered or dusty. The colour should be consistent throughout without too many stems or twigs mixed in. Fresh tea has a subtle sheen, while old tea looks dull and lifeless. When you open a new caddy, the scent should be immediately apparent. If you have to search for the aroma, the tea is likely past its prime. Storage has become a minor science. Tea absorbs odours from its surroundings with alarming efficiency, so it must be kept away from spices, coffee, or anything with a strong smell. The caddy should be airtight, and many people wrap the tea in paper within the caddy for additional protection. Some swear by keeping a small piece of charcoal in the caddy to absorb moisture and preserve freshness. You've learned to judge the strength by colour, watching the liquid darken from pale amber to deep reddish brown. The perfect shade varies by preference and occasion. Lighter for afternoon social drinking, darker for morning energy or evening comfort. This visual assessment becomes second nature over time, as automatic as knowing when bread is properly baked or a sauce has reached the right consistency. The china itself has become almost as important as the tea it holds. You remember when your mother received her first full tea set, a wedding gift that the family guarded like treasure. The cups were so thin you could see light through them, decorated with intricate blue and white patterns that seemed impossibly delicate. That set still exists, carefully preserved for special occasions, each piece handled with reverence. English porcelain production began because of tea. For decades, all fine china came from China itself, carried in ship holds wrapped in silk and straw for the months-long journey. Many pieces arrived broken, which only increased the value of those that survived. The prices were staggering. A single teacup could cost as much as a working man's annual wage. Then English potters began experimenting, trying to recreate the formula that made Chinese porcelain so uniquely translucent and strong. The efforts produced some interesting failures, beautiful ceramics that were nonetheless too thick, too porous, or too fragile to be truly useful. But gradually, through trial and error and probably some industrial espionage, English manufacturers cracked the secret. Now, by 1790, England produces its own porcelain, and the industry has transformed the landscape of places like Staffordshire. Entire towns exist to serve the tea trade, with hundreds of workers painting delicate designs on cups and saucers, firing kilns and developing new shapes and patterns. The work is exacting and often dangerous. The lead in the glazes, the heat of the kilns, the fine dust that coats everything, but it provides employment for thousands. Your own tea set is modest compared to what wealthy families display, but you're proud of it nonetheless. The pieces match, which wasn't always possible for people of your station. The pattern shows willows and bridges in blue, a style that has become enormously popular. Each cup sits in its own saucer, and you have a separate slop bowl for the used leaves, a cream jug, and a sugar bowl with a lid and tiny spoon. The arrangement of these pieces on the table follows unwritten but well understood rules. The teapot commands the centre, usually on a small stand to protect the tablecloth from heat. The cups and saucers are distributed according to the number of guests, each precisely placed. The sugar bowl and cream jug flank the teapot within easy reach but not crowding it. The slop bowl sits slightly apart, positioned where used leaves can be discreetly disposed of without drawing excessive attention to the process. Tablecloths for tea are different from those used for meals. They're lighter, often white or cream, and sometimes embroidered with simple patterns. The fabric must be fine enough to show the quality of the table beneath, yet sturdy enough to withstand repeated use and washing. Stains are disasters. Tea leaves permanent marks on fabric, and a spotted tablecloth suggests carelessness or, worse, poverty. The spoons deserve their own consideration. Teaspoons are smaller than tablespoons, sized specifically for stirring sugar into a teacup without splashing. Silver is preferred, but even modest households usually manage at least silver-plated spoons for tea service. The spoons are displayed in their own holder or sometimes laid beside each cup, handles aligned with mathematical precision. Serving tea to guests has become a performance, one that displays your skill and refinement. You begin by asking each person their preference: milk and sugar, just milk, just sugar, or neither. This seems simple, but remembering everyone's choice and preparing each cup correctly requires concentration, especially when serving a larger group. The order of additions matters. Some insist milk must go in first, claiming this prevents the hot tea from shocking the porcelain and causing hairline cracks. Others argue tea should go in first, allowing you to judge its strength before adding milk. You've adopted the tea first method, believing it gives better control over the final colour and taste. Passing the cups requires grace. You hand each one to its recipient with both hands, making sure the handle is positioned for easy grasping. The saucer stays with the cup. Separating them during service would mark you as hopelessly provincial. Small plates for cake or bread and butter are distributed separately, along with napkins folded into simple triangles. The conversations that happen around these carefully arranged tables range from trivial gossip to serious discussion of politics and philosophy. tea service has created a space where people gather, where the ritual itself provides structure for social interaction. The pouring and passing, the asking and answering about preferences, the small pauses for sipping, all of this creates a rhythm that makes conversation easier, especially with people you don't know well. You've noticed how tea settings reflect changes in society. 30 years ago, tea was drunk from handleless bowls, and people held the hot porcelain carefully by the rim. Then someone invented the handle, and suddenly the old bowls looked primitive. Now everyone uses handled cups, and the earlier style has nearly disappeared except among the very old or very eccentric. The patterns on the china tell their own story. Chinoiserie, designs featuring Chinese scenes and motifs, dominated for decades as a way of bringing the exotic into English homes. But lately, English subjects are becoming popular. Country scenes, flowers, and even images of local landmarks. It's as if tea, having been fully absorbed into English life, no longer needs to advertise its foreign origins. The afternoon has its own tea ceremony, quite different from the simple morning cup. By 1840, you've witnessed the emergence of afternoon tea as a distinct social institution, complete with its own etiquette and expectations. The timing is specific, around 4 o'clock, that peculiar dead zone between lunch and dinner, when energy flags and hunger begins to gnaw. The Duchess of Bedford is credited with inventing this meal, complaining of a sinking feeling in the late afternoon and requesting tea and small cakes be brought to her private rooms. The practice caught on among her friends, then spread through society like ripples in a pond. Afternoon tea is lighter than the working-class high tea served later in the day, which is really more of a supper. This afternoon version features delicate foods designed to sustain without overwhelming. Thin sandwiches with the crusts cut off, small cakes, and scones with jam and clotted cream. The portions are deliberately modest. Eating too much would suggest poor breeding, or worse, genuine hunger. The sandwiches are miniature works of art. Cucumber slices so thin they're nearly transparent, arranged on butter spread with mathematical precision. Egg and cress mixed with just enough mayonnaise to bind. Smoked salmon on brown bread. The crusts are always removed, transforming the sandwiches into neat squares or triangles that sit on plates in carefully composed arrangements. Scones arrive warm from the oven, their tops golden and slightly cracked. The proper way to eat them sparks debate. Some split them horizontally with a knife, while others insist you must break them apart with your hands to preserve the texture. The jam goes on first, then the cream, or perhaps the cream first and then the jam. This choice apparently reveals something profound about your character, though you've never quite understood what. The cream itself is a luxury. Clotted cream, thick enough to hold its shape, comes from Devon or Cornwall, where dairy farms have perfected its production. It's yellowish white, and so rich it coats your mouth, making each bite of scone feel indulgent. In less wealthy households, regular cream or even butter serves as a substitute, though everyone pretends not to notice the difference. Cakes for afternoon tea are smaller than dessert cakes, designed to be eaten in 2 or 3 bites without requiring a fork. Victoria sponge, filled with jam and dusted with sugar, lemon drizzle, glazed and tart, small iced cakes in pastel colours. The variety displayed on a cake stand demonstrates the household's resources and the cook's skill. The conversation during afternoon tea tends toward the pleasant and uncontroversial. This isn't the time for serious political debate or difficult personal disclosures. Instead, you discuss the weather, recent social events, or perhaps a new book or play. The talk flows around the tea service, accommodating the natural pauses created by sipping and eating. Women dominate afternoon tea in a way that isn't true for other meals. Men occasionally attend, but this is primarily female territory, a space where women can gather and talk without male oversight. This makes afternoon tea subtly subversive, a socially acceptable excuse for female independence and friendship. The ritual has become so standardised that deviations feel almost shocking. Serving coffee instead of tea would confuse your guests. Offering large sandwiches or heavy foods would miss the point entirely. Even the timing is fixed. Arrive too early and you'll find your hostess unprepared. Arrive too late and you've missed the event entirely. Your role as hostess during afternoon tea requires constant attention. You must keep the conversation moving without dominating it, ensure everyone's cup stays filled, and notice when someone needs their plate refreshed. You monitor the food supply, signalling the maid to bring more sandwiches or remove empty plates. You observe without seeming to observe, attuned to your guests' comfort and enjoyment. The china used for afternoon tea is often the finest the household owns. This is when you bring out the good porcelain, the set saved for company. The pieces are displayed as much as used, their quality reflecting on your taste and prosperity. A beautiful tea service becomes a conversation piece, admired and complimented, sometimes envied. Outside the windows, the afternoon light shifts from bright to golden, creating a warm glow in the room. This particular quality of light seems designed for tea, softening everything it touches. You've deliberately positioned your tea table near the window to take advantage of this natural illumination, which makes the porcelain seem to glow and the tea itself look like liquid amber. The pause that afternoon tea creates in the day's rhythm has become essential. It marks time, dividing the afternoon from the evening, creating a moment of deliberate rest in lives that are otherwise quite busy. Even on days when you have no guests, you maintain the ritual, taking time to sit properly, to use good china, and to make the afternoon feel somehow significant rather than simply letting it slip past unnoticed. The experience of tea drinking varies dramatically depending on where you live. In your rural cottage in Yorkshire, tea arrives along with other supplies from the market town, brought by a carrier who makes the journey twice weekly. The selection is limited compared to what you remember from visiting London. Perhaps 3 or 4 varieties if you're lucky, and you take what's available rather than choosing from dozens of options. Country tea has a practical quality that urban tea lacks. You drink it in the kitchen rather than a separate drawing room, often still wearing your work clothes, hands scrubbed clean but showing evidence of the day's labour. The ceremony is abbreviated, you still warm the pot and measure carefully, but you skip the elaborate table settings and delicate sandwiches. Instead, you might have thick slices of bread with butter and jam or cold meat left from dinner. The timing in the countryside follows agricultural rhythms rather than social conventions. Morning tea happens whenever you've finished the essential early chores, feeding animals, collecting eggs, and setting bread to rise. Afternoon tea might be taken into the fields during harvest, carried in a tin pot that keeps it reasonably warm, and poured into thick cups that won't break if dropped. Evening tea happens after supper, a moment of rest before the final check of livestock and locking up for the night. Water quality in the countryside is generally excellent. Your well draws from deep underground, producing water so clear and cold it's almost a shame to heat it. This makes your tea taste cleaner somehow than city tea, though you lack the variety and refinement of urban offerings. You've heard that London water, drawn from the Thames, needs extensive filtering and still tastes faintly of the river. In London, by contrast, tea has become a theatre of social complexity. Your cousin who lives in Bloomsbury describes tea parties that involve written invitations, specific dress codes, and elaborate rules about calling cards and departure times. The tea itself is only part of the performance. What matters is being seen drinking it, in the right company, from the right china, in the proper setting. City dwellers have access to specialty tea merchants who blend custom mixtures and sell exotic varieties you've never heard of. They can choose between China black, Indian black, green tea, oolong, and countless blended varieties with names like Afternoon Delight or Earl Grey's Mixture. Each type comes with recommendations about brewing time, temperature, and accompaniments. The tea shops themselves are destinations. Your cousin describes walking past window displays featuring pyramids of tea caddies, porcelain sets arranged to catch the light, and hand-painted signs advertising the latest arrivals from India or Ceylon. Inside, the shops smell of all their products at once, tea and coffee and spices mingling in a scent cloud that's simultaneously overwhelming and enticing. Urban tea gardens provide entertainment along with refreshment. At Vauxhall or Ranelagh, you can pay an admission fee to walk among illuminated paths, listen to musical performances, and drink tea served at outdoor tables. These gardens are less respectable than afternoon tea in private homes. They attract a more diverse crowd, including people whose status is questionable, but whose money is good. Country tea is cheaper overall. You buy in smaller quantities, but you also pay less per pound because you're not supporting the overhead of fancy shops and fashionable addresses. Your tea comes in plain paper wrapping rather than decorated caddies, and you store it in a simple tin rather than a locked wooden box. It tastes essentially the same as city tea, but it lacks the symbolic weight. The social meaning of tea varies between city and country. In rural areas, offering tea is simple hospitality, expected and unremarkable. In London, tea invitations are strategic, carrying implications about social status, availability, and relationship quality. Accepting an invitation commits you to reciprocating. Declining requires careful excuse-making. The whole business is exhausting from your perspective, though your cousin seems to thrive on it. Village tea drinking retains a communal quality that city tea has lost. When illness strikes a household, neighbours arrive with pots of tea and whatever food can be spared. After church on Sunday, the congregation often gathers for tea before dispersing to their homes. The tea itself is less important than the gathering, the checking in on each other, and the maintenance of community bonds. City isolation makes tea more of a lifeline. Your cousin describes feeling desperately lonely despite being surrounded by thousands of people, and her afternoon tea invitations are attempts to create connection in a place where simply living near someone doesn't automatically make them a neighbour. The formality of city tea might seem excessive to you, but it serves a purpose. It provides structure for building relationships when natural community doesn't exist. The countryside changes with seasons, and tea adapts accordingly. Summer tea might be drunk cold, a novelty that seems slightly shocking but wonderfully refreshing after hot field work. Winter tea stays close to the fire, drunk from thick pottery that holds heat well. Spring and autumn occupy the middle ground, with tea temperature varying based on the day's weather rather than following a fixed rule. London tea, meanwhile, maintains constant elegance regardless of season. The fires are always lit in drawing rooms, the porcelain is always fine, and the rituals are always observed. This consistency is part of the appeal. In a city that's chaotic and unpredictable, tea provides reliable structure. Tea has reshaped the interior landscape of English homes, creating new furniture, new rooms, and new domestic routines. Your current house, built in 1830, includes features that didn't exist in earlier homes, all designed to accommodate tea drinking. The tea table stands in the drawing room, positioned to catch afternoon light. It's smaller than a dining table, but larger than a side table, the perfect size for displaying a tea service and accommodating plates of food. The wood is mahogany, polished to a high sheen that reflects the china arranged on its surface. Someone invented the tea table as a specific furniture category, and now every moderately prosperous house has one. Near the tea table stands a tea caddy on its own small stand. This caddy is locked, as tea caddies have been for a century, though the price has dropped enough that locking it is more habit than necessity. The caddy interior is divided into compartments, one for black tea, one for green tea, and a centre section for mixing or for storing the sugar bowl. The key hangs on your chatelaine, the ring of household keys that marks your position as mistress of the house. The tea tray has evolved into a specialised object. It's large enough to carry a full tea service but light enough to be easily portable. The handles are positioned for balanced carrying, and the surface has a low rim to prevent cups from sliding during transport. You own 2 trays, an everyday one of simple wood and a fancier papier-mâché tray painted with flowers and inlaid with mother of pearl for when company comes. A tea kettle sits perpetually ready near the kitchen fire. In wealthier homes, a spirit burner in the drawing room allows the hostess to heat water without leaving the room, maintaining the illusion that tea simply appears without any labour. You find this affectation slightly ridiculous. Everyone knows that water must be heated, leaves must be steeped, and dishes must be washed. Pretending otherwise seems dishonest. The daily rhythm of home life now organises around tea times. Morning tea provides the day's first structure, separating night from day. Afternoon tea marks the transition from work to evening. Evening tea before bed creates closure, a signal that the day has ended. These 3 points anchor the day, giving it shape and predictability. Children learn tea manners almost before they learn to speak. Your youngest daughter, only 4 years old, already knows to hold her cup with both hands, to sip quietly without slurping, and to say please and thank you at appropriate moments. These lessons are gentle but persistent. Proper tea behaviour is considered essential to growing up respectable. The work of tea largely falls to women. You oversee the tea supply, deciding when to order more and what variety to purchase. You train the maids in proper preparation and service. You preside at the tea table when guests arrive. Your husband drinks the tea and enjoys the social occasions, but the logistics are your domain, part of the invisible labour that makes the household function smoothly. Washing the tea things is more challenging than you'd expect. The porcelain must be handled carefully to prevent chips and cracks. Tea stains require special attention. They'll set permanently if not removed immediately. The inside of the teapot develops a dark coating over time, and opinions differ about whether this patina improves the flavour or should be scrubbed away. You've settled on a gentle cleaning routine that seems to preserve both the pot and the taste. Storage space for tea equipment has become substantial. You need room for multiple teapots, sets of cups and saucers, cream jugs, sugar bowls, slop bowls, tea caddies, trays, and all the small implements that accumulate around the ritual. A sideboard in your drawing room is dedicated entirely to tea storage, with additional pieces kept in the kitchen for everyday use. The cost of maintaining a proper tea household is significant, but no longer prohibitive for middle-class families. Between the tea itself, the sugar, the milk, the fuel to heat water, the replacement of broken dishes, and the occasional purchase of new pieces to expand your collection, you spend several pounds annually just on tea-related expenses. Your mother would have considered this extravagant, but it's become normal in your generation. Tea has influenced architectural design in ways that aren't immediately obvious. The drawing room's large windows aren't just for light, they're specifically for afternoon tea light, creating the right atmosphere for social tea drinking. The distance between the kitchen and drawing room in newer houses is calculated to allow servants enough time to prepare a tray, without making the journey so long that tea cools during transport. Some very wealthy families have installed speaking tubes that connect the drawing room to the kitchen, allowing the mistress to order tea without standing or ringing a bell. You find this innovation excessive. Surely walking to the kitchen or ringing a bell isn't such a hardship, but you understand the appeal of appearing effortlessly served. The ritual of tea has created its own vocabulary within the household. Tea things refers to all the equipment collectively. The tea hour means mid-afternoon, even when no tea is actually consumed. Taking tea means visiting someone, even if coffee is ultimately served. The language has expanded to accommodate the practice. Your personal relationship with tea has become complicated. You genuinely enjoy it, the taste, the ritual, the social connections it facilitates. But you're also aware of its demands on your time, money, and attention. Some mornings, you long for the simplicity your grandmother described, when breakfast meant bread and beer, and nothing required such careful preparation. Then you take that first sip of properly brewed tea, feel its warmth spread through you, and remember why the effort seems worthwhile. The evening cup carries a different character than morning or afternoon tea. By 1850, you've settled into a routine that feels both comforting and slightly melancholy. The day ending, the house growing quiet, the final tasks completed. Evening tea happens after supper's been cleared and the household has shifted into its nighttime mode. The children are in bed, the servants have finished most of their work, and you finally have time to sit without feeling you should be doing something else. This is when tea becomes less about society and more about personal restoration. You brew the evening pot with care equal to the morning's but different in intention. Morning tea must energise and prepare you for the day. Evening tea should soothe and settle, creating the right mental state for sleep. Some people claim certain teas are better suited for evening, varieties that are less stimulating and gentler on the system. You're not sure this is true, but you've adopted the practice anyway, choosing lighter blends as night approaches. The evening cup is often drunk in near silence. Your husband reads his newspaper by the fire, turning pages with slow deliberation. You might have mending or correspondence, but often you simply sit, holding the warm cup, letting your mind wander through the day's events. The tea provides occupation for your hands and a focal point for your attention without demanding much of either. Winter evenings are particularly suited to tea. The darkness outside seems absolute, pressing against the windows, but inside the fire glows and the tea steams and the room holds warmth like a secret. You've noticed how tea drinking makes cold nights tolerable, even pleasant. The ritual creates coziness and transforms what could be bleak into something almost magical. In summer, evening tea is lighter, sometimes drunk barely warm, and more refreshing than hot. The later sunset means you might take your tea outside, sitting in the garden while light lingers in the sky. The flavour seems different outdoors. You taste the air along with the tea, and somehow the combination is perfect. The evening pot is rarely shared with guests. This is private time, family time, the gentle unwinding after the day's performance. If someone calls in the evening, you offer tea out of politeness, but there's a slight resentment at the intrusion. Evening tea belongs to the household, not to society. Your evening tea includes reflection on the day's conversations. Afternoon tea with guests often surfaces memories in the evening. Something someone said, a bit of gossip shared, or a concern expressed. You turn these fragments over in your mind while sipping, processing the day's social information in the quiet space tea creates. The dishes used for evening tea are often different from afternoon's fine china. You might use thicker cups, less elegant but more practical for the relaxed atmosphere. Or sometimes you use the good china precisely because there's no one to impress, enjoying it purely for your own pleasure rather than for display. Evening tea marks the transition from the public self to the private one. During the day, you maintain certain standards of appearance and behaviour. As evening deepens, you allow yourself to relax, your posture softens, and your expression becomes less guarded. The tea witnesses this transformation, this shedding of the day's necessary masks. Children, when they're still awake, sometimes join evening tea. They're quieter at this hour, tired from their own day's activities. You let them have weak tea with extra milk and sugar, training them in the ritual while they're sleepy and docile. These evening sessions teach them that tea time can be peaceful, not just social. The last cup of the day is drunk slowly. You're in no hurry to finish it, and anyway, bed will come soon enough. The tea is cooled to barely warm, but you finish it anyway, not wanting to waste it. The final sip tastes different from the first, less vibrant, more familiar and comforting in its ordinariness. Banking the fire for the night happens after tea is done. The coals are covered with ash, damped down to hold heat until morning. The tea things are collected and carried to the kitchen, where they'll be washed first thing tomorrow. The drawing room gradually cools as you extinguish lamps and candles, leaving only what's needed to find your way upstairs. In bed, you sometimes still taste the tea, a phantom flavour lingering on your tongue. Your thoughts drift and settle like the tea leaves at the bottom of the pot. Sleep comes gradually, peacefully. The day's tensions dissolved like sugar in hot water. Tomorrow you'll wake and begin again with morning tea, the cycle continuing, each day bookended by the same gentle ritual. Spring tea has arrived with the crocuses and longer days. By March you've tired of winter's heavy foods and dark afternoons, and you crave something lighter and fresher. The tea itself might be the same variety you drank all winter, but you serve it differently, in thinner cups, with less sugar, accompanied by the first strawberries from the greenhouse, or delicate lemon biscuits that taste of sunshine. The spring cleaning ritual includes the tea things. You empty the tea caddy completely, wipe it clean inside and out, and check for any dampness or musty smells. The porcelain comes down from the shelves, each piece washed carefully in warm water, inspected for chips or cracks, and dried with soft cloths. This annual cleaning feels like renewal, preparing your tea equipment for another year of service. As the weather warms, you begin taking tea outdoors. The garden table is brought out of storage, wiped down and positioned under the apple tree, where dappled shade keeps the sun from being too intense. Drinking tea in the garden feels slightly daring, as if you're breaking an unspoken rule about tea belonging indoors. But the pleasure is undeniable, the fresh air, the bird song, and the scent of growing things mixing with the tea's aroma. Summer tea evolves into something almost entirely different from winter's version. You experiment with serving it cold, pouring hot tea over ice made from the ice house. The result tastes strange at first. Tea should be hot, your mind insists, but the refreshment is remarkable. Cold tea on a hot July afternoon becomes a revelation, though you're not sure you'd admit to drinking it this way in front of company. The summer abundance affects tea accompaniments. Thin cucumber sandwiches make perfect sense when cucumbers are fresh from the garden. Fruit tarts feature whatever has just ripened. Currants, raspberries, or gooseberries. You make less cake in summer. The oven's heat makes the kitchen unbearable, and anyway, lighter foods suit the season better. August tea happens later in the day as you wait for temperatures to become bearable. The afternoon tea hour shifts from 4 o'clock to 5 or even 6, catching the cooler evening air. The ritual adjusts to the season, proving more flexible than you'd expected. Tea accommodates itself to life rather than demanding life accommodate it. Autumn brings back the pleasure of hot tea after months of drinking it barely warm. The first truly cold morning, when you can see your breath in the bedroom, makes the morning cup taste especially good. The warmth spreads through you, chasing away the chill, reminding you of tea's fundamental purpose, comfort. Harvest season disrupts normal tea routines. The work is too pressing to pause for afternoon tea, so you drink it quickly in the kitchen, standing rather than sitting, before returning to the fields. The elaborate social ritual falls away, leaving only the essential function: warmth, energy, brief respite. You remember that tea served working people before it became a drawing room entertainment. November fog makes tea taste somehow richer. You can't explain this logically, but you've noticed it year after year. Perhaps it's the dampness in the air, or the way firelight looks through fog-dimmed windows, or simply the seasonal association between tea and cosy interiors when the weather outside is miserable. Whatever the cause, foggy day tea feels like being embraced. December brings social tea to its peak. The visiting season demands constant readiness. Your tea caddy is always full, your best china always clean, and your pantry stocked with cake and biscuits for unexpected guests. You pour more tea in December than any other month, your wrist actually growing tired from lifting the pot. Christmas tea includes special editions. Spiced biscuits flavoured with ginger and cinnamon appear on the tea table. The sugar bowl holds shaped sugar instead of the usual lumps. You might add a cinnamon stick to the pot itself, creating a flavoured tea that tastes like the season. These small variations mark the time as special without requiring elaborate effort. The darkest days of winter make evening tea essential. By 4 o'clock it's nearly dark and the long evening stretches ahead. Tea punctuates this darkness, creating islands of light and warmth to hold on to. You drink more tea in winter than summer, your body craving both the warmth and the ritual's reassuring familiarity. New Year tea carries a contemplative quality. The year has turned, and you sit with your cup considering what's past and what might come. Tea doesn't change with the calendar, but your relationship to it shifts slightly. You notice it more consciously, appreciating the continuity it provides across years and seasons. February is the hardest month, when winter feels endless and spring seems impossibly distant. Tea doesn't fix this, but it helps. The morning cup is a promise that the day has begun, and will therefore eventually end. The evening cup is a small reward for surviving another day. The ritual carries you through when motivation fails. Each season teaches you something new about tea, though you've been drinking it for decades. Spring teaches freshness, summer teaches flexibility, autumn teaches gratitude, and winter teaches endurance. The cycle repeats annually, and tea is there for all of it, adapting and persisting as reliable as the changing seasons themselves. By 1875, tea had become so thoroughly English that its foreign origins seemed almost impossible to believe. You've watched 3 generations adopt and adapt this ritual, each making it their own while maintaining its essential character. What began as exotic curiosity has become a daily necessity, woven into the fabric of life so completely that imagining England without tea feels absurd. The democratization of tea represents one of the century's quiet revolutions. Your grandmother paid a fortune for tea and locked it away like jewellery. Your mother paid less but still considered it a luxury. You pay prices that make tea accessible for ordinary consumption, and your daughter will likely pay even less. This price decline has transformed tea from a symbol of wealth into something available to nearly everyone. The ritual persists even as its trappings change. Porcelain has become cheaper and more available, but tea is still poured with care. The ceremony has simplified in some households while growing more elaborate in others, but the essential act, hot water, tea leaves, a moment of pause, remains constant. Tea has proven remarkably adaptable, fitting into diverse lives and circumstances while retaining its character. You've noticed how tea marks life's significant moments. Births are celebrated with tea parties, funerals include tea afterward, the bereaved gather to drink and remember, weddings feature tea receptions, illnesses are nursed with cups of tea brought to bedsides. The beverage has become inseparable from the full range of human experience. Tea creates community in ways both obvious and subtle. The shared ritual provides common ground between strangers. The knowledge of how to brew, serve and drink tea is a language everyone speaks, regardless of class or region. Differences exist, urban versus rural, working class versus aristocracy, but the basic grammar is universal. The health claims surrounding tea have mostly been forgotten or disproven. It doesn't cure headaches or prevent plague or make the body lusty, despite what early merchants promised. But it does provide comfort, create moments of rest, and encourage social connection. These benefits, less dramatic than medical cures, are perhaps more valuable for being real and reliable. Your own tea drinking has evolved over the decades. You've developed preferences you didn't have in youth, a particular strength of brew, a specific cup you favour, and times of day when tea tastes better. These personal refinements are part of tea's appeal. The ritual is shared, but within it, infinite individual variation is possible. The future of tea seems secure. India and Ceylon now produce vast quantities, ensuring supply will meet demand. Tea plantations employ thousands, creating an entire industry around English appetites. The price continues to drop as production increases. Tea has moved from luxury to staple, joining bread and milk as something ordinary people expect to have regularly. Looking at the tea things arranged on your table, the pot, the cups, the sugar bowl and the cream jug, You think about all the hands that touched these objects before they reached you. Workers who picked the leaves in distant fields, sailors who transported the cargo across oceans, merchants who sold the tea, porcelain and sugar separately. The connections span the globe, yet here they converge in your drawing room, reduced to a simple domestic ritual. Tea has taught you patience. The leaves won't steep faster because you're in a hurry. The water must reach proper temperature regardless of your schedule. The ritual demands its own time, and this insistence on unhurried care has shaped how you approach other aspects of life. Some things can't and shouldn't be rushed. The sensory memory of tea will likely be among your last to fade. The aroma of leaves in the caddy, the sound of water poured into the pot, the warmth of the cup in your hands, the taste of that first sip. These experiences have repeated thousands of times, creating deep grooves in memory. In old age, you suspect you'll still know how to make tea even if you forget other things. Tea's greatest gift might be the permission it grants for rest. In a world that increasingly values productivity and efficiency, tea time remains defiantly unproductive. You sit, you drink, you talk or think or simply exist. This deliberate pause has become necessary for maintaining sanity in a modernising world that might otherwise consume you completely. As evening approaches and shadows lengthen across the drawing room floor, you prepare one more pot. The ritual is exactly as it's always been. Warming the pot, measuring the leaves, pouring the water, and waiting the correct number of minutes. Your hands perform these actions without conscious thought, the motions as natural as breathing. The tea is ready. You pour a cup, add milk and sugar in the proportions you prefer, and lift it to your lips. The taste is familiar, yet somehow always slightly new. Like meeting an old friend and discovering there are still things you don't know about them. The warmth spreads through you, and for this moment everything feels manageable, peaceful, and enough. Outside, the world continues its relentless change. Inside, the tea steeps and the fire glows and the day draws gently toward its close. You sit with your cup, grateful for this small ritual that has carried you through decades, that will carry your children and their children forward through whatever changes come. Tea endures, and in its endurance it offers a kind of comfort that transcends the beverage itself, the reassurance that some good things last, that tradition has value, and that taking time to sit with a cup of tea is never time wasted. The light fades, the tea cools. You finish the last sip and set the cup down with a soft click against the saucer. Tomorrow you'll do this again, and the day after that, and the day after that. The ritual will continue season after season, year after year, connecting you to the past and to the future through this simple, essential act. And for now, in this quiet moment, that's enough. You wake to the sound of the church bell marking prime, the first service of the day. Though you're not particularly religious, you simply know it means the baker 3 houses down has already been at work for an hour. The smell of bread reaches your window, yeasty and warm, cutting through the cooler air that still holds last night's dampness. You stretch beneath your wool blanket, feeling the familiar lumps in your straw mattress, and consider the day ahead. Your village of about 200 souls operates under laws so local that the next village over, just 3 miles distant, does completely different things. This might sound chaotic, but it actually works beautifully. Like having a coat tailored specifically for your body rather than trying to squeeze into something made for someone else's frame. The manorial court meets once a month in the Lord's Hall, and while he technically presides, most decisions come from 12 men chosen from among yourselves. People who know exactly whose cow trampled whose vegetable patch, and whether it was a genuine accident or a long-standing grudge. Last month, Thomas the wheelwright left his pile of oak strips blocking the common path for 5 days. Everyone had to walk around it, which meant stepping into the muddy ditch or squeezing past old Widow Margaret's fence, where her geese lurk like feathered bandits. The court fined Thomas 3 pence, not because blocking paths warrants biblical punishment, but because the fine equalled roughly what he earned from the wheel he'd been building. The math worked out to inconvenience repaid with inconvenience. Thomas paid, grumbled a bit for form's sake, and moved his lumber. The path cleared. Life continued. You understand that these local courts handle perhaps 90% of actual daily governance. The king has his laws certainly handed down through sheriffs and justices who ride circuit through the countryside like merchant ships visiting ports. But between their visits, you live under rules created by people who know that John's pig has a talent for breaking through fences, that the stream floods every March and needs its banks reinforced, and that the common oven belongs to everyone, but someone needs to clean out the ash every Saturday. The beauty of local law sits in its flexibility. When your village decided that gleaning rights, the practice of gathering leftover grain after harvest, should extend an extra day for families with more than 4 children, nobody needed to consult legal scholars in London. The 12 men of the court simply noticed that the Cooper family with 6 hungry mouths could use the help, and that 1 extra day cost the Lord nothing from his share. They announced it, everyone agreed, and it became as binding as anything written on parchment in a monastery. You've seen the system work even in delicate matters. When young William was caught with Alice behind the mill, both unmarried and both clearly up to activities that would make their parents creative with kitchen implements, the court could have imposed harsh penalties. Instead, the 12 men, who'd all been young once and remembered exactly what they felt like, gave William a choice: marry Alice within the month, or pay a fine equivalent to a month's wages and face public scolding. William married Alice. They seem happy enough, and their first child arrived at a suspiciously convenient 7 months later, fooling absolutely nobody. The system survives because it knows you. It knows your cousin drinks too much during harvest festivals and needs watching. It knows that Peter the tanner works hard but his memory leaks like an old bucket. So when he forgets to repair the fence around his drying racks, a reminder usually works better than a fine. It knows that Martha grows the best herbs for 50 miles, and probably shouldn't be bothered with too many official duties, because everyone benefits from her skill with feverfew and meadowsweet. You rise fully now, pulling on your linen under tunic and woolen outer tunic, both dyed the muddy brown that hides stains admirably. The local laws govern even what you wear. Sumptuary laws restrict certain colours and fabrics to certain ranks, though in practice nobody enforces these much unless someone really oversteps. If you showed up in silk and purple, questions would arise. In sensible brown wool, you move through your day unmarked and untroubled. Outside, the village stirs into motion like a body waking joint by joint. Smoke rises from cooking fires. Children who should be helping with chores are instead seeing how close they can get to the blacksmith's forge without being shooed away. The blacksmith, Robert, waves his hammer in their direction without real menace. He was one of those children once, and his father's hammer waved just as lazily. The morning court session, held right after prime on Tuesdays, handles small matters. Disputed boundaries, broken agreements, and minor debts. You're not involved today, but you stop to watch for a moment. Listening to these proceedings teaches you the invisible rules that make community possible. Not the grand pronouncements about justice and law, but the practical acknowledgement that people are complicated, that circumstances matter, and that mercy and firmness both have their place. Geoffrey the Hayward, the officer who manages the fields and meadows, reports that someone's been cutting across the newly planted spring wheat instead of walking the longer path around. The stalks show it clearly, a diagonal scar of broken stems across the southeast corner. The court considers. Nobody confesses, but everyone knows it was probably young Edward, who's 14, and operates on the principle that straight lines between 2 points make excellent sense regardless of what's growing in between. Rather than accuse Edward directly, he's not a bad boy, just thoughtless in the way 14-year-old boys have been thoughtless since time began, the court simply announces that the next person caught crossing planted fields will repair the damage. Personally, on their hands and knees, replanting every broken stalk while the entire village watches. Edward, sitting in the back, goes slightly pink and studies his feet. The message lands without humiliation, and the southeast corner of the wheat field remains unmolested thereafter. This is local law at its finest, shaped like water to fit the vessel of community, flexible enough to handle human nature, and firm enough to prevent chaos. You head toward the market square where different laws apply but where the same principle holds. Rules made by people who'll live with the consequences. The market operates under regulations so detailed they'd make a merchant's head spin, yet somehow it all flows like a well-rehearsed dance. You arrive as the sun fully clears the eastern trees, painting everything gold and making the dust motes visible in the air above the gathering crowd. The market cross stands in the centre. a stone monument that serves as both spiritual reminder and legal marker. All sales within sight of the cross fall under market law, which protects buyers and sellers alike. Agnes the baker has a table set up with yesterday's dark bread at a reduced price, and today's white manchet loaves, still warm, at full price. The market regulations specify exactly how much a loaf should weigh for its price, but more interestingly, they require that the prices be clearly announced and that the bread be available for inspection before purchase. You watch a customer squeeze a loaf gently, checking its freshness, and Agnes doesn't flinch or complain. This openness is mandated. Hiding your goods or refusing inspection suggests you're selling something you'd rather people not examine too closely. The alewife, Beatrice, serves from a large jug marked with her seal, a crude but distinctive bee carved into the wax. The seal matters enormously. When the ale taster, yes, that's an actual appointed position, and yes, everyone wants it, comes by, he'll check that seal. If the ale is watered down or sour, that seal identifies Beatrice as responsible. She could pay a fine, or worse, be subjected to the cucking stool, dunked in the village pond while neighbours jeer. The public humiliation generally does more to ensure quality than any fine could. Nobody wants to be the alewife who serves bad ale and ends up soaked and mocked. But here's what makes the system clever. Beatrice can also use that seal to prove her ale is good. If someone claims they got sick from her brew, she can point to all the other customers who drank from the same batch without issue, to the ale taster's approval, and to her reputation. The seal protects her as much as it identifies her. Accountability cuts both directions. You notice Robert the fishmonger, his table covered in fresh perch and pike from the river, their scales still gleaming. Market law requires fish to be sold fresh, not kept for days until it borders on toxic. The inspectors can and do check, smelling the fish and examining the eyes and gills. Bad fish gets confiscated and the seller gets fined. This isn't mere fussiness. Food poisoning can kill, and in a community where everyone knows everyone, poisoning your neighbours makes you a pariah faster than any legal punishment could. The weights and measures fascinate you every time. A bushel of grain, a pound of cheese, a yard of cloth. Each has a standard, often represented by actual physical objects kept in the market house. When disputes arise about whether someone's measuring correctly, out come the official weights and measures. You've seen merchants caught using false weights, tipping the scales with hidden thumbs or using stones a few ounces light. The penalty involves public destruction of the false weights, a substantial fine, and sometimes banishment from the market for a period. 3 offences and you're out permanently. What you appreciate is how this system prevents the powerful from crushing the weak. When the Lord Steward comes to buy grain for the manor house, he pays the same price as everyone else and accepts the same standard measures. The market laws explicitly forbid preferential pricing or secret deals. If you sell to one person for a shilling, you sell to the next person for a shilling. This keeps merchants honest and prevents the wealthy from gaming the system. The regulations extend to placement and timing. Butchers must set up downwind of other vendors. Nobody wants the smell of blood drifting over the bread table. Sellers of live animals stay in the far corner, where the noise and mess bother fewer people. The market runs from sunrise to mid-afternoon no longer, giving everyone equal access to the best goods rather than allowing early risers to monopolise everything. You watch a dispute unfold with the practised calm of someone who's seen this before. A customer claims the cloth merchant shorted her on her purchase of linen. She paid for 3 yards and believes she received only 2 3/4. The cloth merchant insists his measuring stick is accurate. The market bailiff, a sturdy woman named Joan who tolerates exactly zero nonsense, produces the official yard measure. They remeasure the cloth publicly, right there on the table. The customer was right. The merchant's stick has warped slightly, making his yards about 1 inch short. Joan notes this in her record book. The merchant wasn't cheating intentionally, just using a bad tool, so the fine is light. But he must make good the shortage to every customer from this morning, and he must acquire a new measuring stick before next market day. He nods, embarrassed, but not ruined, and begins calling back his morning customers. This is market fairness in action, swift, public and proportionate. The customer gets her missing inch. The merchant learns to check his tools. Other merchants note what happened and resolve to verify their own measures before next week. The system self-corrects through transparency. You purchase a small cheese from a vendor you trust, enjoying the sharp smell of it and the slight give when you press the wrapped package. The vendor wraps it in clean cloth and ties it with twine, chatting about the weather and his daughter's upcoming wedding. This personal connection matters too. It's harder to cheat someone you'll see at church on Sunday, whose family intermarries with yours, and who remembers when you fell in the duck pond during Harvest Festival 3 years ago. As you leave the market, you pass the pillory, currently unoccupied but recently used. Its presence reminds everyone that market laws have teeth. Last month, a travelling merchant sold saffron that turned out to be dyed flower petals. He spent half a day locked in the pillory, while market-goers pelted him with rotten vegetables and creative insults. He won't return to this market, and word will spread to other villages. His reputation travels faster than he does. The market empties as afternoon settles in, vendors packing away unsold goods and sweeping up scattered straw and dropped vegetables. Tomorrow it will be an ordinary square where children play and chickens scratch. But today, for these hours, it was a kingdom of fair dealing, governed by laws that recognise something profound. Trust forms the foundation of commerce, and trust requires both protection and accountability. After the midday meal, bread, cheese, and the small beer that tastes barely of alcohol but keeps you safely hydrated better than water from questionable sources, you head to the open fields. The 3-field system spreads before you in strips, a patchwork quilt of different crops and fallow land that looks chaotic until you understand the pattern. Your family holds several strips scattered across the fields, never all in one place. This distribution isn't accidental or cruel, it's brilliantly practical. Some land is better drained, some gets more sun, and some has richer soil. By scattering strips, everyone gets a mixture of good and poor land. Nobody monopolises the best plots. You might have a strip on the sunny hillside and another in the lower field that stays damper. Your neighbour has the same variety. Over the course of the year, the advantages and disadvantages balance out. But this system only works if everyone cooperates, and cooperation requires rules. The field regulations govern when you plough, when you plant, and when you harvest. You can't just decide to plant your wheat 2 weeks early, because you have a good feeling about the weather. If you plough before the agreed upon time, you'll damage the stubble that everyone's livestock is currently grazing on. The fields serve as common pasture after harvest until spring ploughing begins. Similarly, you can't harvest late. When the wheat is ready, it's ready for everyone. Leaving your strip standing while others harvest invites birds and mice to feast on your grain and then move to your neighbour's strips. The community sets harvest dates, and everyone works to meet them. This isn't tyranny, it's survival optimised through collective action. The water meadows present an even more complex challenge. The stream that runs along the western edge of the fields can be diverted through a series of channels to irrigate the meadows, promoting earlier and richer grass growth for hay. But the channels need maintenance, and the water needs fair distribution. The meadow laws specify exactly when the water can be diverted, how long each section receives irrigation, and who's responsible for maintaining which parts of the channel system. You've spent spring mornings clearing channels with your neighbours, digging out accumulated silt and fallen leaves, and repairing the small wooden gates that control water flow. Nobody loves this work, but everyone benefits from it, so the labour is shared according to how much meadow each family holds. More meadow means more channel clearing duty, a simple proportion that feels fair because it is fair. The commons represents perhaps the most delicate balance of shared responsibility. The common pasture, where everyone's livestock graze together, operates on a stinting system. Each family is allowed a certain number of animals based on how much land they hold in the open fields. You can't just keep adding animals because you feel like it. Overgrazing destroys the commons for everyone, turning productive pasture into bare dirt that erodes in the rain. The Hayward walks the commons regularly, counting animals and checking the condition of the grass. If someone exceeds their stint, the extra animals get impounded until a fine is paid. This seems harsh until you consider the alternative. Without limits, the greediest person destroys the resource for everyone, a tragedy that plays out in countless variations whenever shared resources meet human nature unchecked. You watch your neighbour's son driving their cow to the common pasture, a scraggly beast with a wonky horn and a personality like a thunderstorm. The boy carries a willow switch but barely uses it. The cow knows the routine. They've walked this path every morning since spring arrived. The cow will join the others, all mixing together regardless of who owns which animal, and each owner trusts that the system works, that their cow will return at day's end. This trust isn't blind faith. The cow herd, hired collectively by the village, tends all the animals together. He's responsible for keeping them from wandering into the growing crops, from falling in the stream, and from getting tangled in the woods. If a cow goes missing or gets injured through his negligence, he pays compensation, but he also earns a decent wage and the respect of his neighbours, because good cow herding keeps everyone's wealth embodied in these animals, safe and productive. The field laws extend even to gleaning, the practice of gathering leftover grain after harvest. The poor and the elderly have the right to glean, but only after the main harvest is complete, only during certain hours and never in a way that damages the stubble needed for livestock. These rules protect both the gleaner's access to food and the landholder's interests. You've seen children gleaning with their grandmothers, nimble young fingers and patient old wisdom working together to gather enough grain to make a difference in their winter diet. Cooperation manifests most clearly during harvest. Your wheat is ready when your neighbour's wheat is ready. Everyone helps everyone else, moving from strip to strip in a coordinated wave of scythes and binding and stacking. You spend a day cutting wheat in John's strips, and later John spends a day cutting yours. The labour exchange isn't tracked with painful precision. If you cut for 6 hours and someone cuts for you for 5, nobody breaks out an abacus. It balances over time, over seasons, and over years. This mutual aid extends to emergencies. When fire destroyed half of Thomas's barn last summer, the community rebuilt it together, each family contributing labour, timber, and thatch according to their means. Thomas didn't ask. The help simply materialised like morning dew. This is how village life survives, by recognising that individual disaster can strike anyone, and collective response benefits everyone by maintaining the community's overall productivity and stability. The field regulations, the stinting system, the cooperative labour, none of this is written in elaborate legal codes. Most of it exists in collective memory, passed down through generations with small adjustments as circumstances change. When the climate shifted slightly and the growing season lengthened a few days, the community adjusted the planting dates without needing a royal proclamation. The system adapts because the people who live under it understand both its principles and its purposes. As afternoon light slants golden across the fields, you feel the weight of this shared endeavour. The land feeds you, but only if you treat it right, and treating it right requires treating each other right. The laws that govern these fields aren't about punishment. They're about making cooperation possible, about preventing the selfishness that would destroy what everyone needs. Evening finds you at home, sitting with your father as he explains the family's land holdings in detail. He's been sharing more frequently lately. He's not sick, just aging in the way that makes people think about continuity. The evening light through the small window turns his weathered face into a map of years spent outdoors, and his voice carries the particular care of someone transferring important knowledge. Your family's land came through inheritance, but the rules governing that inheritance are more intricate than simply oldest son gets everything. In this region, partible inheritance means the land gets divided among sons, each receiving a portion. This prevents the concentration of land in single hands, but also means holdings fragment over generations, strips splitting into smaller strips until some parcels barely merit the name. Your father traces the history. His grandfather held 30 acres scattered across the fields, divided among 3 sons, giving your grandfather 10 acres. Your grandfather had 2 sons, so your father received 5 acres. You have 2 brothers, which means the 5 acres will be split 3 ways, leaving each of you with plots that sound pathetic until you remember that 3 acres worked efficiently, combined with common rights and cooperation, can support a family. But here's where the land laws reveal their sophistication. You can't divide indefinitely without creating absurdity. The manorial court won't recognise holdings below a certain size, and more importantly, the community won't grant common rights for tiny fragments. If your holding becomes too small to be viable, you have options. Purchase more land, marry someone with land, or accept that one brother takes the agricultural portion while others learn trades or seek employment elsewhere. Your oldest brother, the practical one, will likely take most of the land. You've known this for years and don't resent it. You're more interested in the woodworking skills you've been developing, and the village needs a good carpenter more than it needs another mediocre farmer. Your youngest brother is already working with the tanner, learning a trade that makes him hold his breath and wrinkle his nose, but also promises steady income. The laws also protect widows in ways that surprise people who think medieval life was universally harsh to women. Your mother, should she outlive your father, gets the dower right, usually a third of the family's land for her lifetime. She can't sell it, but she can work it or rent it out, ensuring she doesn't become destitute. This law recognises that women who've spent decades helping build a family's prosperity deserve security in their old age. Land tenure itself comes in varieties. Freehold, which your family doesn't have, offers more rights and fewer obligations. Your family holds land through copyhold, recorded on the manor court rolls, paying rent to the lord and owing certain labour services. But even copyhold has protections. The lord can't arbitrarily evict you or increase rents beyond custom. Custom is the magic word, the accumulated practice of generations that carries legal weight. If rents have been 3 shillings yearly for a century, the lord can't suddenly demand 6 without serious justification. The court rolls document everything: transfers, inheritances, disputes and resolutions. Your father once consulted them when a neighbour claimed your family's western strip, extended farther than it actually did. The rolls showed clearly where the boundary had been for 3 generations. The neighbour, confronted with a written record, backed down. The rolls serve as communal memory, preventing the past from being rewritten to suit present convenience. Inheritance disputes can turn ugly, brother against brother or widow against stepchildren, but the manor court handles them with procedures designed to find truth. Witnesses testify about what they remember, who worked which land, who paid which rents, and what the deceased intended. The 12 men of the jury often include people old enough to remember decades back, their memories forming a human archive more detailed than any written record. You've watched cases where common sense matters as much as strict law. When old William died, leaving land to his nephew instead of his son, the son being a notorious drunk who'd already sold everything portable for drinking money, the court upheld the bequest. The law prefers direct descent, but it also recognises that handing land to someone who'll immediately lose it helps nobody. The nephew got the land. The son got an annual allowance of grain, enough to keep him fed but not enough to trade for drink. Harsh perhaps, but protective of both the family's legacy and the son's basic welfare. The complexity of land law reflects its importance. Land is wealth, security and identity. Your family's strips have been worked by your ancestors for generations, the same soil, the same seasons. This creates a connection that goes deeper than ownership. It's a relationship, almost kinship, with the earth itself. The laws protecting land rights recognise this depth, treating land not as a mere commodity, but as an inheritance in the fullest sense, something received from the past and held in trust for the future. Your father finishes his explanation as twilight deepens. You understand now what you're inheriting isn't just dirt and crops. It's a place in an ongoing story, a role in a community, and a responsibility to maintain what was built and to pass it forward, improved if possible, undamaged at minimum. The laws governing land ensure that this transfer happens fairly, that rights are protected, that disputes are resolved without violence, and that the cycle continues. The church bells mark time's passage with sounds you've heard so often they're almost part of your heartbeat. Matins in the deep night, lauds at dawn, and prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, and compline dividing the day into segments that organise work and rest. But beyond religious observance, these bells enforce something revolutionary: mandatory rest. The Sabbath laws aren't merely suggestions. Sunday work is forbidden except for absolute necessities: feeding animals, tending the sick, and preventing imminent disaster. You can't plough, can't harvest, can't trade in the market, and can't even do extensive cooking. The penalty for Sunday work varies from fines to public penance, and the community enforces it with surprising vigour. This seems restrictive until you consider what it prevents: the endless grind that would otherwise consume every day of the week. Without enforced rest, the most driven, or most desperate, would work continuously, pressuring everyone else to keep pace or fall behind. The Sabbath law creates collective permission to stop, to rest, and to exist for a day without productivity defining your worth. Beyond Sundays, the calendar blooms with feast days, saints' days, major holy days, and local celebrations. Your region observes perhaps 40 or 50 days of required rest annually, in addition to every Sunday. This approaches a third of the year. Modern people hearing this often express shock. Medieval peasants had more mandatory time off than many contemporary workers. The feast days serve multiple purposes. They're religious observances certainly, but also pressure release valves, community gatherings, and markers of time's passage. Michaelmas means rent is due and harvest should be complete. Christmas marks winter's depth and the year's turning. May Day celebrates spring with dancing around the maypole and enough flirtation to make the priest deliver his annual sermon about moderation and dignity, which everyone listens to politely before returning to their revelry. The laws governing feast days try to channel celebration away from destructive excess. Drinking is expected and tolerated, but fighting draws swift penalties. The May Day games, wrestling, racing, archery, have rules and referees precisely because young men competing for glory and female attention can quickly escalate from friendly contest to actual violence. The community permits high spirits but draws firm lines at genuine harm. Work time itself has rhythms encoded in law and custom. The agricultural calendar determines when fields need attention, but within that framework the laws specify work hours and conditions. Harvest work might run from dawn to dusk during the critical weeks, but regular field work maintains more moderate hours. The lord can demand labour service from his tenants, but even that has limits. So many days per year, specific tasks and reasonable hours. The guild regulations, which you'll encounter if you pursue carpentry seriously, specify apprentice and journeyman working conditions even more precisely. Apprentices can't be worked from absolute dawn to total darkness year-round. They need time for meals, for rest, and for church attendance. Masters who abuse apprentices face guild discipline, including losing the right to take future apprentices, a severe penalty that threatens their trade's continuity. Even daily work rhythms have customary breaks. Mid-morning sees a brief rest and perhaps weak ale or bread. Midday brings the main meal break, a substantial pause that recognises human beings aren't draft animals. Mid-afternoon might bring another brief respite. These breaks aren't legally mandated in the same way the Sabbath is, but custom enforces them almost as firmly. A master craftsman who drove workers without reasonable breaks would find himself short of workers as word spread and people sought employment elsewhere. The curfew bell marks day's end, a signal that fires should be covered or extinguished, and that people should retire to their homes. This serves practical fire prevention. Uncovered fires in wooden buildings surrounded by thatch create obvious risk, but also reinforces rest's importance. Night is for sleep, or at least for quiet activities that don't disturb neighbours. The laws against nighttime noise recognise that sleep deprivation makes people irritable, unproductive, and more prone to conflict. You've experienced the blessing of enforced rest during particularly exhausting harvest seasons. By Saturday evening every muscle aches and you'd gladly collapse and not rise for a week. Sunday's enforced idleness feels less like restriction and more like salvation. You attend church, eat well, perhaps visit with friends or family and let your body recover. Monday's work begins from a place of rest rather than accumulated exhaustion. The pattern of work and rest, encoded in bells and calendars and community expectation, creates sustainable rhythm. You can work intensely when needed because rest is guaranteed. You can celebrate feast days fully because work time is protected. The laws prevent the extremes that destroy both productivity and humanity. Endless work that breaks bodies and spirits, or endless leisure that brings poverty. As compline rings across the village, marking the day's formal end, you feel gratitude for these rhythms. Tomorrow will bring work, certainly, but it will also bring the midday meal with your family, the late afternoon pause to drink cold water from the well, and the evening when you can set aside tools and simply exist. The laws that mandate rest give you permission to be human, not merely productive, and that permission matters more than you might realise until it's absent. Your developing interest in carpentry brings you increasingly into contact with the guild system, that elaborate network of craftsmen's organisations that govern trades with regulations denser than the legal codes governing entire kingdoms. The Carpenters Guild in the nearest town operates with rules you're only beginning to understand, but their purpose shines clearly. Maintain quality, ensure fair dealing, and protect craftsmen from exploitation and excessive competition. The Guild's quality standards start with apprenticeship. You can't simply declare yourself a carpenter and start taking work. First comes years as an apprentice, bound to a master craftsman who teaches you the trade in exchange for your labour. The Guild regulates this relationship carefully. Contracts specify terms, duties and treatment. An apprentice can't be treated as mere cheap labour. There's a genuine teaching obligation. Masters who fail to actually instruct their apprentices face Guild censure. Your potential master, Hugh the Carpenter, explains the progression. 7 years as an apprentice, learning basics, then advancing to complex joinery and finishing work. Then several years as a journeyman, working for wages, travelling perhaps to learn techniques from other regions. Finally, if you prove capable, you create your masterpiece, an actual piece of work demonstrating full mastery of the craft, and if the Guild approves it, you become a master craftsman yourself, entitled to take apprentices and run your own workshop. This progression ensures quality control through generational knowledge transfer. Hugh learned from his master, who learned from his master, stretching back generations in an unbroken chain of expertise. The techniques he teaches you, how to read wood grain, where to place joints for maximum strength, how to finish surfaces smooth as river stones, represent accumulated wisdom that can't be learned from books, because most of it isn't written down. The Guild regulations extend to business practices. Masters can't undercut each other's prices too severely. A race to the bottom benefits nobody except customers seeking impossibly cheap work, and impossibly cheap work means corner cutting that produces garbage. The Guild sets minimum prices for standard work: a basic table, a joined chest, and a door frame. Masters can charge more for exceptional work or difficult commissions, but they can't charge less than the minimums without Guild investigation. This prevents the situation where a desperate or unscrupulous craftsman destroys market conditions for everyone by offering work at unsustainable prices. It also protects customers from the false economy of cheap goods that break or fail quickly. A table built to Guild standards lasts generations. Yes, it costs more, but measured over its lifespan it's actually cheaper than repeatedly replacing shoddy furniture. The Guild also regulates working hours and conditions, maintaining the balance between productivity and sustainability. Craftsmen work by daylight, not by expensive and unreliable candlelight that strains eyes and increases fire risk. They observe Sundays and feast days like everyone else. They take apprentices only in numbers they can actually teach. The ratio is usually specified, perhaps 2 apprentices per master, preventing large workshops that become mere production factories rather than teaching environments. Quality inspection happens regularly. Guild officers visit workshops, examining work in progress and finished pieces. Substandard work brings warnings, then fines, then potentially exclusion from the Guild. A death sentence for a craftsman, since non-Guild members can't legally practice the trade in the town. This might sound harsh, but it maintains reputation. When you purchase Guild-certified carpentry, you know you're getting quality work. The Guild handles disputes between masters and customers through internal procedures. If you commission a chest and claim the craftsmanship is poor, the Guild investigates. They examine the chest with expert eyes that see what you might miss, but also catch genuine defects you might not notice. If the work is indeed substandard, the master must remake it without additional charge. If your complaint is unfounded, you wanted oak but paid for pine pricing, for example, the Guild explains this, and you pay what you owe. You tells you about a case where a master claimed a customer damaged a finished table, and then demanded free repairs. The Guild investigated, found that the damage actually represented poor joinery that failed under normal use and required the master to repair it and refund part of the original cost. The master's reputation took a hit. His prices dropped slightly for the next year until he proved the quality problem was an aberration rather than a pattern. Beyond quality and business practice, the guild serves social functions. It maintains funds for members who fall ill or suffer injury, providing support that prevents immediate destitution. When Hugh broke his arm 2 years ago and couldn't work for weeks, the guild provided a small weekly stipend that kept his family fed. He's paying it back gradually through increased guild dues, a system that spreads risk across the entire membership. The guild also handles the charitable aspects expected of medieval organisations. They maintain a chapel, fund masses for deceased members, provide dowries for daughters of impoverished members, and support widows of masters. This social safety net isn't comprehensive, but it's more than nothing, representing recognition that a guild is a brotherhood, not merely a business association. The regulations you're learning might seem restrictive. So many rules about techniques, materials, pricing, and conduct, but you're beginning to understand their logic. They create stability that allows craftsmen to build careers and reputations over decades. They protect quality in a world without modern consumer protection laws. They ensure knowledge passes to new generations. They make the craft sustainable not just economically but as a way of life. As you practice planing wood smooth in Hugh's workshop, the curl of shavings falling away to reveal clean grain beneath, you feel connected to something larger than yourself. Every carpenter who learned this motion, who developed the muscle memory that makes the plane sing across the wood, participated in the same tradition you're entering. The guild regulations maintain that tradition, protecting it from the short-term thinking that would sacrifice quality for quick profit. The human talent for disagreement finds full expression in any community, and yours is no exception. But what prevents disputes from escalating into feuds and violence is the elaborate system of mediation and arbitration that intercepts conflict before it metastasizes into genuine hatred. The laws and customs governing dispute resolution might be the most important rules you never think about until you need them. When your neighbour's pigs rooted up your vegetable garden last month, destroying weeks of work and a significant food source, you felt anger hot enough to consider violence. The pigs weren't the first offence. The fence between your properties has been a source of tension for years, each of you claiming the other lets it deteriorate. This time the pigs broke through and wreaked havoc, and you wanted compensation or revenge, or preferably both. But between that flash of anger and any action stood a series of procedures designed specifically to prevent your rage from causing permanent damage to community relations. First, you consulted with your father and uncle, both of whom had the perspective of age and the dampening effect of having seen many similar disputes. They agreed you had a legitimate grievance, but counselled against confrontation. Instead, they suggested a formal complaint to the manorial court. Before the court date, something interesting happened. 3 neighbours independently approached both you and the pig owner, Peter, suggesting informal mediation. This wasn't official legal procedure, just community members who understood that festering resentment poisons everyone nearby, like bad air from a swamp. They volunteered to hear both sides and suggest a fair resolution. The mediation took place in the church, neutral ground where the sacred space subtly encouraged honesty and restraint. You explained the damage, the pattern of fence neglect, and your frustration. Peter explained that his pigs had been more adventurous lately, that he'd been ill and fallen behind on maintenance, and that he couldn't afford extensive compensation, but wanted to make things right. The mediators listened, asked questions, and suggested a solution. Peter would repair the fence section immediately and provide you with a piglet in compensation, to be raised and slaughtered in autumn, replacing the food value you'd lost from the destroyed vegetables. You agreed. Peter agreed. The dispute was resolved without court involvement, without fines, and without permanent enmity. You still don't particularly like Peter, but you don't hate him, and come autumn you'll have good pork. The mediation process channeled conflict into resolution through community pressure toward reasonableness. Not all disputes resolve so easily. The Manor Court handles harder cases, operating with procedures that balance formality and flexibility. When Thomas claimed that William owed him wages for help during harvest, but William insisted he'd already paid, the court couldn't determine the truth through simple investigation. It became one man's word against another's. The solution involved compurgation, an ancient practice where each party gathered oath helpers, respected community members willing to swear to the person's truthfulness. William found 6 neighbours willing to swear his oath, that he'd paid as promised. Thomas found only 3. The court ruled for William, not necessarily because he was telling the truth, but because more people trusted his word. This seems arbitrary until you consider the social dynamics. To find oath helpers, you need a reputation for honesty. People won't risk their own reputations by swearing for liars. The system incentivizes truthfulness over time because your reputation becomes your most valuable asset. The court also handles conflicts through trial by jury. Those same 12 men who make most manorial decisions. They know the disputants, the history and the context. When Geoffrey sued Edmund for damage to borrowed tools, the jury didn't just examine the tools. They considered that Geoffrey lends tools freely to everyone, and Edmund tends to be careless with borrowed items. They ruled Edmund must repair or replace the tools and pay a small additional fine for being, essentially, habitually irresponsible with other people's property. The genius of local dispute resolution lies in its integration with community life. The jurors who judge today's dispute might be tomorrow's disputants. This creates incentive to be fair, to consider how precedent might affect them later, and to avoid arbitrary or harsh rulings that could return to haunt them. It's justice tempered by the knowledge that everyone continues living together afterward. For more serious matters, assault, major theft, disputes the manor court can't handle, royal courts exist, with justices who travel circuits hearing cases, but community preference runs strongly toward local resolution. Royal justice is expensive, slow, and often more focused on fines that enrich the king than on resolving the actual dispute. Local mediation and manor courts cost little, act quickly, and focus on restoring peace rather than extracting revenue. You've noticed that the most effective deterrent against wrongdoing isn't harsh punishment, but rather the certainty of social consequences. When Margaret was caught stealing bread from Agnes's table in the market, the legal penalty was relatively light. A small fine and brief time in the pillory, but the social penalty was severe. Everyone knew, everyone talked, and Margaret's reputation for honesty evaporated. Months later, people still treat her with caution, count their change carefully when she's around, and don't leave valuables unguarded in her presence. That social scarring hurts worse and lasts longer than any physical punishment. The system succeeds because it recognises conflict's inevitability while channeling it into non-violent resolution. The rules provide procedures, cooling-off periods, and third-party intervention. The community provides pressure toward reasonableness, witnesses who remember what actually happened, and oath helpers who stake their reputation on truth. Together, these prevent most disputes from escalating into violence or permanent division. As evening settles and you repair the fence section that contributed to the original pig incident, you reflect on how close you came to making things worse through anger. The mediation system saved you from yourself, from the cycle of retaliation that destroys communities. You still don't love your neighbour, but you found a way to coexist, and sometimes that's victory enough. The final insight about medieval law reveals itself slowly, like dawn rather than lightning. These systems work because they play the long game, prioritising stability and continuity over short-term optimization. The rules you've explored, local courts, market regulations, shared field systems, inheritance laws, work rhythms, guild standards, dispute resolution, all aim at the same goal. Communities that survive generations because they balance individual needs with collective welfare. Consider how different this is from pure profit maximization. A merchant could make more money by using false weights, but he'd be caught, punished, and excluded. Better to make slightly less and trade for decades with a solid reputation. A craftsman could produce cheap goods quickly, undercutting competitors, but guild regulations prevent this race to the bottom. It's better to produce quality work at fair prices and build a client base that returns for generations. The agricultural system particularly demonstrates long-term thinking. The three-field rotation, winter crops, spring crops and fallow, maintains soil fertility across years and decades. You could plant all fields every year and harvest more initially, but you'd exhaust the soil within a generation. The laws enforcing rotation sacrifice short-term gain for long-term sustainability. Similarly, the common pasture stinting system prevents overgrazing that would destroy the resource. You could run extra animals this year and profit, but the commons would deteriorate, harming everyone, including yourself, eventually. The laws limit present consumption to preserve future availability. This requires thinking beyond immediate gratification, trusting that restraint now means abundance later. Inheritance laws that provide for widows and divide land among children might seem economically inefficient compared to primogeniture, giving everything to the eldest son, but they maintain social stability. Younger sons with no prospects become bandits or mercenaries, destabilizing regions. Widows without support become desperate, burdening the community. Spreading resources, even if it means smaller individual holdings, keeps more people invested in peaceful stability. The mandatory rest days seem counterproductive to productivity until you consider sustainability. Humans who work to exhaustion produce less overtime than well-rested humans. The Sabbath and feast days prevent burnout, maintain health, and provide pressure relief that prevents social unrest. A community that celebrates together builds bonds that help it weather crises together. Guild regulations restricting competition and maintaining prices seem anti-competitive, but they ensure craftsmen can afford to maintain quality and train apprentices properly. A race to the bottom produces cheap goods and poorly trained workers, degrading the craft across generations. It's better to limit competition slightly and maintain high standards indefinitely. Even the dispute resolution system prioritizes long-term peace over strict justice. Mediation seeks solutions both parties can live with, not victory for one side. The goal isn't perfect fairness in each case, but rather maintaining community relationships across decades. Sometimes that means compromises nobody loves but everyone accepts. You've been observing how these systems interconnect, each reinforcing the others. Market regulations build trust that makes commerce possible. Shared field systems require cooperation that dispute resolution maintains. Guild standards create quality that inheritance laws preserve across generations. Rest requirements maintain health that makes sustainable work possible. Everything connects in a web of mutual support. The system isn't perfect. No human creation is. Powerful lords sometimes abuse their positions. Courts occasionally rule poorly. Guilds can become restrictive to the point of stifling innovation. But the overall structure channels human nature toward cooperation and sustainability, more often than toward exploitation and collapse. Walking through the village in the late evening, houses glowing softly with fire and candlelight, you hear the sounds of daily life winding down, conversations, laughter, a baby crying, and someone singing tunelessly while washing dishes. These sounds represent success of a sort rarely celebrated, the success of simply continuing, of communities that survive not through dramatic heroics, but through the accumulated effect of reasonable rules reasonably followed. The laws you've been exploring don't make anyone wealthy or famous. They don't create empires or monuments. They simply make daily life work, year after year, generation after generation. They represent wisdom learned slowly through trial and error, rules refined over centuries to fit human nature as it actually exists rather than as someone wishes it to be. You think about the future, about children not yet born who'll work these same fields, trade in this same market, and learn crafts from masters who learned from you. The laws you live under are your gift to them, the accumulated knowledge of how to make community possible. Not perfect, not unchanging, but functional in ways that matter, fair enough, flexible enough, and firm enough. As night settles fully and you prepare for sleep, the last bell rings from the church tower, marking Compline, completing the daily cycle. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new disputes, and new opportunities, but the framework holds steady. The laws and customs that make cooperation possible, that channel human energy toward building rather than destroying, and that recognize both individual dignity and collective need. This is the secret of medieval laws that made life work. They acknowledged human nature without surrendering to its worst impulses. They created space for both individual initiative and community welfare. And they valued stability over optimization, sustainability over exploitation, and continuation over any single generation's maximum gain. In doing so, they built something that lasted, not perfect, never perfect, but functional and adaptable and ultimately humane in ways that matter most. The world outside continues its ancient rhythms, seasons turning, fields waiting, communities enduring. You're part of that continuity now, governed by laws that connect you to the past and future both. Sleep comes easily, earned by honest work, protected by reasonable rules, sustained by the knowledge that tomorrow's challenges will meet the same patient, practical systems that have handled them for generations. The laws hold, life continues, and that ultimately is enough. Now, picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair with a warm cup of tea, ready to hear about some of the most overlooked heroes of the Victorian era. You've probably walked through countless manicured gardens, admiring the perfect rose beds and pristine lawns, but have you ever wondered about the people who made that magic happen? Tonight, we are looking into the hidden realm of Victorian gardeners, revealing a life far more vibrant than the flowers they nurtured. You might think gardening in the 1800s was all about peaceful pruning and gentle watering. Well, prepare to have that notion thoroughly composted. Victorian gardeners lived in a world where a single wilted orchid could cost someone their job, where stealing a cutting from the master's prized roses was considered grand theft, and where the difference between knowing your Latin plant names and fumbling through common ones could determine whether you ate well or went hungry. Let's start with what you probably didn't learn in history class. Victorian gardens weren't just pretty spaces for ladies to stroll through with their parasols. They were status symbols as cutthroat as any modern luxury car collection. The wealthier the family, the more exotic and impossible their garden demands became. Imagine being told to grow pineapples in England in January. There were no greenhouses as we know them today. That wasn't a request, that was Tuesday. The responsibilities of the head gardener of a grand estate were far more demanding than those of today's corporate executives. You were responsible for feeding the family year-round with fresh produce, maintaining acres of ornamental gardens that had to look perfect for surprise visits from the neighbours, and somehow making it all appear effortless. One bad season, one failed dinner party centrepiece, and you'd find yourself looking for new employment with a reference that might as well have been written in disappearing ink. But here's where it gets interesting, and where our story really begins. These gardeners established an underground network that would inspire envy in modern social media influencers. They traded seeds like currency, shared growing secrets in hushed conversations at the local pub, and developed elaborate systems for covering each other's mistakes. A prize-winning dahlia didn't just represent one person's skill. It was often the result of months of collaboration between gardeners who officially weren't supposed to be talking to each other. You see, during the Victorian era, strict rules prohibited servants from fraternising, but it was nearly impossible to prevent gardeners from sharing growing tips. It's like trying to keep bakers from discussing yeast. Completely impossible and slightly ridiculous. So they found ways around the rules. They'd accidentally meet at the seed merchant's shop, leave coded notes tucked into greenhouse flower pots, and develop a system of plant exchanges that operated with the efficiency of a black market. The real secret of Victorian gardens wasn't just the plants, it was the people. Behind every perfectly manicured hedge was someone who had probably spent years learning through trial, error, and the occasional spectacular failure that had to be covered up before the master noticed. These weren't just employees following a manual, they were artists, scientists, and diplomats, all rolled into one soil-stained package. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine walking through one of these grand gardens at dawn. The mist is still hanging over the carefully planted beds, and somewhere in the distance, you can hear the soft scraping of tools against soil. But if you look closely, really closely, you might catch a glimpse of something far more intriguing than perfect roses. The intricate web of secrets, alliances, and gentle rebellions that kept the Victorian garden world spinning. Sweet dreams, and welcome to the real story of the people who made England bloom. Settle back into your cosy spot, because you're about to learn about one of the most delicious scandals of the Victorian era, and it all started with a fruit that had no business growing in England. You have to understand something about Victorians and their pineapples. In the 1800s, a fresh pineapple was worth more than most people's monthly wages. We're talking about a fruit so expensive that wealthy families would rent them for dinner parties just to display on the table, then return them to the shop afterward. Yes, you read that right. Pineapple rental services were an actual business model. Only the truly wealthy could afford to actually eat one, and doing so was roughly equivalent to serving your guests caviar topped with gold leaf. Naturally, these circumstances meant every self-respecting Victorian estate owner absolutely had to grow their own pineapples. Not because it made financial sense, it didn't, but because having a fresh pineapple from your own garden was the ultimate flex. It was like parking a Rolls-Royce in your driveway, except the Rolls-Royce needed to be kept at exactly 65 degrees, watered with precision, and could die if you looked at it wrong. Enter our unsung heroes, the gardeners who somehow had to make this impossible dream come true. Growing tropical fruit in a climate where summer temperatures barely reached what pineapples considered mildly unpleasant required creativity that bordered on genius. They built elaborate structures called pineries. Think of them as the great-great-grandparents of modern greenhouses, but heated with coal furnaces and maintained by pure determination. However, the truly clever aspect extended beyond just the buildings. Victorian gardeners developed a secret network for sharing pineapple growing intelligence that would have impressed Cold War spies. They couldn't exactly advertise their methods. After all, each estate wanted to maintain the illusion that their miraculous pineapple production was due to superior breeding and natural talent, not borrowed techniques. So they got creative with their communication. A certain arrangement of tools left outside the greenhouse meant, "My pineapples are struggling with fungus." A particular way of stacking flower pots was a code for, "I figured out the heating problem." They'd slip each other notes hidden inside seed packets, share growing charts disguised as grocery lists, and develop elaborate excuses for visiting neighbouring estates that always seemed to involve lengthy tours of the pineapple houses. The best part? Many of these gardeners were essentially running scientific experiments that wouldn't have been out of place in modern agricultural research facilities. They tracked temperature variations, experimented with different soil mixtures, and developed heating genuinely innovative systems. One gardener famously discovered that placing mirrors around his pineapple plants increased their growth rate, a technique that modern horticulturists still use today. But the pineapple conspiracy went deeper than just growing techniques. When a particularly important dinner party was approaching, and the estate's pineapples weren't quite ready, gardeners would engage in what we might politely call fruit diplomacy. A perfectly ripe pineapple might mysteriously appear from a neighbouring estate, with the understanding that the favour would be returned when their crop was ready. Careful timing and absolute discretion were necessary for these exchanges. Imagine being responsible for secretly transporting a pineapple worth several months of wages across the countryside, knowing that if it arrived damaged or if anyone discovered the deception, multiple jobs would be lost and reputations ruined forever. The length they went to were sometimes absurd. One documented case involves a gardener who dressed up as a travelling merchant to deliver a prize pineapple to a rival estate, complete with a fake accent and a made-up backstory about fruit imports from London. Another gardener developed an elaborate system of underground tunnels that connected neighbouring pineries, allowing for discreet pineapple exchanges and avoiding any awkward questions from the household staff. As you nestle deeper into your blankets tonight, picture these dedicated souls tending their tropical treasures in the English countryside, armed with thermometers, coal shovels, and an impressive network of horticultural spies. Their legacy lives on every time you casually slice up a pineapple for a snack, something that would have seemed like pure magic to the Victorian families they served. Pour yourself another cup of tea and get comfortable, because we're about to explore the Victorian equivalent of an underground railroad. Except instead of helping people find freedom, this network was all about helping rare plants find new homes. You might assume that in the rigid social hierarchy of Victorian England, a lowly gardener had no business dealing with exotic plants worth more than a carriage horse. You'd be wonderfully wrong. Some of the era's most valuable botanical specimens changed hands through a shadowy network of gardeners who operated with the stealth of master criminals and the dedication of devoted parents. It all started with the Victorians' absolute obsession with collecting rare plants. The goal wasn't casual hobby gardening. This was botanical warfare. Rich collectors would dispatch plant hunters to remote regions of the empire, taking significant risks to retrieve unique species. A single rare orchid could be worth more than a house, and owning something completely unique was the botanical equivalent of having an original Van Gogh in your sitting room. The complexity of our story begins here. The care of these precious plants required expertise. Surprisingly, the wealthy collectors who could afford to purchase them often lacked the knowledge necessary to keep them alive. Enter the gardeners, who suddenly found themselves custodians of living treasures worth more than they'd earn in several lifetimes. The smart ones quickly realised they were sitting on a gold mine, literally. But they couldn't exactly march up to their employers and demand raises based on their plant-whispering abilities. Instead, they developed something far more clever, a secret sharing economy that operated entirely outside the official channels. Picture this. You're a head gardener at a grand estate, and you've successfully propagated a rare Himalayan rhododendron that's supposed to be impossible to grow in English soil. Your employer thinks he owns the only specimen in the country, but you know better. Through careful cultivation and a bit of botanical magic, you've got 3 healthy cuttings ready to plant. Now tell your boss about your success, and let him decide what to do with the extra plants. But you also know that the head gardener at the estate 15 miles away has been struggling to keep his employer's prized Burmese orchids alive, and you happen to have figured out the secret to orchid care. What develops is an elegant dance of mutual assistance that would make modern networking experts weep with envy. That rhododendron cutting finds its way to the orchid expert's greenhouse, while orchid care knowledge flows back in return. Both gardeners look like geniuses to their employers. Both estates maintain their reputations for horticultural excellence, and nobody asks too many questions about how these botanical miracles keep happening. The network operated through what you might call plausible deniability. Seeds would be discovered growing wild in convenient locations. Cuttings would be found blown over from neighbouring properties during storms. Rare plants would develop mysterious twin specimens that appeared just when other gardens needed them most. The really sophisticated operations involved what gardeners called walking libraries, elderly gardeners who had worked at multiple estates over their careers and carried in their heads an encyclopedic knowledge of who had what plants and who knew what techniques. These living databases would make casual visits to various gardens, ostensibly to admire the plantings, but actually serving as information brokers for the underground seed railway. Some gardeners became legends in this shadow world. There was reportedly one man who could take a cutting from virtually any plant and get it to root, earning him the nickname the Propagator. His services were so valued that gardeners would travel for days just to learn his techniques, and his methods were guarded more carefully than state secrets. The beauty of the system was its genteel nature. Unlike other black markets, the underground seed railway operated on principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. No one was attempting to make quick money or dominate the market for rare plants. Instead, it was a community of craftspeople helping each other excel at their jobs while keeping their employers happy and their positions secure. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine the quiet satisfaction of these botanical conspirators, tending their secret networks with the same care they gave their visible gardens, knowing that their hidden web of knowledge and generosity was what really kept the Victorian garden world blooming. Now we're venturing into the surprisingly cutthroat world of Victorian weather prediction, and the lengths gardeners went to protect their green investments from nature's mood swings. You probably think of weather forecasting as a modern convenience, something involving satellites and meteorologists in front of green screens. However, Victorian gardeners were responsible for their own weather forecasting, and their livelihoods hinged on accuracy. A surprise frost could destroy months of work in a single night, turning a head gardener from a respected professional into an unemployed man with muddy boots and excellent references nobody wanted to read. The challenge was that Victorian England's weather was about as predictable as a cat on catnip. Spring could arrive in February or wait until May. Summer might bring tropical heat waves or chilly rain that last for weeks. And autumn? Well, autumn was when everyone held their breath and hoped their carefully tended charges would survive until next year. So gardeners developed their own intelligence network, one that would have made military strategists proud. They observed everything. The behaviour of birds, the colour of sunset clouds, the way their arthritic joints felt on certain mornings, and even the mood of the estate's cats. One famous gardener swore he could predict frost 3 days in advance, by watching how the dairy cows positioned themselves in the pasture. But here's where it gets really interesting. They started sharing this weather intelligence with each other, creating what amounted to an early warning system that stretched across the countryside. A gardener 20 miles to the west might send word that storms were headed east. Someone near the coast would pass along information about changing wind patterns. The network operated through servants, delivery boys, and anyone else who travelled regularly between estates. The most sophisticated operations involved what you might call weather spies, gardeners who would make seemingly casual visits to other estates to obtain information on growing conditions and share meteorological observations. They'd admire the roses while actually noting which plants were showing stress, and discuss the beauty of the landscape, while secretly gathering intelligence about which microclimates were performing better than others. These visits served multiple purposes beyond weather prediction. A gardener might notice that his neighbour's tomatoes were ripening 2 weeks earlier than his own, leading to discoveries about optimal planting locations or soil preparation techniques. Or they might observe that certain varieties were thriving in conditions where their plants struggled, sparking seed exchanges that we discussed earlier. The really clever ones developed coded systems for sharing weather information without alerting their employers to the extent of their collaboration. A certain arrangement of tools outside the greenhouse meant, "Expect frost tonight." Specific flowers left on windowsills indicated wind direction changes. Even the timing of gardeners' work in visible areas of their gardens could convey information to observant neighbours. During particularly challenging seasons, this network became a lifeline. The legendary summer of 1816, known as the Year Without a Summer, due to volcanic ash affecting global weather patterns, would have been even more devastating without the informal cooperation between gardeners. They pooled their knowledge about which crops could survive in cooler temperatures, shared seeds for hardier varieties, and coordinated their plantings to ensure that between them they could still provide fresh produce for their employers. Some gardeners became famous within this hidden community for their predictive abilities. There was reportedly one man whose weather forecasts were so accurate that other gardeners would adjust their planting schedules based on messages he sent through the informal network. His secret: he kept detailed records of weather patterns and plant responses over decades, creating what was essentially a localized climate database that he carried in his head. The weather wars also drove innovation in plant protection. Gardeners developed increasingly sophisticated methods for shielding their charges from unexpected temperature drops, wind damage, and excessive rainfall. Simple fabric covers and elaborate mobile structures, quickly deployed when conditions turned threatening, were among these methods. What makes this story particularly charming is how these weather warriors maintained their facade of casual competence, while actually operating with the precision of modern meteorologists. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had an almost magical ability to keep plants thriving despite England's unpredictable climate. The reality was far more impressive. A network of dedicated professionals sharing knowledge and resources to outsmart Mother Nature herself. Tonight, as you listen to the wind outside your window, spare a thought for those Victorian gardeners, peering at the sky and feeling the air pressure in their bones, knowing that tomorrow's weather might determine whether they'd still have jobs next week. We're getting pretty close to the icing on the cake of our experience tonight, but just not yet. We're now analysing the most daring Victorian garden capers, tales that would inspire today's art thieves. You might think the biggest drama in a Victorian garden involved deciding between roses and lilies, but you'd be delightfully mistaken. Some of the era's most elaborate schemes revolved around plants, and the lengths people went to acquire rare specimens would make Ocean's 11 look like amateur hour. Let's start with the case that became legendary among gardening circles, the Great Greenhouse Heist of 1847. Lord Pemberton had spent a fortune acquiring what he claimed was the only specimen of a rare Chinese camellia in all of Europe. He kept it in a specially constructed greenhouse, complete with a lock that would have impressed a bank vault designer, and hired a guard to patrol the grounds at night. What Lord Pemberton didn't count on was the determination of his neighbours and the ingenuity of their gardeners. You see, this particular camellia wasn't just beautiful, it was also said to bloom in a shade of blue that botanists insisted was impossible for camellias to achieve. Every garden enthusiast in the county was desperate to see it, and more than a few were willing to pay handsomely for cuttings. The plot that unfolded involved no fewer than 6 neighbouring estates and their gardening staff. It began with the seemingly innocent delivery of a new greenhouse thermometer, except the delivery boy happened to be the nephew of a gardener from a nearby estate, and he spent just a little too much time admiring the famous camellia. Within a week, detailed sketches of the plant and its housing arrangements had made their way through the underground network. The actual heist was a masterpiece of timing and misdirection. It happened during Lord Pemberton's annual fox hunt, when most of the household staff was either participating in or preparing for the elaborate luncheon that followed. While the Lord was chasing foxes across the countryside, a small team of gardeners was conducting a much more valuable hunt in his greenhouse. They didn't steal the plant. That would have been too obvious. Instead, they performed what modern gardeners would recognise as expert propagation. A few carefully selected cuttings, small enough to go unnoticed, were removed with surgical precision. The mother plant remained intact and healthy, showing no signs of the midnight surgery it had undergone. But here's the really clever part. They didn't just take cuttings for themselves, they also left behind a few small gifts. Hidden among the soil around the camellia, they planted seeds from other rare specimens that would take months to germinate. By the time Lord Pemberton's gardener noticed the new plants, they would appear to be chance seedlings that had somehow rooted near the precious camellia. The blue camellia cuttings were distributed through the network with the efficiency of a modern supply chain. Within 6 months, no fewer than 12 estates in the surrounding counties had successfully rooted specimens, though none of them could quite explain how they'd acquired such rare plants. The official story, when pressed, always seemed to involve mysterious seed packets that had arrived with no return address or chance discoveries of seedlings in unlikely locations. Lord Pemberton never did figure out what had happened. His camellia continued to thrive and bloom magnificently, and he remained convinced that he owned the only specimen in England. Meanwhile, his neighbours would gather for garden parties where they'd admire each other's completely unrelated blue camellias with perfectly straight faces. This wasn't an isolated incident. The Victorian era was full of similar botanical adventures. There was the case of the wandering orchid, where a prize specimen somehow managed to appear in 3 different county garden shows in the same season. The mystery of the multiplying roses involved a supposedly unique variety that began showing up in gardens across 2 shires within a single growing season. Perhaps the most audacious scheme involved a gardener who became known as the Midnight Propagator. This shadowy figure would somehow manage to obtain cuttings from the most exclusive and well-guarded collections in the country. His calling card was the small gift he'd leave behind, usually seeds of equally rare plants that the original owners would discover months later. The beauty of these operations was their genteel nature. In most cases, the original owners remained unaware of the visit, causing no harm or destruction. It was plant piracy, with impeccable manners and a keen sense of horticultural justice. What drove these elaborate schemes wasn't just greed or mischief. It was a genuine passion for plants and a belief that botanical treasures shouldn't be hoarded by a few wealthy collectors. These gardeners viewed themselves as liberators, dispersing rare and beautiful plants across the countryside for proper appreciation and care. Now, how did Victorian gardeners turn innocent flower arrangements into the era's most sophisticated communication system? One that carried everything from romantic messages to industrial espionage. You've probably heard about the Victorian language of flowers, where different blooms carried specific meanings that allowed people to send coded messages through bouquets. A red rose meant passionate love, forget-me-nots represented true love and remembrance, yellow roses indicated friendship, and so on. The floral telegraph system was mostly run by the gardeners who grew the flowers, and they used it for more than just love letters. The official flower language was charming enough. Lovers could declare their intentions through carefully chosen nosegays, and proper Victorian ladies could respond to suitors with botanical precision. But the real action happened in the servants' quarters and garden sheds, where an entirely different floral vocabulary was developing. Gardeners needed to communicate with each other about everything from plant diseases to employment opportunities, from weather patterns to the romantic entanglements of their employers. The problem was that sending direct messages between estates was difficult and potentially compromising. Letters could be intercepted, messengers could be questioned, and too much obvious communication between servant staffs raised suspicions. However, flowers offered a unique experience. Flowers were innocent. A gardener could send a bouquet to another estate as a perfectly legitimate gift, a sample of his work or a seasonal greeting. Nobody questioned the movement of flowers between gardens. It was expected, even encouraged. So they developed their own meanings, layered beneath the official romantic symbolism like a secret code within a code. A bouquet that officially expresses friendship and good wishes might actually convey, "The head gardener at Thornfield Manor is looking for an assistant, good wages, and fair treatment." An arrangement celebrating the beauty of spring could be warning, "Plant disease spotted in the rose gardens, check your stock immediately." The system was brilliantly subtle. Take daisies, for example. Officially they meant innocence and purity. But among gardeners, the number of daisies in an arrangement indicated specific information. 3 daisies meant urgent message follows, 7 meant all clear, no problems here, and 12 meant help is needed, send advice. The really sophisticated communications involved what they called seasonal contradictions, arrangements that included flowers that shouldn't naturally bloom together. A spring bouquet with autumn leaves tucked discreetly among the stems was a signal that the message was time-sensitive. Winter flowers appearing in summer arrangements indicated that the sender was dealing with unusual circumstances that required immediate attention. One of the most famous examples involved the network's response to a potato blight that threatened to devastate kitchen gardens across several counties. The first gardener to identify the problem couldn't simply send letters warning his colleagues. Such alarm might cause panic among the estate owners and result in hasty decisions that would make the situation worse. Instead, he sent carefully crafted bouquets to key gardeners in the network. The arrangements appeared to be celebrating the successful harvest of early summer vegetables, but the inclusion of specific herbs and the unusual combination of blooms actually conveyed detailed information about the blight symptoms, its progression rate, and the treatment methods he was attempting. Within 2 weeks, gardeners across 3 counties were discreetly implementing coordinated treatment strategies, sharing resistant seed varieties, and adjusting their planting schedules to minimise crop losses. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had shown exceptional foresight in preparing for potential agricultural challenges. The Flower Telegraph also carried more personal news. Information about births, deaths, marriages, and other significant events in the gardening community travelled through these floral networks faster than official channels. A gardener could learn about job openings, promising apprentices, or troublesome employers through arrangements that appeared to be simple seasonal decorations. Romance also flourished through these channels, not just among the wealthy families who inspired the language of flowers. Gardeners used the system to court each other across estate boundaries, with bouquets that carried layers of meaning that would have impressed professional cryptographers. The women in the network, and there were more than you might expect working as kitchen gardeners, greenhouse assistants and specialists in flower cultivation, became particularly skilled at reading these complex floral messages. They often served as the communication hubs, receiving and interpreting arrangements before passing the decoded information along to the appropriate recipients. Perhaps the most impressive aspect of this system was its reliability. Throughout decades of operation, outsiders have virtually never discovered or decoded the Floral Telegraph. The gardeners maintained perfect operational security, partly because the consequences of exposure could be severe, but mostly because they genuinely enjoyed the elegant complexity of their hidden communication network. As you close your eyes tonight, picture Victorian drawing rooms filled with innocent-looking flower arrangements that were actually carrying enough encoded information to run a small intelligence operation, tended by gardeners who smiled politely while managing one of the most sophisticated communication networks of their era. Now we're finally settling in for our final chapter of our journey through the secret world of Victorian gardeners, a story that ends not with an ending, but with a beginning that reaches all the way to your garden. You might wonder what happened to all these elaborate networks, secret societies and botanical conspiracies as the Victorian era gave way to the modern world. The truth is both simpler and more beautiful than you might expect. They evolved, adapted, and quietly wove themselves into the fabric of how we understand gardening today. The underground seed railway never really disappeared, it just went digital. Those Victorian gardeners who traded rare cuttings through coded flower arrangements were the great-great-grandparents of today's online gardening communities, seed swaps and plant exchanges. The same spirit of generous sharing that drove gardeners to risk their jobs for rare orchid cuttings now motivates people to mail seeds to strangers across the country, post growing tips on social media, and share their garden successes with anyone who'll listen. Every time you see a gardening forum where someone offers to send free seeds to fellow enthusiasts, you're witnessing the direct descendant of Victorian plant piracy. When Master Gardener programs share knowledge freely with home gardeners, they're carrying on the tradition of those weather-watching networks that helped gardeners across entire counties protect their crops. The techniques those ingenious Victorians developed didn't disappear either. Modern greenhouse technology still uses many of the heat management and ventilation principles that pineapple-obsessed gardeners worked out through trial and error. The companion planting methods they discovered while trying to maximise production in small spaces became the foundation for sustainable gardening practices we use today. Even more importantly, they established the tradition of gardening as a democratic art. Those Victorian gardeners who refused to let rare plants remain locked away in private collections were fighting for the same principle that drives public gardens, seed libraries, and community growing spaces today. The belief that beauty and knowledge should be shared, not hoarded. The record-keeping habits they developed, tracking weather patterns, noting which varieties performed best in specific conditions, and documenting the relationships between different plants, evolved into the citizen science networks that help us understand climate change, track plant diseases, and develop better growing methods. Their weather prediction networks were the ancestors of modern agricultural extension services and the informal climate monitoring that helps farmers and gardeners adapt to changing conditions. Those Victorian gardeners who read the sky and felt changes in their bones were practicing the same careful observation that helps today's gardeners decide when to plant, when to harvest, and when to protect their plants from unexpected weather. Perhaps most beautifully, their tradition of mentorship and knowledge sharing continues in every experienced gardener who takes time to help a neighbour, every garden club that welcomes newcomers, and every grandparent who teaches a child to plant seeds. The same generous spirit that motivated those underground botanical networks drives the informal education that happens over garden fences and in community gardens around the world. The flower language they used for communication has mostly faded, but the deeper principle it represented, that gardens are spaces for connection, creativity, and subtle communication, lives on. Modern gardens still serve as places where people express their personalities, share their cultures, and create beauty that speaks to others without words. What would those Victorian gardeners think if they could see us now? They'd probably be amazed by our technology. Automatic irrigation systems, soil testing kits, online plant identification apps, and global seed exchanges that can deliver rare varieties to your door in days rather than years. But they'd also recognise the same fundamental challenges they faced. The need to work with unpredictable weather, the satisfaction of nurturing something beautiful into existence, the joy of sharing discoveries with fellow enthusiasts, and the quiet rebellion of creating abundance in a world that often seems designed to limit it. Their legacy isn't just in the plants they preserved or the techniques they developed. It's in the understanding that gardening is fundamentally about connection to the natural world, to our communities, and to the long chain of people who've worked the soil before us and will continue after we're gone. So the next time you're in your garden, whether it's a window box of herbs or acres of landscape beauty, remember those Victorian gardeners who worked by moonlight to share rare cuttings, who read the weather in bird behaviour and cloud formations, who created networks of generosity that spanned counties and decades. They're still there, in a way, in every seed you plant with hope, every cutting you share with a friend, every moment when you stop to really notice the miracle of growth happening right in front of you. Their secret was never really about the plants. It was about understanding that the most beautiful gardens are grown not just with soil and water, but with community, curiosity, and the kind of quiet courage that chooses to create beauty regardless of the circumstances. Sweet dreams, fellow gardener. May your plants thrive and your roots run deep.